All right. Hello, everyone. I am going to give some time for people to start coming in to the live. I was scrolling on Twitter and Miss Fab was like, Mel, can we go live? She said, can we go live? We need to talk this through. Everybody's emotions are all over the place, and I absolutely understand that. Hey, Melissa. Hey, Melissa. How are you doing today? I understand that, y'all. My emotions are all over the place. Hey, Kiara. Kiara, I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. Or have you just been low key? Hey, Too Pretty. Hey, Megan. Hi, Jamie. Hey, Miss Vanna. Hey, the other Kiara. Hi, Sabrina. Hi, Reagan. I see Faustine. Hey, DeCarlos. Hey, Elaine. Hey, Cherie. Hey, Ty. Hi, Terica. Hi, Miss Davis. Yes, Too Pretty. On it. I love you, friend. Hey, Erica. Oh my God, Erica. I got to go back to your text message. I have been moving around, girl. I'm trying to watch trial, move around. I got to pack, y'all. I'm leaving tomorrow. I haven't packed anything. Hey, Nietzsche. Hi, Kimberly. Hey, Miss Sharif. Hey, Kika. Twin, where have you been? Let me tell y'all, I messaged you on TikTok. Shanika, I appreciate y'all. Let me tell y'all, I was yesterday, the outage in the neighborhood. I think I told y'all that I'm helping a family member who suffers from a mental health disorder. So the outage kind of like triggered like their paranoia. So it was, trying to deal with that. And I just wasn't feeling it after that. I was like, I'm just gonna watch. And I'll just watch. And I was on my Twitter. Watching. But yes, hey Jan, hey Gina, hey Miss Beauty Mo. So yesterday was a lot, y'all. So I appreciate everybody who checked on me. Hey Jaleesa, hey Delvin, hey Aisha. I appreciate everyone who checked on me yesterday. I was just not feeling it, y'all. My mental was just like I was done. I don't know if you guys have ever experienced like dealing with someone who suffers from that, but it can be a lot. And so I was like, you know what? I don't want to get online and then something happens while I'm online again. So I just didn't do it. Hey Nefertaria, I hope I said your name right. Yes, girl. Listen, I know y'all were in good hands. A lot of y'all told me that y'all were on Miss J's live, and that's my boo. So I know y'all were in good hands. Y'all know y'all in good hands. Hey, Brianna. I said I know for y'all. Barchi must know that I'm live because the way she's scratching to get in my lap right now is crazy. I guess she want to tell y'all, hey, she must miss y'all too. Because listen, Kika, I was just like, you know what? When Miss Fab, she messaged me just now on Twitter. I was like, you know what? I said 12 o'clock and it's 12:15. I'm a little behind, so let me get on. Barchi must wanted to say hey, y'all, because she was really, hey, Taylor. She was really on it. Hey, Tatiana. She was really trying to get up here. But y'all, there's so much going on in this trial today. I know a lot of us are emotional because although we're not the people on trial that kind of feels like it. Hey, Miss Fab, if I didn't see you, I was coming to Twitter to get you. She said, Dad, not here, baby. Oh, thank you, Robin. Thank you, girl. I just try to be me. Yeah, I love Miss Jefferson. We act too much alike. So one of my friends, y'all, he was watching I guess he must have been watching WTF Wednesdays when Miss Taylor was on there. So he sent me some screenshots and people were saying, y'all remember Miss Taylor? Miss Taylor's hair is just like mine and she wore glasses. I forgot she had on glasses. So he was sending me comments. He said he was sending me screenshots from WTF Wednesdays of what people were saying. And when I tell y'all I was hollering laughing, Erica, I got to go through all the counts. I'm not going to even lie to you. I've got to go through everything. But when she was doing the jury instructions, the way she explained it, y'all, some of it was like, In particular, she was talking about like the murders and she was speaking about finding y'all. I'm gonna have to watch it again. I purposely said I'm gonna watch all of it again on live. And I got my little notebook by me too. But Erica, she was saying like they have to prove that the weapons were in like a certain distance and all of this. I don't remember exactly what she was saying. Sorry. But yes. Mel, we need a freestyle if they found not guilty. I'll write one. If they get found not guilty, yeah, I'll go to the studio and write y'all a whole song. I got a studio in Atlanta. I will write a whole song if they found not guilty. Ty, how did I miss Miss Love eyeshadow today? Jaleesa, I was pissed off at Miss Hilton yesterday. Hey, Brianna. Oh, wait a minute. It's Key. Key, I sent your tweet. I just got on, Key. I sent your tweet, Key. Dad said you got to be stopped. I got to go see Miss Love eyeshadow, y'all. Within arm's reach. Thank you, Carlos. That's what it was. Thank you. That's what it was. Let's let AI make a song. Now listen, Montresa. Telling someone with the ability to create their own work to let AI do it, friend. I don't even use AI to write papers because you just can't do that. You can't do that. Hey, Isis. Hey, Shandy. Shandy, we finally live, friend. Let AI write the song? No, friend. Yes, y'all, we had an outage yesterday, and then dealing with family, it was just a lot. So I just said, you know what? I'm just going to not go live. But I was on my Twitter. Oh, LaToya, not you coming on holding me in contempt. Friend. No. Hey, Crystal. Through that. So Carlos, probably not, because I was moving around. Like I'm going back home tomorrow. So I really need to pack. And y'all know I've been in my mom's house for a couple of weeks. My supervisor loves ChatGPT. I told him don't send me anybody else work. Listen, I told y'all have to pack. I gotta go home. I mean, it's just been a lot, y'all. Hey, Kia. It's been a lot. I need to get it together. I do this every time, and I'm leaving early tomorrow. So I've got to get y'all know I got this dog. I got her crate. I got so much stuff to pack. So it's been a lot. Hi, Joan. How are you? Hilton was I'm going to rewatch everyone with you guys for those who didn't watch it or want to watch together today. That is my plan for the rest of the day. After they're done in court today, they should be back too. After they're done, my plan is to watch the statements with you guys that want to watch it, because I missed Max and Doug. I ain't gonna lie, I'm telling y'all, I was going through it yesterday. I was going through it. Do you hear me? So I didn't watch all of theirs. I've seen some clips, of course, but I didn't watch all of theirs. But Hilton, I saw most of hers, and she ought to be ashamed of herself. She ought to be, hey, Jazz, she ought to be ashamed of herself. She could have real bad. Y'all listen. Oh, thank you. Is this Jaquita? I think I'm saying it right. Thank you. I did not see Doug's, y'all, but I've seen clips. Hi, Princess. Hi, Kia. I've seen Miss Hilton was. Y'all know the problem. Hey, Ash K. Hey, Gus Wins. Y'all, the problem that I had with Hilton's is, okay, there's a way for you to be relatable with not trying to be someone else. Like, I don't know if y'all saw, I texted my daughter one day. Twin, right? Hold on. Faustine, you got to tell me what this is. Thank you, Faustine, for the cash app, but you have to tell me what it means. Maybe you could send me a private. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, maybe you could send me a private note, Faustine. Or maybe you just send, maybe I'm reading it wrong. But yeah, I texted Mariah one day. She said something weird. Like, she was probably said, Mama, let's go get matching tattoos or something, right? Oh, okay, Faustine, thank you. I think I read it wrong because, I see now, Faustine, there's a little picture. I've never seen a cash app with a picture. So thank you so much, Faustine, for the cash app. And I text Mariah back, y'all, and I said, it's okay, twin. With like this right here. She was like, Mama, you watching that trial too much. I know in my normal talk, I will never be saying twin. Okay, that's not my normal vocabulary. I sound crazy saying it. Miss Hilton, threw her cross yesterday, tried so hard. Who was she trying to relate to? I know there's some younger people on the jury, and maybe that's it. She could have related to them in a way that was good for her. Did y'all see her when she did that little smooth walking? Oh God, the smooth walking took me. Girl, what are you doing? Why are you doing a gangster walk right now? Like, what is going on? It was bothering me so bad, the entire thing. It felt like a preacher. She was screaming. And I know I'm loud. And I'm going to apologize on this live, okay? I know that I'm loud. When I go back and watch my lives, because I go back and watch the lives, I'm like, damn, I'm loud. So I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just a loud person, okay? But I would hope that my voice, look at me trying to talk. I'm trying to talk lower, y'all. I'm trying to talk lower, okay? She seemed like she was damn yelling at those people yesterday. I mean, it was all bad, y'all. I mean, just all. I just wasn't. I was not feeling her. I wasn't. And I've seen people say, "Oh, she's doing a good job." I wasn't messing with it. I'm sorry. I just wasn't. Did y'all catch when she said that he washed his car? Hey, Felicia. Megan said, don't whisper now, Megan. I went back and watched my lives. I said, damn, I be loud. I said, girl, they must really love me because I am really loud. Y'all, I'm loud in person. So I'm so sorry. I'm loud in person. Okay. Speak, man. We got value buzz. Brittany. It's something about watching yourself. And there are so many. I get too comfortable on these lives with y'all. That's the problem. Okay. Y'all really are my besties. Okay. I hope y'all know y'all really are my besties because I'm on these lives, y'all. When I watch them back, the way I speak to you guys, as far as Mikhail, I'm too comfy. Okay. Y'all, the way that my mama would be like, Melanie, why are you speaking like that? It is hilarious. I'll watch them back, y'all, and I say, wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, HK, please like the live, guys. Where the likes at? But yes, back to the water spots. Did y'all hear that lady try to say that he went and got his car clean, but they left water spots on the car? I was so pissed at that, y'all. Why did they play? Hold on, I missed the comment. Why did they play Duke's Call when it came to Yak's involvement in the nut? They specifically wanted to hear, I forgot, was it? They wanted to hear whomever Duke was talking to him. I'm sorry, I wrote it. I didn't write that down. Whoever Duke was talking to, they wanted to specifically hear that person say they were waiting on Yak to pull up, which in their mind, said that he switched cars, so that's why they played that. And then y'all really do love me for who I am, okay? Because he was talking, my friend, he was like, oh my God, he was on WTF Wednesdays and he must have seen comments like, oh, she talked too much, blah, blah, blah. And I said, I don't know why. I get those comments all the time on Kayla's channel, and you really are for your audience. I think that is so true. You really are for your audience. Your audience loves you for who you are. So when you do cross over to other people's spaces, there's not a guarantee their audience is everybody on the audience is going to love you. So we were laughing about that yesterday. I said, well, the people on my channel be sitting on there talking to me. So I listen, they don't mind. We just fine. But if you smoking out the rental, you have to get a detail. Mikhail, I can see that. I can see that too. Hi, Destiny. Hey, Adrian. Yeah, it was crazy. Y'all, is Yak and Shannon close? Close to what, Kayla? They just went back. The jury just went back. They don't even have all the evidence back there yet. Who sits at a gas station for 30 minutes? I said these YNs do it all the time. Let me see them say anything because girl, Erica, no, we were laughing. He and I were just laughing. We were just talking about, hey, Rochelle, we were simply talking about how when you cross channels, you're going to get stuff like that.
Y'all can just put a joint exhibit sticker on here or write joint exhibit 1 on here. That'll work for that.
I don't know if they're friends, guys.
We've got copies of the redacted indictment to go out. We do not. We still have to sort out the language of those last couple of overt acts that we highlighted earlier. So can we figure that out?
Yeah, this
and
they're still sorting out.
Do we otherwise have all of the evidence that's going to go out?
Your Honor, there was a chat during the lunch break to get into Judge Randall's chambers.
Uh-huh. The deputies can get into anybody's chambers.
They just got in maybe about 5 or 7 minutes ago.
Okay.
So they're getting the evidence for a chain of custody form, so they're trying to get a chain of custody form.
Okay, well, I mean, it goes from one court reporter to another, so do you want the court reporter to just walk up there and take possession of the evidence?
Yes.
That's probably the best way to do it. Then we don't need a chain of custody form. It just is with the court reporter. Yes, we'll do that. All right, so we will recess for our delightful new court reporter to do that. Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Well, y'all, now talk how you were. Jaleesa said talk like you were talking yesterday. Y'all, I can't wait to watch it with you guys because
y'all can just put a joint exhibit sticker on here or write joint exhibit 1 on here. That'll work for that. We've got copies of the redacted indictment to go out. We do not. We still have to sort out
this is crazy.
The language of those last couple of overt acts that we highlighted earlier. So can we figure that out? And do we otherwise have all of the evidence that's going to go out?
Your Honor, there was
Nope.
a chat during the lunch break to get into Judge Randall's chambers.
Uh-huh. The deputies can get into anybody's chambers.
They just got in maybe about 5 or 7 minutes ago.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Okay, am I tripping or did we just hear that very same thing? They didn't do a repeat. Yes, I think they just did a repeat, Mac Juice. I was just thinking that. I said, this is a repeat of what we just heard. Exactly what we just heard. So, how do y'all think? Okay, let's go here. We used to do this every time we started a live, but now that it's actually with the jury, no, Barchi. Now that it's actually with the jury, put a 1 in the chat And let's specifically talk about the murders right now, because those are like the biggest. I know everything else is big as well, but I really want to see how y'all feeling about the murders, the 2 murders combined. You can't put guilty. How are you guys feeling about that right now? Do you want to do put a 1 in the chat if it's guilty, put a 2 in the chat if it's not guilty? So go ahead and do that. Give me a second. Okay, so it seems like you guys are both still at not guilty. I think those charges scare me the most. Out of the charges, not guilty on all counts. Okay, Karma. Erica asked the question, like, what counts do we think? I really need to sit down and look at what counts we're looking at. I do know they still have some of the drug and gun charges from thugs that day. So I really feel in my heart they're gonna be not guilty for those as well. I feel that in my heart of hearts, just because you can't put those weapons on one person. So I'm gonna say 1 and 2, but they'll get probation. I'm a little scared with I think not guilty on the murders. The gang charges, yeah, maybe a guilty there. Not enough evidence for a guilty verdict. Some of those, it may be enough evidence. But y'all, what we're gonna do is after this is over, my plan for the day is for us to look at yesterday. And I know it's gonna be a while. It's gonna take us a while, but we're starting early. And as long as I'm off here to like 1, I should be off here about 1 a.m. so I can pack. I'm good. So I think Yak would be okay on the murders, but I'm a little afraid for Shannon. I think Shannon's gonna be okay on the murders. Nothing about these murders. It was. Did y'all hear Miss Hilton's closing? I can't wait to go over that with you guys when she kind of tries to make sense of what they're thinking. Yak has gone from like he. At one point, she said he was the person who was the lookout person, gave the location for Donovan Thomas. Then she said he was the driver. Then he's the person who called it. It was really all over. Bart, it was really all over. She contradicted Atkins. Yes. We don't have the evidence. When she kept saying we don't have DNA because they got rid of it. We don't have weapons because they got rid of it. It was like, well, girl, what? And her theory, it changed. I did Hilton try her best to convince them. She lost me as well. And that's a problem, guys. She wasn't able to paint that picture. Oh my God, it's going by so fast in the chat right now. Why was she talking like that? Paris, I don't know. It was worse than Miss Love during Thug's plea hearing. She was just yelling. And this is bad because what do I say all the time, guys? The jury should be made up of reasonable people. And I always feel like my chat is full of reasonable people. And if you guys felt like this, it's very hard to imagine the jury, at least 1, 2, maybe half of the jury didn't feel the same way. Her dramatics were terrible yesterday. Said Drinks died instantly. Shannon was gone when Drinks. So we've got to go back. I'm happy you brought this up. Let me write that down, y'all, because Melanie got notes today. We've got to go back and look at the Emmy because Max was really trying to like zero in on that. Hold on, y'all. I gotta write this down because I want to make sure I remember this. Max was really on that. Y'all remember? And Miss Hilton got back and was like, she didn't say that he wouldn't move. She said there would be no unconscious movement. I'd love to see what she actually said. The only reason I'm not sure about that RICO, Nene, is because I go back to Huey. And when Huey, how Harvey did that guilty plea, not Huey, Lord Jesus, Nichols, because of a prior charge that he had. So I'm kind of on the fence with RICO. Oh God. Taurus. She assumed too much yesterday. Too much yesterday. They don't have anything. It was too much. How does the story switch on closing arguments, Brittany? I don't know, but I hope it was very telling to the jury. It was giving desperate. The whole thing, y'all. So, no, I had to have skipped this part, but I saw clips of it. I'll see that today. Miss Carter, they keep telling me that, and somebody actually told me how to do it. Today feels like a good day to slow these comments down. Today feels like a good day. Oh my God, Mikhail, when she recited those lyrics, when she said fuck nigga, I was done. I said, oh, this lady. I said, oh, she's lost it. She has lost it. I'm all for being transparent, but I just feel like she kind of crossed the line. Even if she said fuck, I don't know why nigga was bothering me. I don't know why it was bothering me for her to say it, but I wasn't feeling it. It was too much. Taylor, that's interesting. Taylor, I honestly don't know who did it, and I hadn't even heard anyone talked about during this case that's in the other case, and I can just say, oh yeah, that person did it. I just don't see it. Her and Atkins did not work together. They didn't, Key. What was the situation we're talking about? The jury in the bathroom? Kayla, we're going to find out when we go back and watch. This is why
Judge Glanville's chambers is going to, it's apparently a significant amount of evidence. They're going to basically wheel it down here to this courtroom, and Miss Taylor, our current court reporter.
I'm so ashamed, y'all. Do y'all know why y'all were hearing? Y'all know why y'all were hearing what we already saw, even though on the screen we were just looking at. So when I do StreamYard, I have to be in Google Chrome. Wait a minute, what's super chat? Did I miss the super chat? Thank you, Joe. Because of what Doug said about the charges always being against blacks, Hilton then, it appears then to me that she brought in her girl from around the way personality to show she was just like them. It wasn't giving that to me. And thank you so much for the super chat. Erica, thank you, because I was looking down. Because y'all figured out why we heard it twice. I have to use Google Chrome for hold on, y'all, let me go back over. I have to use Google Chrome.
Possession of marijuana with intent to distribute and possession of firearm during commission, which tracks the language.
Okay. So leave all three of them and have those two kind of offenses only.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And for 187, the state's proposal is the same, to remove possession of codeine with intent to distribute and possession of cocaine.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? So would that mean that we would end up with what?
What is essentially 187A and 183A,
Okay,
right?
thank you. That's what it seems to me, and I just want to make sure my
But those
understanding is
wouldn't
correct.
say A anymore. They would
Right.
just say 183 and 187.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yeah, that works if that's.
And the state, and I can email this, but with our previous discussion on the 133 charges and the language, the state, if you stop, like for example, take 189 or 190,
Okay.
if you stop after an associate did commit the felony offense of possession of firearm by convicted felon, and then redline everything up to where you start by possessing a Glock, and then we would obviously remove for 189 specifically, we would remove the machine gun.
Right. Okay.
And then just pick back up, possession of a firearm in indictment, and then cite the felony and the date, and keep it overt action furtherance.
That works as long as, so the question on the floor for that had been, can an overt act be
modified to drop it down to a lesser, essentially. Do we have an answer to that?
Your Honor, I want to let Mr. Floyd
Okay,
address that with the court because we do have a,
give me just a sec.
yes, Your Honor.
I'm sure Shannon may be numb, y'all. This is scary. I don't even put my TikTok shit. But I talked about how Kayla said one day, I'd rather plea
I wasn't here.
in the jury. And I'm like, no, they win. And she was like, no, juries are unpredictable. At least with the plea, you know what you're getting when you walk in there to take it. And I said, today, them words never felt truer because we don't know what's going to happen. We can assume all day. We don't know what the jury's going to do or what they're going to do. So she was absolutely right. Hey, Tasha, she was absolutely right. I get it. I know that's right, Mimi. Thank you, friend. I get it. When Kayla said that, y'all, I'm like, girl, why would you want that? No, please, no, please. But when you think about it this way, you definitely would take a plea. I just hope they are reasonable. Come on, Isis. Are we not learning? My friend said reasonable. And I think that's all you can ask them to be. You never know what they're thinking, guys. Miss Fab, can you put the makeup of the jury in the chat for me? I put it on Twitter yesterday.
So the approach we took in this, to try to avoid any problems was only to remove language, not to add anything.
Mhm.
Nothing's been added.
Right.
I want to be clear, it is not exactly the same situation, but the most analogous thing I could find in the time available is an 11th Circuit RICO case, United States v. Watchmaker, spelled exactly as it sounds, 761 F. 2nd, 1459 at 1468. It's a 1985 case.
Okay.
In that situation, analogous to this, the court found there were certain predicate acts for which no evidence had been presented. It removed them from consideration from the indictment that the jury saw.
Right.
That was held not to be a problem.
Okay.
And so here we're removing actually less. We're actually removing a subset of that, as it references the specific individual defendant in whichever circumstance we're talking about. The others are not at trial. They would have no ground to complain.
Right.
They're not parties.
All right.
So I think it's on all threes at least. But I can't really find a problem with it because we've restricted in this circumstance solely to deletion, not
Okay.
addition.
It would seem that, I mean, of course, I haven't had a chance to read this Watchmaker case yet, but if they're removing an entire predicate act, that would seem to be more analogous to removing the entire overt act rather than amending the overt act. But again, I haven't read Watchmaker. I'm just wondering if amending the overt act, we would be running into a constructive amendment claim, constructive amendment of the indictment.
Well,
Because-
two aspects. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, please go ahead.
Okay. Two considerations on that, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
One is the meaning of the word amendment in this circumstance. So if we were changing it to refer to another offense or adding words, that would constitute an amendment. This, to the extent it's an amendment, is exclusively an amendment by deletion. And it is tailored to those aspects where Your Honor found there was an absence of evidence. There's no prejudice to the defendant. It's favorable to the defendant. I'm not aware of anything that says you have to cut beyond the scope of where you found there was a shortage of a failure of evidence. I don't think there's anything that compels that conclusion. In other words, I don't think this is a throw out the baby with the bathwater scenario.
I would argue that the amendment is actually not favorable to us. That amendment by deletion actually broadens out that overt act. It does not work in our favor because you're removing the
I agree. It
elements.
doesn't work in the defense's favor to make it easier for the state to prove an overt act.
Yeah, and that thus it's conduct beyond that which would appear in the original grand jury indictment, and that would amount to constructive amendment.
Yeah. You know, I mean, even I'm reading Watchmaker right now,
Floyd pushing it.
and part of it says the court did not change the terms of the crime with which Keating was charged, which I'm not changing the crime, but I'm changing the crime in the overt act. I think the safer thing to do is just to redact the indictment to remove those overt acts. I'm not convinced that it might not be error to do the way you propose. I think logically speaking, it sounds like it should make sense, but in the absence of something that makes it clear to me that it's not error, I would hate to borrow a term from one of y'all, get to, you know, the 90, y'all haven't said it, but almost, I don't know, it was some, never mind. It was some kind of football field reference that I'm not going to be able to do right. So just never mind. The 1 yard line. And then, yes, y'all probably
I
said
thought
2
you were going
yard
to say
line.
risk introducing further error into this
No, I don't know that there is error in this case at all. I don't know.
Okay.
There is typically, you know, there are no perfect trials. We know that.
Paige, you know
It will be up to potentially some other court to determine that issue down the line. But right here today, I would hate to be on the now 1 yard line and do something that does cause an error that couldn't be corrected.
And so, Your Honor, if I can respond to that, two points.
No.
It's important, I think, to be specific as to which acts we're talking about.
Okay.
So with 183, there's no change in the nature of the crime. We're only talking about striking out those specific things.
Right.
I can't imagine any problem from that.
Yeah, no, I agree. I was talking more about the possession of a firearm by the whatever they were, 174, 175, 189, and 190. I'm just going to redact out completely.
Come on, Grace.
With regard to 183 and 187, I think those are fine to have just gotten rid of the things that I directed a verdict in Mr. Kendrick's favor on.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, with regard to, I had 2 points.
Okay.
One is, when you're talking about, forgive me if I get the number exactly wrong, but 170, I think it's 174, 175, 89, and 90.
Yes.
And so with those, the specter that's been raised is, to paraphrase the defense, the appearance of error where none currently exists, as we are at first in inches. However, because of the way you have instructed the jury to handle the overt acts, if they find these, and if there's a defect, those appellate court simply strike them from consideration.
Unless they're the only acts they find.
In which case we would know that as well.
All right.
Because they're going to number them.
Understood. I'm just going to redact them. Y'all will still have over 100 overt acts for them to evaluate.
Lord ain't helped nothing, y'all. Lord ain't helped a thing. Do you hear me? Like, he has not helped.
All right, so I am redacting out to delete 174, 175, 189, and 190.
I think this has always been their problem, biting off more than they can chew. Because over 100
I
overt
don't know why it won't.
go back and forth about.
And then on 183, it will be the language that is now 183A, but it won't say A, it'll just say 183. And then the same with 187. Yes.
This already may be fixed, but with both of those, of course, redlining or removing the possession of codeine, the intent to distribute and possession of cocaine from the bottom.
Right.
The last version I saw on 183 and 187 still had those included.
Oh, it doesn't anymore.
I think the state may be looking at the B language and not the A language.
That's perfect, Your Honor.
How do you think the jury is going to understand?
All right.
Lawyers are struggling. Come on. This hurts their case, in my opinion. Hey, Zakia. We're still doing jury.
All right. I think I can't do the rest of it until Ms. Percio comes back because she has the same document up, and for some reason it's not letting me remove the highlights. All right. I see that our mainly physical evidence has arrived from Judge Glanville's court reporter's office. And Ms. Taylor, our current court reporter, will take possession of it. And do you all know what's going out and what's not? Because the jury has had this case for an hour and a half now, but they haven't been able to deliberate because they're awaiting the evidence. And that is why I told y'all for the last several weeks to make a determination about what evidence was going to go out so that when they got the case, they could get the evidence too and begin deliberating.
Still wasting their time.
I'm kind of ready for that to happen.
Still wasting their damn time. How do you take the jury? How do you take the state serious? Still wasting their time. A year in, and y'all had weeks to do this. Okay, Max, I like this suit. Come on now. They got to sort through it. This is terrible. Come on, Isis. And y'all pointed out, Paige definitely said there have been errors in this case. And she keep trying to fix their mess. She definitely said it. Worst case, this is going on appeal. We know that for sure. See, I guess Paige thought they did it too. Doug looks different. What is different about Doug, y'all? Is he slimmer? His haircut? Something. But Stalin can't help. These people ready to go. Thanksgiving is in 2 days. It's in 2 days. It's his haircut. Yeah, he looks different. Y'all, did y'all hear the buzzing that kept going on? Somebody on Twitter said, Ash K put it on Twitter. He said somebody in Lauren Crime Chat said Love was getting her haircut. It's the Peloton. Doug looks different. He look good. He shaved and the haircut. That's it. Ash K, I was hollering. But you know what, y'all? If I were there, if I were on the jury, I wouldn't be. I'd take some time. I'm sorry. Those instructions, they're a lot. I'm gonna need some highlighters, some note cards. They're a lot. 30 pages. Come on. Jaleesa, I think they'll begin today, but Ash Cash should have been on that chat. Hey, Sherelle. I think I'll be. No. Ken. Somebody in this chat, and I won't say their name. They said, "What's that buzzing noise?" Somebody must got a rose with a motor on it. And I won't say who it was in this chat because I know that person's in the chat. I won't say who it was, but that person is in the chat. They shall remain nameless unless they out themselves. I don't know, Carlos. I'm a little nervous about that V8.
All right, Ms. Percifield has what we think is the final redacted indictment. So with the changes we just discussed, so if everybody can take a look at those, they start on about page 40 or so. Just take a look at those, confirm that they are what everyone has agreed we're going to do. And then if so, we'll print it out and that'll be ready to go to the jury as well. At which time the last thing we will be waiting on is the evidence.
We are a family for real. Because did y'all see how that chat went up with that person's name who I'm not gonna say? Did y'all see that? Y'all, it's so funny to me because hold on, let me mute them for a second because they get evidence together. Y'all, it's so funny to me because the whole chat lit up with Key. When you come into Atlanta, I like to meet you with the rest of the people. Y'all, I'm gonna be in Atlanta. Erica, one day at a wake. No, Erica, a wake up. It's Tuesday. I will be in Atlanta tomorrow, guys. I'm really excited to be back in Atlanta, y'all. It's been a lot, but I'm very excited. I got a lot of stuff that I am planning to get back started. I just can't wait. I can't wait. Hopefully, I can document more of like my behind the scenes stuff because I'll be going back to the gym and stuff like that. So I'll get to do some more behind the scenes stuff. But I'm really excited to be back home. Starting in January, I'll be back doing real estate. So I have a lot of stuff going on, in-person interviews for my YouTube channel. So I'm excited, y'all. I'm really, really excited. Baby Shannon tired, nervous. He's probably having all of every emotion that you can think of. I live in Atlanta, Shalon. I'm from Memphis. So I came home to help family. Miss Fab said I'm not gonna vote because I know who it is. Thank you, Jasmine. I'm excited, y'all. I just miss life, y'all. I was telling y'all on the live that I I absolutely hate like just existing, and I feel like that's what I've been doing. So I'm very excited to get back to living a life. I know. I mean, are you going back to Memphis after the holidays? Oh no, Shalon, girl, not unless the family need me for real. I'm going to be back, get back, focusing on myself, okay? I love coming there 3 times a year. Atlanta be popping at the 10 a.m. Girl, I love Atlanta. There's a lot of stuff to do there, but Jaleesa, I think we all are. Let me see what they're saying, y'all. Hold on.
Word and on the same page with regard to that?
We've done that.
All right.
We just need to make sure we send them. I think we know we separate things, we just gotta make.
Okay, I am ready to hand all of this to the jury in the next 5 minutes. So whatever needs to get done, let's do it now.
Shay, am I Deliberations today? What's going on, friend? He said no more Wi-Fi mannequin challenges.
They just asked us. You guys want, I don't know anything wrong.
Yeah, I'm waiting on Miss Shay to say, yeah, I missed my meet.
There's literally, it's just folders though. I don't know anything wrong, but it's just taking everything.
E.T. Taylor.
I don't know if I've caught it.
And he got a lot to do with, so I get why he like this is sticking. Y'all, what is
Then y'all will have to wheel it over and we'll display it in the courtroom. No. Mm-mm. No, I mean, they might deliberate for a month and a half.
But I
We
thought
might need to I'm going to be using this courtroom for the other defendants in this indictment. So no.
Hilton is not pregnant, y'all. Let it go.
Your Honor, Ms. Birchfield, these are, I separated these. This is investigator Dennis's stuff that was taken out.
Okay.
The Jimmy Winfrey, plea that was taken out.
Okay.
And, a transcript for, Mr. Sledge.
All right.
So these
Baby, look, got their hair on, earrings on.
Can you make sure that 444Y and 1AS are not going back? They were, I think maybe Ryan, I don't know, something to do with, no, I don't know what they were. I just have a note to myself that those are continuing witness.
Your Honor,
Mhm.
I've looked at the revised indictment that we just received and it's acceptable to me.
Thank you.
Guys, do you know what wire?
Miss Love has on a nude shirt, y'all. I thought she had a whole chest cut out. I said, now, girl, they got them sling back.
Mr. Sledge's pleas or something like that.
Yeah, it works. See it, it's right there.
Paige said they're gonna deliberate a month, y'all. Hey, Miss Sheila. Miss Sheila, they're always late. Man, Shannon probably going through it over there. Shannon going, he got the worst out of everybody. And to see, like, now Huey didn't have murder charges, but him and Huey had the worst of it, right? Huey's gone. He took a plea. It's acceptable to him. You know, Shannon didn't get that opportunity. They are determined to pin these murders on him. Miss Love just walking around in them damn sling bags. She probably leaving after this case over anyway. Where your sling bags, friend? Where your sling bag? Ash K, they're gonna go back. He's probably gonna go back. Y'all, does she have a smoky eye today? Did I miss it? Did I miss Adrian Love's smoky eye? Yeah, Paige looking. She looking. You say tomorrow, Isis? Now, Dream Chasers, you gonna hit throwback Sam Wanch. Where you from, Dream Chasers? Brianna, not Smoky City. Y'all, Miss Love got a smoky eye. Ain't nobody send me a screenshot of nothing. Probably so, Ken. I say Miss Love, Miss Love got their hair done today. Oh, Ty, it's a little more blended today. She probably didn't use her finger. You from Alabama? I knew you was from the South. I feel like people from the South say wench all the time. Hey, Miss Love look good today, then. She looked good today. Her hair looked like she just got it cut. She got a little earrings on. Now her suits are always gonna fit right. That one thing about Love, she bring a bag of suits. They gonna fit. Verdict next week. Sure, I can see this. Y'all, she even looked like that little side piece coming a little more over. She listen to us.
Okay.
Key, she got a smoking eye. Lord, Adrian got a smoking eye. Somebody please send me a picture. Please send me a picture. Me too, KSW. And as soon as he beat them 2 M's, baby, I already know he putting it on his story. He putting it on his story. Watch. Hey, Kiki.
All right, and I'm just going to put on, Ms.
Linda,
Taylor, I'm going to put on the record that I realize if you put on the record for me, put on the record for me.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Okay.
All right, so 1AS that I referenced before, I've realized that is the exhibit number from Mr. Sledge's plea,
Stop, Archie.
and it's not the exhibit number for this trial. The exhibit number for this trial is 444Y. They were just the same thing. Yeah.
But the 444Y would stay in that.
It's in evidence, but I don't think it would go out.
No, that came in. What was the other number that you were concerned about?
They're the same. No, that was it. It was 1AS, but that's not an exhibit to this trial. So it was just the way that exhibit was referenced in Sledge's agreement. So don't worry about that at all. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So I'm about to see if Yates wants to come on later and break down the charges for us.
All right. I mean, if we're ready to start wheeling it in, we don't have to have all 5 things at once. We can wheel in number 1, carry in number 2. I am.
He wants the verdict form.
They're all right there in the middle, right there. Yeah.
That's all of them right there. That's everything. Oh, is that in here? Wait, the indictment is not there. The indictment is not there. The indictment. There is no indictment yet.
We have to print it out.
Yeah. Yeah.
All those demonstratives that are right there go? Okay, thank you.
And Your Honor, this is just for the purposes of the record.
Okay.
The state has reviewed the revised indictment and it's going to be printed. I was just going to put for the record that the state, would object to the removal of the 133 counts, overt acts, that are 174, 75, 189, and 190. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, y'all. So I asked.
She's waiting for the I don't know. These ones, ask them.
These right here?
Yes.
This,
You can use the lid, just don't do that paper.
oh, this is ready?
Okay, y'all, they still scrambling. And I'm just going to say that I absolutely love that we get to look at what happens in a courtroom after trial is over. Yes, I'm going to be one of the content creators that goes and watches the beginning of the trial up until when I started. Why am I going to do that? Because I've been telling y'all, hey, I want to do that. I was going to do it at night, but we started going live, recapping court. I didn't have the ability to do that. So yes, I want to go back. I want to see what led up to where we are. I am going to be that person that's going to be watching it, because it's hard trying to watch the old days and the days that you're doing, because we're recapping and everything, right? But Attorney Yates, I did text her and ask her if she would come on and talk to us about the charges that are left, and like the time, kind of walk us through those things, because I think that is something that I'm seeing in the trial. That I'm seeing in the comments. So yes, Millionaire Mail's page, solely because I want to see what led up to it. And I remember their long breaks. We will watch from opening statements up until probably until Woody took the stand. Yeah, we'll watch those days, and we'll just dedicate those days to the trial. And then after we're done YSL, I think someone messaged me, whomever you are, I can't remember, but thank you, that the OJ Simpson trial, they actually have a page we can watch it. I really want to watch his trial start to finish. I told you guys when we started this, one of my the biggest part of my content will be trial watching. So we're going to continue to do that. And hold on, y'all, let me see if she's saying something. Okay, they're still scrambling, but we've got the Melly trial. Melly's trial is coming up next year, so we're definitely going to go back and watch his old trial, and then that will prepare us for the new trial. New trial is next year, I think September 2025. So after we go here, this is our transition, and our big thing is trial. The big content for Melanie is watching trials with my Trial Watch family. But of course, I'll put other content in. We'll still do our accountability sessions. We'll still do our lives. We'll still do our after dark sessions and things like that. But as far as trial, we're going to go back, watch YSL from beginning to Woody. And then we'll move on into the OJ. Well, we'll probably move into YNW Melly. We'll watch that trial. Then we'll do OJ so that we can prep. But those are the three things that we'll be doing after this.
No idea when and or if they might want to ask a question or look at evidence. And so we all need to be on standby. We're all still in trial. And I need for people to be able to get here, in 5 minutes time. Ideally. If you have a special place you need to be, we can talk, but in short order. And obviously the defendants will continue to come over each day that the jury is deliberating, so that they can also be available to come to the courtroom if need be.
I apologize if the court has already stated this. When will the jury end their deliberations today, and what is the schedule for them tomorrow?
Oh, it's in what time?
Yeah.
Well, I have instructed them through the deputies that they need to stay at least until 5. If they want to stay beyond that, they're free to. Not past 7 ever, which I don't think they're going to want to anyway.
Too pretty. They haven't started deliberating yet.
All right, and so they would like to continue to come in and start at 9, which is fine with me. So I'm going to say, just like a regular day, 9 to 5 with a lunch break. There will be days that the court provides lunch for them, and on those days they can choose to deliberate during their working lunch if they want to, or they can not deliberate and just take a break and eat. I'll make it clear that they can only deliberate when all 12 of them are there together. With regard to tomorrow, since it is the day before Thanksgiving, I'm going to say that they can leave at 3. And other than that, if there is some day or time that we need to alter that schedule, we'll just take it up as it comes.
And if they, I don't mean to ask for such detail, but if they decide to stay past 5, will we be notified of that so that we know to stay around the courthouse after 5? Or if they decide to stay after 3 tomorrow, will we be notified of that? I just want to make sure I don't leave the courthouse if they decide to deliberate late.
Sure.
If I have cell phone numbers for everybody, I'll do a fun group text chain and then text everybody what the schedule, what's going on, very briefly.
Thank you.
Friday. Friday, regular court day?
No, Friday was already scheduled as a holiday date a long, long time ago.
I don't like this, y'all.
No.
I don't like this.
May I approach?
Mm-hmm.
On the record, after that. I'm gonna make sure that we do this first and then I will. Yeah, oh my God. That's hilarious.
I don't like it.
We're only using WhatsApp. Come on.
Carlos, is this case old? Because I think I've watched something on this case before. I think so, Carlos. But we can watch it because I think I know what case you're talking about. Y'all be looking for a page on the bench for me. But let me say why I don't like this. What I don't like and what this trial has, like, we really need to factor in what do we do with jury trials, especially trials of this magnitude with social media, high profile cases in social media, because it may go in our favor. Hey, Seven, it may go in our favor that the jury has been watching so much content, right? Oh, hold on, y'all, she back. Okay, it may go in our favor. Let me just turn her down just a bit. Let's see what I'm talking about.
Oh, no, I get it.
It may go in our favor, but the fact that they're going on Thanksgiving break, they're off on Friday, probably not working Saturday and Sunday. I don't know if I like that big gap. I just don't know if I like that. I do not like that. No, mute. Send it to me on Twitter. I don't follow him on anything, girl, and don't want him in my algorithm, but send it to me. I'm a little nervous about that. All of these breaks. Yeah, it's just too much. Really, Jasmine? Okay, y'all. Y'all know I'm traveling tomorrow. I'm driving from Memphis. We're driving to Atlanta. Child, I'm gonna be, girl. Y'all know my cousin, the twins are autistic, so we're gonna be in the car. So maybe they be loud. Maybe y'all gonna just have to blank them out because I want to be up when they come back. I don't know if they're gonna come back tomorrow, y'all. I think Funny's gonna be gone. I think he's gonna get Funny. I think they'll be. Y'all think they're gonna be done tomorrow evening? And Nathan. Jaleesa, they're going to start deliberations today, but they can leave at 5, 7 at the latest. And then Jaleesa, they said they're leaving tomorrow at 3. Won't be there Thursday because it's Thanksgiving. Wait a minute, it's today. Yeah, tomorrow at 3. Won't be there Thursday, it's Thanksgiving, and they won't be there Friday. I just don't like that. The drive is like 5.5 hours. And if you
All right, with that, that is everything. The jury has the case, and we are in recess until such time as we hear from the jury.
We are officially on verdict watch. Too pretty. Officially on verdict watch. Oh my God. Y'all, my stomach. Y'all, my nerves are shot. Just right there. Listen. Put some praying hands in the chat, y'all. Woo! Sensational print. Oh God. All I can say is just let God's will be done. Touch the jury's minds, their hearts. Let them be able to look at this case from a reasonable standpoint. That's all we can ask. Oh, y'all, I have chills. That is all we can ask from this jury. And I just want, oof, Lord Jesus. Child, I'm gonna have to call. Girl. Man, those Nate, I hear y'all. Oh, I hear y'all. Oh God. Girl, I don't want to make people cry, y'all. I just know that I feel like 10 times worse than I felt when Thug was up there. Because we have seen, so they said call Unc. We have seen this prosecution table try to bury these young men. And a lot of it, and I'm not saying they are innocent, guys. What I am saying is that I have not seen the murders. I just haven't seen that stuff in these cases. And for them to try to force the law to work for them, that is what has bothered me so bad for these cases. If any of you are parents and you have, if you're parents and you guys have children, especially if you're the parent to an African American boy, hearing these boys' stories, you really see how easy it was for them to fall into the lifestyle they fell into. You really see that. And man, some of them were kids. They were babies when all of this stuff started. 2015, they were 18, 19 years old. These boys were babies. Even in 2022, kids, yes, and like kids, some kids don't have a chance. All they have is the streets. I'm trying not to cry. I like my son, thankfully, my son has me. My son has his father very active in his life, and we just don't play. But I always think about my nephew when I'm watching this trial. In 2015, my nephew in Memphis was shot 5 times. And when he was shot, he called me 30 minutes to an hour before he got shot. And he was like, can you pick me up? It's like 2 a.m. I had to be at work at 6. He wanted me to pick him up to take him to get something to eat. And I said, I got to go to work. It was snowing outside. And I was like, I was just like, it's 2 a.m. And my son's dad, we were together at the time. He was like, I'll go. This is probably 30 minutes past. He said, I'll go get him. And my sister called me like 15 minutes later. My son's dad getting dressed to go get him or whatever. And my sister's crying like, oh, he got shot. I will never forget that day. The same problem I had with answering the phone for my mom, I had when I answered that phone for him. And I'm listening to this story. Y'all, what saved my nephew's life is because he was high on they call them bars. I don't want to say the word on here. And it was snowing outside and he ran. And the fact that he was able to lay in the snow is what saved his life. So y'all didn't even know Memphis was bad. I didn't know Memphis was bad until my nephew got in high school. Y'all, I have seen my sister's home been shot up 56 times, 56 bullets in her home. One of my nephew's friends was shot in the head sitting in my sister's house. My nephew had just moved from that spot to go charge his phone when it happened. I have seen this happen. I have seen people go through this. So sometimes these kids, and my nephew had his mom, he had my mom, he had me, he knew better. But sometimes when I asked my nephew, why did you join? Why did you get involved in the streets? Y'all know what he told me? He said he was looking for a father figure. He was looking for a community, somebody who understood him. And that's what he found in that life. Sometimes we can work hard and sometimes we're just not enough. And as parents, as aunts, as uncles, as aunties, we have to really work hard to try to talk to these young men and pay attention to them. Like talking to Duke the other day, saying he had to go see a psychiatrist for behavior issues. Like, y'all, this what we're seeing right now. It hurts us because so many of us see our nephews out there. So many of us see that, right? When you watch these boys, like, my heart be going out to them because I see it. Hearing that these boys are RICO shit, I see my nephew with his friends. Ain't no RICO. It's a group of friends who taking care of each other. I don't see a RICO. It's kids who found community in each other. Yeah, they probably did some bad shit. We've seen it, right? We have seen it. But it's not what we've seen in this court. And so when I look at these boys, I see him. My nephew has a job now. He living his life the right way. God blessed him. I thank God for my nephew. I thank God for him. My brother was shot 22 times. I'm sorry for I'm sorry that happened to your brother, Miss Mara. But it's our communities. It's our community. So it wasn't easy. First of all, it wasn't easy seeing the alleged YSL shootings, the alleged YFN shootings. That shit wasn't easy because guess what? This our communities. Did y'all not hear me say my sister's house got shot up 56 times? My sister struggles with that shit to this day. To this day. I remember, you don't think about it now, y'all. I don't think about it now. I remember going to my sister's house. I was scared to be in the house, but that's my sister. I got to go help her clean up. I got to go help her do everything. Like, I remember that. I remember that. So when I look at these boys, I see them. I see my nephew. I see his friends, y'all. I mean, it's our community. So I just pray that everybody involved like learns a lesson. My nephew, I'm 37, y'all. I have never lost a friend. I've never lost a friend. I've lost people I went to school with, but I've never lost a close friend. My nephew has lost 10 friends. He's 29. He's 29. Friends that he's lost to gun violence. I mean, these are boys who I saw growing up, lost their lives. So this story hits home for so many people. I don't know, Erica. It's scary. Yeah, and when you look at like, man, can y'all imagine the trauma that these boys go through? Losing their friends left and right for foolishness. Losing their friends left and right. It's trauma. Yes, this is trauma. Like, I wish more people understand how traumatic it is growing up in hoods across America. Traumatic. Growing up in hoods across America, this is sad as shit. There's so many themes throughout this case. There's so many things throughout this case. It's not just about those boys sitting in those courtrooms. Like, it's bigger than them. It is bigger than those boys. Like, we have to be the change. I'm sorry. Missy, I'm sorry for your loss. Karen, when you get the change, when you get the chance to change your life, you got to change it. At some point, even those young men on trial, at some point, everybody has to say, this is not worth it. Like, it wasn't easy seeing the stuff that we saw throughout this trial. It wasn't easy. It was not easy. It was not. It reminded me of I was looking at something on YouTube, and they talked about how so many of us, we live next door to serial killers. So many of us do. We do, because if you think about it, when you live in these hoods across America, there is no regard for the human life. There is no regard. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. And people have to grow up and understand what's going on and how their actions are affecting our communities. Not just the boys on trial. Not just the boys on trial. He was, y'all, it's going by so fast. I'm trying, my brother. Hey, Blue Skies, I'm sorry. I didn't say, hey, I know you normally on here. I make sure I speak. My brother-in-law got a lot. Oh, wow. In South Central. It's just sad, y'all. There's no regard for life. And y'all, if once we do get this verdict, I want every last one of them to understand the power of God and the purpose that they have on their lives. Even the guys that took pleas, the boys that took pleas, even them, like when Obama was on the stand and Obama said like he doesn't currently work, how, just how he looked and everything like that. Melissa, I'm sorry for your loss. I just was like, man, I just want everybody to just, hey, Brittany, I want everybody to, man, look inside and see what can you do to change your life and change your life, because God gave you another opportunity. Erica. No, Erica. I don't know why. Sometimes people just like this type of content. Hey, Amy. Miss Mara, that's probably so far-fetched. And I think that's something else that we don't talk about. Y'all know I told y'all I loved watching the $1 Million Worth of Game when it came on. Oh my God, it was just amazing. You could feel the love in the room. But I also got sad watching it because I was like, man, I don't know if they'll ever be to this point again. And friendships were broken because of this case. And I'm not saying certain people didn't have they're not to blame for the friendships being broken, right? But it's the fact that friendships were broken. I mean, 20-year friendships gone down the drain because the Fulton County District Attorney's Office wanted thugs so bad. We don't talk about that. We don't see how it affects, like, that mentality. That part is hard to take. Losing a friend is hard. Losing a friend is hard. Can you like more than one time? No, no, Nefertari, thank you. Losing a friend is hard. And man, Kingdom of Kush, I don't know where the watch is. I wish I did. It still don't have the right person. They wanted thugs so bad. So bad, y'all. When you go back and watch Miss Love's opening statement, she said he was the leader of the pack, but you let the leader go. They never believed that man was the leader of the pack. They never believed that. They never believed that. They never believed that. And that's what's so hard. 2 years. 2 years of people's lives, friendships gone, Look, jewelry seized, the money seized. I think it was a power play. It was a power play. I think it was a power play the whole time. But Funny's about to see what it looks like for somebody to power play. Watch my word. Mark my words, y'all. And I'm gonna be all on it. Funny is about to see what it looks like when somebody pulls a power play on you. Just watch. Woo-hoo, baby. Baby, Funny's about to see it, baby. And I'm sorry, I can't feel bad for her. I don't feel bad for her. You'll never, baby, Funny, baby, they about to turn that little sew in. Ooh, baby, they about to turn that little sew in. Miss Stiff Wear. Oh, they about to get it. They about to turn that lady every way but loose, baby. It was very unorganized. Hold on, let me see if I can. Yeah, I'm gonna figure out how to slow this chat down. I think it would bother me more that I couldn't talk to someone who showed me nothing but love due to the state. Yeah, Tati, I feel you there. Baby, they about to turn Funny. Baby, Funny might want to go and take that little sew in out right now. Go and get you a shortcut like me, Funny. This is easy to maintain, Funny. I'm telling you, it's very easy to maintain. You don't have to worry about bumping it because you're going to be in court, baby. And listen, you can just go. I ain't even do nothing to it today, Funny. These my ways from yesterday. Girl, you listen. They about to turn that girl every way but loose. I'm telling you. Key, they about listen, all of that. I'm telling y'all, it's not. It's not. I feel it. It's coming. As soon as I saw he won, I said, "Oh, Funny better be scared. Funny better be scared, baby, because that man is coming for her. He is coming for her. She can grow it out in the feds. Listen." Miss Unpopular. I'm just telling her, this is easy to maintain, y'all. This is easy to maintain, y'all. This is the easiest hairstyle I've ever had. I'm trying to give her a word of advice. Because, baby, that little sewing, you got to take that out when you go in the people. When you go, you got to take the sewing out. At least if you go short like this, baby, you can probably make your little moisturizer and just go. Because he coming for her. He coming for that woman, and I just can't feel bad for her. I just can't. I can't feel bad for her. Gemini twin, you know we said we're watching to see. We're watching to see, Gemini twin. They asked if we felt like Brian still had something cooking for Thug's plea. I don't know, but we're gonna see. We're gonna see. She wanted to play chess, but Trump playing checkers. Oh, I got what you're saying. He playing chess. Okay, oh yeah. I'm about to finna turn her upside down, baby. Divided many in Atlanta. 7, I can see that. I can see that 7. And I think it's hard. It's hard. Like I see, y'all know what bothers me the most about like all of this is these boys still have to live their lives outside of this, what happened in trial. Seeing people call these boys, like some of them, not all of them, seeing people call them rats for taking pleas has always rubbed me the wrong way. When statistically speaking, most cases end in pleas. Thug took a plea. So I just hate that because some of these young men still, they have lives to lead after this. And some of them had really great attorneys who made sure they had some of the best plea deals. Some of them didn't have really great attorneys. But nobody's looking at the circumstances on why they took the pleas, right? Everybody didn't have Brian Steele money, Ashley Merchant money. Everybody didn't have that. Doug Weinstein money, Max Sharp money. Everybody did not have that in this case. And I'm not going to lie to y'all, before watching this trial, like this case has opened my eyes to so much. All it takes is for you to sit down and watch the case and see what was going on. But people didn't want to do that. People don't want to do that. They like to look at the clickbait. They like to look at, oh, he took a plea. It's actually more than that. Listen, Woody talking about Rice Street, very telling. Seeing the DOJ findings, which we still have to go over, very telling. Very telling. Actually, nobody thinks they were completely innocent. I think they're wreaking havoc through the city. I agree, Ashley. I don't think anybody on this live will be foolish enough to say they didn't do anything. Nobody on this live is foolish enough to say that. Hey, Holly. I just saw somebody else jump in too. Hi, Carly. I don't think anybody on this live would say, oh my God, they didn't do anything. We're not crazy. We're not crazy. We're not crazy. That's all I can say. However, the part is you got to get people fairly. Hey, Tyra, you got to get people fairly. You can't bend the rules. And I firmly believe they use this RICO. They use this RICO to try to get them for everything. I mean, it's just crazy. I mean, why do you need 200 overt acts? Come on. I love you, Miss Fab, for that. I love you, friend. I love you for that. That's right, Mickey. What they believe. Everybody is too busy to care about someone other than themselves. I don't even remember what I said. They would have invoked that. You gotta tell me what happened. Oh, Laura. Nene said it too. Nene said it too. They have found a way to get over the double jeopardy. Come on, man. Lauren, I've got to go back and watch it, but I've been hearing that too. Well, Danielle, yeah, but listen, I think again, Danielle, this is why we say you've got to understand people's circumstances. Baby, none of us were in those boys' shoes when they took those pleas. Hell, we sitting at home right now. I'm sitting in my room on my MacBook on StreamYard talking to y'all. If I want to, I can stop this stream right now and get up, go get something to eat. I can do whatever, okay? You can say, you know what? I don't know. I don't like Mel anymore. I don't know what the hell Mel talking about. You could get out of this stream. You could go live your life, right? A lot of boys, think about being in their room. They didn't have that opportunity. You get what I'm saying? Danielle, that's the name. Danielle. Do you get what I'm saying, Danielle? We have free will to say everything we're saying right now because we weren't in their position. Like, we weren't in their shoes. We weren't in their shoes. So we get to make these judgments and say, hey, I would have done this, I would have done that, because we weren't in their shoes. So I do think we've got to make sure is we talk about now, but next week everybody's silent. Oh, I got what you're saying. That's why you just got to be the person who will do something. You've got to do something in your community. Like I have always, like I when I say like my community and people around me, I always try to talk to people and be like, hey, I always try to help if I can. No matter who you are. It can be like, oh, my friend of a friend needs help. However you can invoke change in somebody's life, you need to do it. You need to do that. Honey, I'm trying to catch up on the chats. Robbie, the third car. They don't care about that third car. The third car is gone. The third car is gone. Yeah, I'm trying to find Summer's Coming because I'm seeing y'all being very shocked, but I don't know how far up Summer's comment was. Let me try to find it. I'm trying to find it. Maybe it's more than one Summer in here. Can y'all help me out and put the comment in the chat? What? She was still. Hold on. Wow. Now that's too much. I know that's right, Miss Fab. Y'all, that is too much. I just think this is why you have to like you gotta cross our T's and dot our I's. I'm sorry. There's certain stuff you just can't do because they are watching you like a hawk. That is just crazy that they would do that. That's crazy. Slapping the phone out of her hand. Man, you just it's like what I tell people. I've never been in that situation before. This is like what I tell people when you are experiencing any type of discrimination on a job or you're like in litigation with your employer, anything. You got to walk the straight and narrow because you don't want to give them the opportunity to do anything to you. And that right there, y'all, they bothered. They're bothered. They're saying that they slapped Miss Tasha's phone, that's Yak's mom, out of her hand. So it's definitely bullying. Like, you, and she's on live all the time, I hear y'all say. All the time. I think y'all say Miss Tasha's on live all the time in court. So it's not like this is new. You know? This is not something new that she's doing. She does it all the time. They're just mad right now. If y'all think they pressure not up, y'all think the state's pressure is not up right now? The state's pressure is up. Okay? They just as nervous as y'all. If we want to tell the truth, they're just as nervous as y'all. They just as nervous as Shannon. Just as nervous as Yak. Okay, Jaleesa says she on live every day during lunch and after court. So this is nothing new. This is nothing new. It's just a mere fact, y'all, them people pressure up just like y'all. Or us. I'm saying y'all like mine ain't. No, y'all, she was. It's just I didn't see the live, so I'm just going based on what people said in here. But I just I'm going to say that I feel like it's I just go back to the fact that when you think no, Joe, I'm not gonna do that. I just go back to the fact that the tension is high in the courtroom. You just can't give them any reason to be doing anything. Stephanie said, who did that to my mother-in-law? Yes, ISIS tactics. ISIS. I saved that clip on Twitter to watch because I didn't I saw that. I didn't see it, but I saved it on Twitter to watch. I said, wake him up at 2 a.m. I said, oh, they back on their bull. I said, oh, they back on it. So y'all know what I'm interested to see if they're gonna do when it comes to Nichols. Remember, they say they don't think the shots came from Nichols' car, but they charged him with murder. I'm wondering, I can't remember who's in the car with him, and I ask this every time. But if they're gonna drop was it Garlington? Was Garlington in the car? I know Keno. Yes, the jury's still out, Tracy. If they're gonna drop the charge on him too. Farley. Okay, it was Farley. Thank you, Key. It was Farley. So are they gonna drop everything on him as well? Garlington was with Shannon. Okay, got it. But being that y'all pointing that Shannon is the trigger man, are they gonna drop it? Are they gonna drop that on him too? Afternoon bald head is crazy. Because you're here all the time, I'm not gonna block you. But afternoon bald head is crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Corrine, they're saying she was on probably TikTok live and kind of celebrating that it's done and everything. And the guards came and snatched her phone out of her hand. They wild, y'all. They wild, but y'all know that I always make a joke that being from Memphis, you develop really thick skin. So I say the first time somebody get into me, the first thing they're gonna say, "Oh, she bald head." That I'm like, "Oh, okay, all right." They swapping them out, basically. You think so, Sharonda? That's gonna be crazy. Hey, Ariel, baby just came in here talking about what's up, bald head. Y'all know what I can't stand. When I first cut my hair, it wasn't even this short, but I just eventually went this short. I know barbershop talk. I know. I said I can't stand for men to see me out and want to like rub my head. Like, I'm not a damn dog. What are we doing? I'm not. You want to piss me off? Do that, because I'm gonna go straight Memphis. Miss Davis, it was Miss Tasha's phone. Thank you, Tracy. Hey, Road Dog. Hey, Blake. I said I know that juror was pissed because remember that's the one that wouldn't let her take the job. There's no way they can charge Farley knowing they dropped him charge. But we think so. We think so, Key. Oh, Sarah, I'm gonna be pissed off if you do that. Try to pay. I'm Miss Unpopular. Piss me straight off. If Mook will have to testify again because YSL Polo. I don't know. Hey, Dominique. I don't know if Mook in jail now. I don't know. I don't know. I know they're in there rushing through the paperwork. Shannon, I wonder if they came in and said, who all for... I wonder if before they looked at anything, they said, who all for guilty, who all for not guilty. And went from there, and then that's what I would do. Hey, Tracy, that's how I would start deliberations. Go through and see who's for guilty, not guilty. And then once you do that, okay, let's work through why you feel this way. ISIS, I come in there, listen. I'm normally in group projects. I'm normally the one that's gonna take the lead. Okay, so I'm gonna be back there like, okay, guys, guilty. Let's start with the murders. Guilty or not guilty? See what numbers we got. Okay, we got 10 not guilty. We got 2 that's on guilty. All right, we're gonna come back. What about this? What about this? And once I get the numbers tallied up, my next thing is let's go to the evidence. Wait a minute, before we go to evidence, I'm gonna say, why are you saying not guilty? I want you to tell me, and I don't want to hear an emotional response. I want you to talk to me about the evidence. Talk to me about the evidence. Okay, great. Now that I understand why you're not guilty, let's pull the evidence out and then let's see if we can either get you on my side with the not guilty or if maybe you're going to sway me to guilty. Let's get the evidence out. Let's talk it through. That's how I would approach it. That is how I would approach it if I was there. And it wouldn't take me. I know y'all want a verdict today. They would be doing a disservice, in my opinion, to go through a verdict today. It's a year's worth of evidence. At least now, if you can tell me based on the evidence why you feel somebody's guilty, because that's where I'm stuck at. If you can tell me based on the evidence, okay, cool, fine. But I just don't see 12 of those people coming in there today remembering a year's worth of evidence. So listen, this is what I said. So I said, if your verdict, if you want to vote guilty, then we've got to look at the evidence. I need to understand why. I think the verdict will be after Thanksgiving too. But Jasmine, y'all not listening to me. Y'all got to put your listening ears on. If you're going to vote guilty, EBS, they don't remember. You cannot remember all the evidence in this case. You can't do it. And then there's that. Hilton cut up yesterday. Hold up. It's 981 in here. Like the live. Oh, y'all, thank y'all so much. I didn't even notice. Thank you. I see we have over 900 people in the live. Y'all, we really are not talking about anything in particular right now, but if you can take a second to click the X from the chat, like the live, it helps me get in the algorithm so more people can find my page. And they're saying we're only at 594. Jesus, can we get the likes up? Can we get the likes up while we're here? 607. Yes, Summer, that is my next goal, Summer. My next goal is to get to 10,000 subs. People that are on my accountability lives, we talk about this, and I'm looking for y'all because I absolutely know 10,000 subs. I know 10,000 followers on TikTok was on my goals, and I reached that and didn't even think about it till we started doing goals again. I did. And thank you, Twin. Thank you, Twin, for subscribing. I think we have a good time here. So you'll enjoy the chat and enjoy actually the sessions that we do. I would have lost myself if I were juror 367. Laura, I may have known though. The music video of Woody and Threat never leave my mind. Me either, KB. Me either. Never. You can't forget that. Summer, I know it's going to happen, friend. I'm looking forward to it. So, guys, Renee, thank you, Renee. Thank you, YSL Lauren. Thank you so much, guys. And for everybody, thank you, Queen Charlotte. I appreciate it. Y'all just making my day over here. Thank you. Barbershop Talk. We have a good time, don't we? We have a good time over here. But I do want to ask you guys, do you guys want to go ahead and start? Let me see if Atlanta News First got a. Okay, they don't. Do you guys want to go ahead and start watching the closings? Thank you, Princess Ash K. I love y'all. For those of you that are watching, I had a power outage yesterday, so I did not get to watch the closing statement. So our plan for the rest of the day over here was to go back and watch the closings. I'm not watching what's his name? Yeah, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, I'm not watching him again. What's his name, y'all? What's his name? Thank you so much for subbing. Okay, y'all. We vote Mel as the jury foreman. Thank you. Atkins. I'm not watching him again, guys. I can't do it. I cannot watch Atkins again. As long as we are on the same page with that, great. Missy, we don't even have to watch her again, but I do need to see the beginning of hers. Y'all, we're going to start with Max. Okay, y'all won. Let's start with Max. We're going to start there. I wonder why Atlanta News First. They are still live right now. I'm going to be shocked if a verdict comes right back. Y'all, I am going to be shocked. That was 5 days ago. Y'all, what day was it? 160. Hold on, y'all, because I'm going to have to look it up. Miss Sheila, Duke not cutting no Wi-Fi off over here. 166. Thank y'all. Okay, let's go there. Where the hell is it? Oh. All right, found it. Y'all, it was 11 hours. It was 11 hours long yesterday. I know, no, Key, I was reading. Thank you so much, the Papa 423. Thank you so much for subbing. Okay, so we are going to start with Max Shart's closing.
Forget to take out the highlighting.
So while we're doing this, let's start with the fact that they walked in with all that red on. What were they thinking? I think it was a very poor choice on their part. Yeah, Ariel, that's what Doug said. That even if Yak beats all of these charges, he still got other charges. Lord Jesus, it's just Lord. When that man get out, please never go back. Please never go back. Hey, Tracy, how did your surgery go? So we are going to start. We're going to start with Max Shart's closing. I keep wanting to say opening. We're going to start there, guys. And so for new people here, because I know most of you guys have already watched this, yes, I am going to stop. I am going to add commentary. Thank you, Chi. Thank you so much. We are going to do that. So just to let y'all know, we start, we stop, we talk over here because I know it's quite a few new people in here today. So we are going to listen to Max Shart's closing first. And most of you guys have seen it, but I did see everything. So we're going to start there. First of all, when Max pulled that podium up, I knew Max was ready. I knew he meant business. Okay, we're going to start. And shout out to the YSL trial because my Buffs lost bad. No, Barchi, my Buffs lost bad Saturday. So this trial helped me this week, y'all, because my feelings was so hurt. Okay, y'all.
I think I've made this abundantly clear over the past year. My name is Max Shard, and I represent Shannon Stillwell. But that's not the entire story. In fact, I have been joined by my co-counsel, Mr. David Botts, my wonderful legal assistant, Shaquille Kokomo, and it's been our honor to represent Mr. Shannon Stillwell throughout this process. And I'm excited for the opportunity to talk to all of you about the evidence that we have heard over this past year. But before we get started with that, I want to acknowledge you, the jurors. I want to acknowledge the immense time commitment that you have given this case. I want to acknowledge the sacrifice to your family, the sacrifice to your job, the sacrifice to your vacation plans. I want to acknowledge the patience that you have shown me and all the other attorneys. And I want to acknowledge the attention that you have shown this case. It's greatly appreciated. I acknowledge the fact that you have been paying close attention to this case. And for that reason, I'm going to try to avoid rehashing every piece of evidence. I'm going to try to be as direct and concise as possible to avoid unnecessarily taking up too much more of your time.
Did you guys notice hitting blue? I think it'll be a few days. Did you guys notice that he and Doug both thanked the jury for their time and kept trying to say, hey, I don't want to take up too much more, putting it on the state, making sure they knew it's not us. We didn't even present a defense, right? It's not us that's been holding y'all here. It's been the state the whole time. Did y'all notice that? And he said, listen, it ain't been us. We would have let y'all go months ago, but the state. So when you get mad and you think about how much you have sacrificed to be on this jury, remember it's the state.
Mr. Kokomo, if you could put page 3 up. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's just get into it, okay? Count 1, as the state discussed in their opening, Mr. Stillwell is charged with conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organization Act. And essentially, they're saying he conspired to acquire, maintain directly or indirectly an interest in and control of United States currency and other personal property through a pattern of racketeering activity. And while associated with an enterprise, did unlawfully conspire to conduct and participate in, directly and indirectly, such enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. It's a lot of words, that's a mouthful. And we're going to get to talking about what that means, what it doesn't mean, how it applies to the evidence that's been presented in this case. But before we even get there, I want to talk to you about a big part of the state's case in count 1, but also the other counts that they allege against my client. And that is the state's use of quote unquote expert witnesses, more specifically, the gang investigators.
Let me tell y'all something. I did see this part because I believe we were on live. Listen, look at me, y'all. I'm looking at my Wi-Fi like, we've been in here chilling for 2 hours. Don't do it. But y'all, when he started talking about their quote unquote experts, I said, oh, he's about to go there. Hey, Booty. I said, oh, he is about to go there. Miss Sheila, you better listen. I said he is about to go there. As soon as he said, quote unquote, I said, oh, he's about to go there. But I'm so happy he started calling them out because remember, outside of social media, put it in the chat. Who did the state rest their cases on? Outside of social media. Outside of social media. Talk to me. Y'all know I like when we get interactive. Talk back. Outside of social media, who did the state rest most of their case on? Y'all see Love wants to take her experts, Woody, QZ. Yes, Brianna, I wasn't even talking about Woody and QZ because them two, the experts, these gang detectives. So I thought it was so strategic that Max Sharp brought them up. Because y'all, how many experts did they have? Help me out. How many experts? Do y'all remember there was a little argument about Viverito and they were trying to not? Brian still said she doesn't need to be an expert. We got enough of them. How 8, 5. Brianna says 0. They based their case on these so-called experts. And here we go. We see how that went. So I love that starting his closing, baby, he came out swinging. What did he say in first? Let's talk about these damn experts. I love that. She said I would have emphasized the fact that they went from 99 witnesses down to 3. Ooh, I like that, Ashley. Ashley, I like that. Okay, y'all, let's go. And so Tamika, you might be new here. She said, good, let's watch. I want to make sure I tell y'all, I start and stop. And most of you guys have seen this already. This is my first time seeing most of it. So I'm not going to play it straight through. Thank you, Korean. I hope that's how I said it. So I just want to make sure I let y'all know that because I don't want to see y'all in the comments. Tell my girl, shut up, just play it. Because we don't do that over here. We're going to start and stop. We're going to start and stop, especially now that I know you guys have seen it already. Yesterday, I probably would have let it play through. But today, friend, no. Ash, we going to talk over here, okay?
That they have called. Ms. Kokomo, if you could put on page 4. They've called, as you probably recall, a gentleman named Belknap, investigator Underwood, investigator Dennis, investigator Gaither, and investigator Viverito. Some of those people they've called multiple times in this case. And I want to talk to you about how to analyze their testimony and what your duties as jurors are to consider how much weight to give the testimony of those witnesses, those quote unquote self-proclaimed experts. You'll be given this jury instruction 130, 130 about expert witnesses, and I'm going to focus on the second paragraph. It says, you are not required to accept the testimony of any witnesses, expert or otherwise. Testimony of an expert, like that of all witnesses, is to be given only such weight and credit as you think it is properly entitled to receive. So, and Mr. Atkins talked about this in his opening a little bit. Expert witnesses are just like any other witness, and you're going to be instructed on how to evaluate the credibility of any witness. Not just lay witnesses, but experts as well. And there's some factors that the Honorable Court is going to give you to consider in evaluating the credibility and evaluating how much weight to give these witnesses. Some of the factors are their manner of testifying, how they come across at the stand, how they act, their means and opportunity of knowing facts for which they testify, their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case. Are they biased? And their personal credibility as you observe it. Those are all factors you can consider when evaluating Investigator Gaither, Investigator Dennis, Investigator Viverito. So let's talk about the testimony and what we observed from the stand from these experts. I'd like to talk to you about the training. What did we learn about their training, all these experts? Well, we heard GGIA, Georgia Gang Investigators Association. We heard that a lot, about how there's 20 members. Remember, and we ask about what your training is, and they say, well, I go to the 2-day seminar every year. GGIA, there's 20 members. And then we learn who teaches at these seminars. Remember Detective Underwood? Remember Detective Underwood? And Detective Underwood was a nice lady, but she was sent up here on a fool's errand. They wanted her to testify about the intersection of gangs and music. And she clearly wasn't qualified. She knew almost nothing about music. But she said, yeah.
Now, time out. Time the hell out. Max said Detective Underwood is a nice lady, but she was sent on a fool's errand. He said she wasn't qualified. She knew almost nothing about the music. God damn, talk about a backhanded compliment. A backhanded compliment. But where's the lie? Because y'all remember, let's see who's in watching. Who did Detective Underwood come after? Which gang expert did she come after? Yes, it was a slap in the face. She came after Dennis. So remember, they were trying to use Underwood for the stuff that they could no longer get in because Dennis was gone. Do y'all remember? A fool's errand for sure. She ain't know nothing about no damn lyrics. That lady about 60 years old. She was about 60 years old. Okay? She didn't know anything about what these boys rapping. She wasn't even tied too deep into them specifically. So they tried to use, and that's what Max is trying to tell the jury. He's going to get he's going to get to Dennis as well. But it's important that we all, as we go through this, we kind of put the two and two together. This is why he's talking about Underwood right here. She did talk about the Usher concert. She did. He's talking about Underwood because this was their expert. This was their expert. I realized about Underwood, I don't think she investigated them. I don't think so either, Tati, I think she knew who they were, kind of knew in passing what was going on, but she was never on the case like that. She was never on the case like that. So we have to remember that when we talk about Underwood.
Yeah, I'm qualified because I think I did a 2-hour block.
Oh, time out, because I saw y'all say this too. And we also can't forget the fact that they were teaching each other. Viverito of all damn, now seeing Viverito on the stand, it sounds even more foolish that Viverito was teaching Underwood. What Viverito gonna teach you about? How to stalk on Twitter? How to stalk on Instagram? How to screenshot? What could Viverito really teach Underwood? So now, after seeing Viverito on the stand, and now we got the gist of who she is, Viverito, that's it. She can't teach nobody. She's not qualified to teach. She can't teach Barchi. Okay?
A couple years ago on that. Okay. I think Viverito taught that class. Okay. So now Viverito is the teacher. So I asked her, I said, oh, very interesting. You took a 2-hour class a couple years ago in this subject, and that makes you an expert. Okay. Did you guys hear from any experts in Black history, Black art, any literature professors, anyone that has studied hip hop, anyone from the hip hop community, anyone from the community at large, when you guys all meet, the 20 of you, to talk about gang stuff at this seminar? Nope. It was just Investigator Viverito. Okay, what about scholarly reports? Nope, just Investigator Viverito. The more we ask these witnesses, these experts, about what their training is, what their background is, what their basis for testifying as experts and telling us how to analyze things, telling us what certain words mean, telling us what's gang-related or not, telling us what's relevant and what's not. It all stems from these meetings, this echo chamber that they have, where they hear from no one else, no outside voices at all. And they all call each other experts. And they even created an association to look official.
Did y'all hear what Max just said? Max said, and they all call themselves experts to make themselves look official. Key, not make the 27-piece stand up tall. But did y'all hear what he said? Max is like tearing into them. They made themselves experts to make themselves sound official. Man, Max is, listen.
Talk about their manner of testimony, or testifying, excuse me. Think about Lieutenant Gaither when she was on the stand. Remember when I was allowed to ask questions? I tried to ask her some questions when they weren't vague. Did she really want to answer my questions?
Nope.
You know, you see on direct with the state, back and forth, it's like a tango. Yeah, it's like a script. And then I get up, where another defense attorney gets up to ask questions. You can't get a simple answer for anything. What color is the sky? Oh, let me tell you about the FedEx video. Just commentary. Same thing with Investigator Viverito. Just unnecessary commentary. Avoiding answering questions that I ask. Clearly, Investigator Dennis was doing the same thing. He's out of here.
He's out of here.
He was sent home.
Y'all, wait a minute. Y'all, it's the fact. Although the jury was told about Dennis, what do y'all think it looks like for him to say he got sent home? He out of here. Like, listen. Come on, he said he got sent home.
Oh. Consider the manner that they testify and how much weight and credibility they really have in this matter. Think about their interest and lack of interest in the case, also known as their bias. Mr. Kokomo, would you put up Mr. Williams 70A for me? Remember this? Remember Lieutenant Gaither getting up there? Oh yeah, I saw that. This was important. This was a symbol of a gang war. This was the gang war that was going on. This is YSL declaring war on Bird Gang, which is an offshoot of the If Gang. Oh yeah, that's what it is. She told you that. As sure as can be, the expert that y'all are supposed to rely on. Well, what did my good friend, Attorney Brian Steele, do? Brought in the album cover. Wait a second, you're saying that this is a hawk skull and a gang war? Isn't this an album cover of a collaboration between my client, Young Thug, this is Attorney Steele talking, Young Thug and Future? And isn't his label Free Bands? And isn't Future's Free Bands mascot an eagle? Isn't this album cover just signifying the collaboration between the eagle and the snake? Doesn't that make more sense? After all, that's exactly what the album is. Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you put up 471 BV? Remember this? It's Kokomo, that's not 471 BV. And actually, could you put up 471 BBA first? Okay, we saw that video, but first, actually, BB. Investigator Viverito brought this into evidence, said this was one of the social media posts that she pulled. Remember that? When she wrote no reports about pulling social media, we have no idea what she looked at, what she didn't. She just determines what's relevant. Not us, not you. You don't get to see that. She determines. Remember, this came into evidence. She said, of course, she didn't give us a date because she wrote no report, but she said she collected this shortly after.
Stop, Barch. I had to stop it because Shy, you must have missed it because I said, hey, Shy, when you first came in, friend. You got to scroll back in the chat. Yes, I did, friend.
The shooting of Chamel Drinks. I run with what you saying. I run with cold-blooded killers, blooded killers. That's Quamarvius Nichols. That looks pretty bad. Looks bad. It's posted a day after this killing, and it's a post, and clearly that's what it says. No other explanation. And then what do we find out later? Could you put on 471 VV? Could you play it, Mr. Kokomo? We find out that this was part of a post, a story that had a bunch of different posts about fear of roller coasters, about being sick, a whole bunch of different things. And then we finally get to the part where it has the lyrics from Young Boy Never.
She said, out of respect for Mr. Arnold in the YSL friend group, who said we can't say it, me? He said I could say it. He said,
Never broke again, right? Let's watch. We don't even see these lyrics. Why don't we see them on this post? Because they're on for a millisecond in the very beginning of the switch. And we hear about Instagram and how those aren't really words that Mr. Nichols would have typed. Those are words from a song that he picked. And sometimes you pick the lyrics if you want, and sometimes Instagram picks them for you. But what else do we see from watching the entire post? Those weren't even the featured lyrics. The lyrics were being transitioned to the lyrics that either Instagram or Mr. Nichols picked. But in a split millisecond, for whatever reason, these lyrics that Investigator Viverito so desperately wanted you guys to see were on the screen. And so what did Investigator Viverito do? She gets the post. She goes frame by frame until it gets to that exact point where it has what she feels looks like incriminating words by Mr. Nichols. Words that weren't even picked by him. And she freezes it, and she screenshots it, and then she puts it in front of you. Again, no report about what she did. She manipulated the evidence. And she's caught. But what does that tell you about her when we're talking about assessing credibility, your lack of interest in the case, your bias? Does she have an agenda when she does things like that? Of course she does. She's not a neutral witness. She might as well be sitting here. But I don't even think they would do that. Personal credibility as you observe it. Mr. Kokomo, could you put that other exhibit that you put up, the affidavit? .530 VV. This was the affidavit. Remember
Before we
learned
move
about
to the affidavit, because this was a mess, can y'all put a 1 in the chat if you have ever posted a picture with lyrics to the song on your picture? Because that is what Viverito did. Viverito literally screenshotted just that little part, and you got to screenshot quick to get that one part. She screenshot that one part. They were lyrics, so the song was going on, and sent that and used that in the indictment. Like this is what's scary when it comes to social media. And it's like, damn, I can't even use a song. The boy, it might not be that part. It may be another part in the song, but you can't even use what you like in the song because Viverito is watching and essentially use that to secure this warrant. That's what Max is talking about.
And Investigator Viverito was looking into the assassination attempts that she was of Mr. Rashawn Bennett in the jail. And she wanted to search Jeffrey Williams' home, right? And so she had to fill out an affidavit to give it to a judge to get permission to convince the judge, basically, to give her permission to search Jeffrey Williams' home for evidence. So what does she do? She finds a conversation, a text thread, where Mr. Williams says, YSL rule the world, kid, 24M on an N head. And she bolds it and makes it bigger and circles it for the judge to draw attention to that, because of course she wants the judge to feel that Mr. Williams is just ordering hits on people. That's the implication. That's the message she's sending the judge. And here I am. I know about Jeffrey Williams 3 and Jeffrey Williams 4 that Mr. Steele brought in, about the day before this text thread about Lil Uzi Vert putting a $24 million diamond into his own forehead, and Jeffrey Williams thinking that's funny, and that conversation happening, and this having nothing to do with ordering hits on anyone. And here I am. I say, oh, let me confront Investigator Viverito with this. And what was my point, really? What should have happened? Oh, yeah, I misinterpreted that. You're right. And then I would have been Mr. Smart Lawyer and say, see, jurors, Investigator Viverito doesn't always know what she's talking about. She misinterpreted that one when she's telling you what my client means when he says things, what other people mean when they say things. Investigator Viverito doesn't know. She makes mistakes. That's what I thought was going to happen. But what happened? Something far darker. Investigator Viverito sat in that chair and said, she doubled down. And she said, you know what? Even knowing what I know now about 24M on the end's head, even knowing what I know now, I would still put it in that affidavit.
Let's talk about it. Do y'all remember what he's saying? So he's talking about his strategy. Max is saying, when I came to court that day, I thought I was going to show her the Uzi picture, show that it was days before, show her the entire chat, and she was going to say, dang, I messed up. And I was going to say, see, she messed up. She didn't mean to do that. She wouldn't have done it. He said in his mind, this is what he thought it was going to do. This how it was going to play off. But what happened? She doubled down on it. Do y'all remember? Viverito was like, I'd still do it. I'd still say it. I'd still say the same thing, even if I knew that. Even if I knew that Uzi had that diamond in his forehead, I'd still say the same thing. Do y'all know how terrible, how scary it has to be for her to be an investigator? And even when the truth is staring you in the face, you're gonna say, no, I'm gonna stick to what I'm gonna just like forget that. I'm gonna stick to what I'm trying to say. I'm still gonna prove my point. Barchi, stop. I'm still gonna prove my point. Do y'all know how scary that is as a woman who is literally one of the lead gang investigators in Atlanta? Like, come on. That is what Max is saying. He really thought he would have an aha moment. But the aha moment never came. It was a goddamn wait a minute moment when he spoke to Viverito.
That's all I needed to hear. Yeah, I would mislead a judge. Yeah, I would lie in an affidavit. Yeah, I would cheat because I'm that invested in this case. I'm that invested with taking these guys down. I'm that invested. And if she's that invested in that, and the rest of these gang investigators are that invested, consider their credibility. Take what they say with a huge grain of salt. You don't have to believe what they say. You can disregard everything they say. The law allows you to do that. When they say, oh, this is a hybrid gang, and they can't even explain what that means or why it's classified as a hybrid gang, and it's just something that they come up with at their little private meetings every year at these 2-day seminars where they don't get input from anyone else. You don't have to buy that. It's not a hybrid gang.
I really love that Max read the law to them first and made sure that they were aware that they don't have to even consider anything Viverito said, Dennis said, Underwood. They don't even have to consider their testimony. I love that he did that. I also love that he doubled down these little 2-day seminars. This is their training, y'all. 2 days. 2 days of training. You need 10,000 hours to become an expert in anything. And the fact that 2 days of training and then they come back and these are the investigations, I'm sorry, I think they lacking. I don't mean 10,000 hours on the job. 10,000 hours actually doing what they're coming on this stand to be an expert for. So I love that he did that.
All right. Let's start talking about count one. Mr. Kokomo, if you could put page 14 up for me. And I did not envy Mr. Atkins because this is very complicated to even discuss. But essentially, the way I'm going to try to break this down is that the state needs to prove all elements of this case and all elements of this charge beyond a reasonable doubt, each and every element. And I'm going to focus on 2 different aspects as it relates to the case against Shannon Stillwell, this RICO case, count 1. The knowing and willfully conspired with one or more others to participate in the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. So that's the first thing we're going to focus on, whether it's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully conspired to participate in the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity, knowingly and willfully. Not he was just there, not he just hangs around, knowingly and willfully conspired. And then the second part that we're going to focus on a little bit later is number 6 and 7, that someone committed or that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that someone committed an overt act to further the criminal objective of this conspiracy. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So when we're talking about the question about whether Mr. Stillwell knowingly and willfully conspired to basically take part in racketeering activity, a pattern of racketeering activity, I think we have to look at this whole case in context. I think we have to consider the origin story of what everyone's calling YSL, whatever you want to call it. The state seems to suggest that a bunch of people all came together to commit crimes. Just a big conspiracy. We're all going to come together and we're going to be a racketeering organization. That's not the case. Now, let me be clear. Of course, crimes were committed. Crimes were committed by people with YSL tattoos on their face. Crimes were committed by people that use YSL emojis on social media. Crimes, I'm sure, were committed by people that use the word slap. But that's not the issue here. The issue is whether Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully conspired to be part of this RICO organization. We've heard from different young men, and again, we heard from them in the year 2024, talking about things that happened in 2012, 2013. So please keep in mind, when you see a 28-year-old testifying in 2024, we're talking about maybe a 16-year-old back in 2012. And we've heard testimony from people from Cleveland Avenue. We heard from Walter Murphy. We heard from Trontavia Stevens. We heard testimony from people from Capitol Homes. We heard from Quindarius Zachary. We heard from Antonio Sledge. We know that my client, Mr. Stillwell, is from Thomasville. We know that he was raised by his grandmother. His mother was never part of his life due to her drug addiction. We know about these communities, about poverty, about the lack of education. I'm not trying to paint with a broad brush. This does not apply to everyone in these communities. But as a whole, we know the struggles that these communities have had. Lack of education, underemployment, drug addiction, kids looking for food, sharing clothes with peers, hopelessness, a sad, tacit acceptance that it's either rap, prison, or death. That's the reality where a lot of these kids at the time were living.
Did y'all just hear what he just said? Do you know how terrible it has to be? He said rap, prison, or death. Did y'all hear that? Rap, prison, or death. That in these communities, kids aren't really aspiring, especially these young men. A lot of these young men feel like music is going to be their way out because they've seen people from their neighborhoods come up off of rapping. Rap, prison, or death is crazy. Oh, Mimi, I've heard about that. Rap prisoner death.
And the state, throughout their presentation of this case, has played several videos of people, of young people in parking lots, at parks. Some of them might have a gun, using foul language. Someone might be smoking marijuana. Some might be saying slat. A lot of times people are, and it's kind of sad to watch, a lot of people talking about all the stuff they got when we all know they really don't have anything. About all the cars they own. Remember that one gentleman? Oh yeah, I'm getting my daughter this, I'm getting my son that car. You know, cat.
I know
We
that's
saw those
right.
videos, and I'm watching all these videos, and I'm wondering, you know, what's the point? Why is the state playing this? Just to show like bad kids, or who they feel are bad kids, just to show who they feel are future criminals. Like, what's the point of these videos that are really sad to watch? And then
Because we've got to talk about it, Brianna. No one in this trial outside of Thug really had money. Like, it's now in 2022, some of the guys were probably Yak, Duke. I'm sure they were probably making money. They were doing shows, they were traveling, they were touring. But the core people, like he said, let's think about 2015, okay? 2015, there was no money in this RICO. That is what Max is saying. There was no money in this RICO at all. And I love that Max keeps bringing that up, because where is the money if there was money? Where is the money? When you hear RICO, you just kind of expect to see something. It normally is money, drugs, something, right? We just were not seeing that in this trial.
they played this video, and it's marked 54W, and I'm going to ask Mr. Kokomo to pull it up, but not play it yet. And it's a video where you see a group of people hanging out in the park, in a parking lot in the park, and you see Jeffrey Williams. Shannon Stillwell's not in this video. And you see Jeffrey Williams leaning on a car. And you see his emaciated body. You see his teeth that are rotten. And he's wearing pants that are clearly too short, too small, clearly been handed down, traded. They didn't come out of Fitz Plaza. You see him wearing a Alabama Letterman jacket. And I'm not talking about like the cool Letterman jacket that you might get at Mitchell and Ness. That's where you get like high price sporting goods, throwback stuff. Not cool like that. Like one that was probably made in the 80s. The Letterman is, the sleeves are all.
I'm going to stop right here and let me say this about Max Shard. Do y'all remember the other day? Oh, I just got chills, y'all. I just got chills. Do y'all remember the other day I showed y'all that video they played of Tick? Do y'all remember that? I know he's going to show the video. I didn't want to say it on my live, but this is what I was getting at when I said, look at how far Thug has gotten. Like we may not like the words, but he's not lying. Like, if you look, Thug's teeth, I didn't even know his teeth ever looked like that. He's very honest about it. And I'm sorry, y'all, it's not to poke fun at Thug. What he's talking about is his environment. Like, this was normal. Most people, I'm talking about, unless your parents grew up going to the dentist and stuff like that, most people in the hood do not go to the dentist. They don't go to the dentist. Thug was so small. He looked like he just didn't. You could see him being a person back then. When you hearing that these boys had on their clothes 2-3 days in a row, when you watch that video, that's what you see. That's what you envision. This is where he came from. Like, this ain't nothing for Thug to be embarrassed about. I'm just saying, when I talked about how far Thug has gone, this is exactly what I meant. This is exactly what I meant. Like, Thug, man, this man came from the struggle. I said, now, I'm from South Memphis, but I wasn't in the trenches like that. Okay? Like, I wasn't like that. I wasn't in the trenches like that. So, Max Sharp pointing this out, this is so real, because, y'all, everybody in the trenches, y'all think, man, kids deep in the trenches, y'all don't think they look at Thug and say, damn, he came from where I came from, I can make it too? Ain't no way you look at Thug back then and don't see how God had to truly be in that boy's life for him to get to where he is right now. There's no way you look at that video and you see Thug, you see his surroundings. Like, even I'm seeing, like, DK, you looking at the clothes these boys got going on. Man, these people were in the struggle. They were struggling for real. Max is painting the damn picture. Look at old pictures of DK, Woody. Look at, I really think, Tick. Like, when you look at these people, these boys are products of their environments. Now, I'm not by no means saying that, oh, they should have been doing what they were doing. They're products of their environments. And when you look at these old videos, you see exactly what type of environment they grew up in. I just said all day, I'm from South Memphis, but baby, there are parts of South Memphis that look like where Thug was at. I've never lived in those parts of South Memphis, okay? These boys didn't have a way out. They didn't come from money. And these videos that Max is showing this to the jury. They came from nothing. Exactly. Oh, Marva, we had an outage in the neighborhood. I put it on Twitter. I'm sorry, I put it on Twitter. Like y'all, this is what I'm saying. So I just wanted to stop and say that, because when he said that, I was like, okay, well, Max said it, now I can say it. I didn't want to say that on my live because I don't need people think I'm making fun of it. I'm not making fun of anything. What I am trying to say is, man, there's no way you can look at Thug and see him back then and not look at him now and see how God ain't in his life. That boy is a blessing. He is a inspiration to people that come from. Why y'all think Lil Rod and them looking up to Thug? Thug made it out. Thug, like, it makes sense. It all makes sense. And again, why he says he put rapping in there. Because this, for a lot in the boys in the hood, this is what they think about. I'm going to be a rapper and I'm gonna make it out. It's not unheard of, is what I'm saying.
Nasty. And the thing comes down to, like, his name. And people are picking at him. Not in a harmful way, but picking at him, picking at his clothes. Go ahead, Mr. Kokomo.
Checking out him. Hold on, look. My partner say that man stole his swag. No. Hey, how you say? Hold on. Let me wind it out. Hold on. My nigga, Lil Chell say he the king of white swagging, right? Shut up one time. Let these folks see what you're doing, man. All right, you check him out now.
What happens there? I think about when I was young. If I had to struggle, if I had to wear clothes that I was embarrassed about, if I was embarrassed about anything, I would hide, I would run, I would stay inside, I'd be ashamed, I might lash out.
I was gonna hold this comment, but Key posted it, and I know that we start and stop. Y'all seen this, but Key, I was just about to. Y'all know sometimes kids don't have a choice but to wear what they wear. So if I'm gonna have to wear it, let me try to make the best of it. White boy swag could have been what he said, because he couldn't have black boy swag. White boy swag could have been what he had to have in order for him to feel different, be different, feel okay in what he has on. White boy swag could have come out of necessity, survival. You get what I'm saying? And then it turned into trends. How y'all think he survived all the shit about people saying, oh, he wear dresses, Thug wear dresses? Okay, because I've been having to be on the other side of things. So this is nothing to me. When you grow up with kids in your face checking you, baby, you can give a damn about people you ain't never met checking you. Y'all get what I'm saying? So the white boy swag could have come out of desperation. You know, like, sometimes you have to form a separate identity to live in your environment. You have to be someone else. And the white boy swag could have been exactly how he set himself apart, just so he's okay with what his circumstances were. We don't know that to be true, but I'm saying that could be what was going on.
Out of people picking at me. But what happens there? Jeffrey Williams takes those clothes, those tattered clothes, those old clothes, those ill-fitting clothes, and he twists it. He turns it around. Now, these aren't rags. This ain't nothing to be ashamed of. You can take it down. This is white boy swag. This is swag. Think about that for a second. What that means, and I'm not suggesting Shannon Stillwell saw that video, but that mindset. I'm not ashamed where I came from. In fact, I'm going to turn it into a positive. I'm going to turn it into a sense of pride. And lo and behold, what happens? Everyone starts wearing the skinny jeans. Now think about if you're Walter Murphy. Think about if you're Trontavious Stevens in that Cleveland Avenue neighborhood. You're struggling, you're dealing with the same things that Jeffrey Williams is. And you're ashamed and you don't feel good about yourself. But then all of a sudden you see someone with confidence. Someone that's not ashamed. And all of a sudden, you know what else? They can rap. And people are starting to pay attention. And the shows start being booked. And 1 second it's around the corner. Next second it's up the street. And then all of a sudden it's downtown Atlanta. Think about the pride. If you have nothing and you see someone that you know making it, and making it on his terms with that level of confidence. Now think about if you're Shannon Stillwell, raised by your grandmother, facing many of the same issues that Jeffrey's talking about, that he's rapping about, that these young men in Cleveland Avenue are facing, many of the same challenges. And then you also want to be a rapper. And all of a sudden, this person that you can identify with, this person that has the confidence you wish you had, this person that's taking everything negative and turning it into a positive. And then he raps too. And it's all blowing up in your backyard. And you want to be a musician. And you want to go into the studio. And you want studio time. And you know Jeffrey Williams and his friends have studio time. Because now they have backing. And studio time ain't cheap. And you want connections. And you know he has connections. And you know those connections have paid off. B Slime, we know he's been on songs with B Slime. Vito, a songwriter for 300 Entertainment. Dolly, Rooney Lee, a signed artist. Shannon's been on songs with him. If you're Shannon Stillwell, isn't that exactly where you'd want to be? Isn't that exactly who you'd want to associate with? Not to conspire to violate any RICO laws. You want to be there because he's doing what you want to do and you are identifying with him. What have we learned about this quote unquote gang that they're saying exists? You know, Detective Belknap, first time he testified, talked about gangs and talked about red and blue don't mix. They have a solid hierarchy and structure, strict rules, chain of command. You're beaten in. You can't get out. If you try to get out, you're beaten out. If you're false flagging, if you're claiming to be part of the gang and you're not, severe repercussions occur. Well, what do we know about YSL? this group of young men, many of whom are musicians, many of whom have known Jeffrey Williams since they were little, who are thrilled for his success, who are living through him. Well, there's no initiation, no dues, no money sharing at all, no rules or organizational structure, no hierarchy, no rules about false flagging. Anyone can do it. Everyone does do it. People all over the world wiping their nose. It's not false flagging because it's not a gang. When LeBron James does it, he's not false flagging because there's no gang. He's showing he identifies with the movement. He identifies with the confidence that Jeffrey Williams shows. He identifies with turning negative into positive. There's no gender rules in YSL. And there's no exclusions. You're a square, you're in. Sure. Whatever you want. You're a blood? Yeah, you can hang out. You're a Crip? Yeah, you can hang out. You're not affiliated at all? Yeah, you can hang out. You an athlete? Sure, you can hang out. You a musician? Yeah, you can hang out. You a nerd? Yeah, you can hang out. No one's sending anyone away because it's not a game. It's not exclusive. The only people that say this is a gang are those people that all talk to each other at GGIA, at the Georgia Gang Investigators Association, that don't want to hear from anyone else and just want to have their conclusions. Those people are also very biased in this case. So, has the state proven that Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully conspired to participate in an enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity? Well, Mr. Atkins says, well, he killed Donovan Thomas, so that's proof right there. Well, that's pretty circular logic. He didn't kill Donovan Thomas. Well, he killed Shamal Drinks, that's proof right there. No, he didn't kill Shamal Drinks. What have they proven Shannon Stillwell has done to say that he knowingly and willfully conspired to do anything other than to be around Jeffrey Williams and try to make music and further his rap career and be around people that he identified with? Okay. He's been in social media pictures with many of the people that he hangs out with. Okay. He uses the word slat. He uses a green snake emoji. Okay. A lot of people do that. He posted, he spends time in a recording studio with other people that know Jeffrey Williams. Yeah, of course he does. He makes rap videos and posts them online. Yep. Are his friends in the videos? Yep. He uses hand signs such as wiping his nose. Yeah. Post video. The state played one video in their closing about Shannon Stillwell calling out game. Look at the bottom of that video. What's it say? Baller alert. Shannon wants to be a rapper. It's picked up on Baller Alert. It's aggregated throughout the internet. This is not coming off of Shannon's Instagram feed. This is national. Think about how many eyes are seeing that. Someone that no one knows calling out, trying to pick a fight with a well-known rapper. The game. It's exactly what any music person, not necessarily a lawyer, I wouldn't tell Shannon to do that, but it's exactly what any music person would tell Shannon, who's trying to make it in the rap game. They would tell him to do exactly that. Get noticed. That doesn't mean he's knowingly and willfully conspiring to be part of any RICO organization. Mr. Kokomo, will you please put up page 13? This photo was put in by Attorney Steele. Who's going to tell LeBron that he's acting like a RICO conspirator? Who's going to tell LeBron that he's now a hybrid gang member? In fact, we just heard that the state said about wiping the nose meant, according to the gang experts. Who's going to tell LeBron that he's like ordering a hit in the middle of NBA warm-ups? Does that make any sense? Is what the gang investigators say, should we really take it? Hook, line, and sinker? I suggest we should not. Okay, I'm going to move on to the state's attempt to prove the commission of an overt act in furtherance of a criminal objective. And mind you, they have to prove all of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's not like I have to show everyone did not happen. These elements all have to be proven by the state. Okay, and a reminder, this isn't just about people committing crime, because I'm just going to sit here and tell you, there's no doubt that people that are in social media posts that are in evidence in this case, there's no doubt that people with YSL tattoos, there's no doubt that people that say slat have committed crimes. No one's disputing that. Isolated crimes by an individual or a group of individuals that have nothing to do with any alleged conspiracy cannot be overt acts. It's not just crimes that or other acts that are alleged against people associated with YSL. The acts must further the criminal objectives of the alleged conspiracy. So what do they focus on? They focus on, first of all, oddly, artistic expression. Jeffrey's lyrics. Like we're just going to pretend there's not a thing called rap music. We're going to pretend there's not a thing called artistic license. We're going to pretend there's not a thing called YSL, the record label. And when Jeffrey says slat in his song or slime in his song, which is recognized worldwide and is popular and sells albums, we're going to pretend that there's no context to this, and we're just going to pretend that all these lyrics are somehow designed to further a RICO organization. That's absurd. We're going to pretend Shannon Stillwell's statements about bragging about beating a murder rap, which is good for his music career, is somehow furthering some criminal objectives of some conspiracy. That's absurd. They list in their list of overt acts a bunch of social media posts. Social media posts of people with tattoos on their face. Nothing else. Just, oh, he took a picture with a tattoo on his face. Or wearing slime clothing or Make America Slime Again clothing. Clothing created, mind you, by Miles Farley, a person who was able to, again, turn negative into positive and turn that movement that was going on in Cleveland Avenue in a way for him to make money through selling clothing, for him to provide to his family. Turns out Miles Farley didn't subscribe to, oh, your options are athlete, entertainer, dead, or jail. He decided to design clothes. And what's his reward? You're part of a conspiracy. What does the state say were these overt acts? Well, they list a lot of petty drug selling. We heard from Trontavious Stevens. I don't know if you remember, but it was a long time ago, I know. But he talked about being pulled over. And I made sure to ask him. And he wasn't denying that he had a bag of weed on him. I said, hey, man, who went in on you, with you, on that bag of weed? I bought it. Okay, yeah, but when you sold it and made a profit, who are you going to share the money with? They look at me like I was crazy. Man, this is $100 bag of weed. I ain't sharing money with anyone. I'm a drug dealer. I buy drugs and I sell drugs and I make a profit and I keep the profit. What evidence have we seen at all that any of this petty drug dealing had anything to do with furthering some criminal enterprise? It's isolated acts. They list gun possession. 2019, they say Shannon Stillwell is possession of a gun in furtherance of the criminal objectives of the conspiracy. Man, we have heard ever since Shannon Stillwell was falsely accused of killing Donovan Thomas in 2015 about people shooting at his head, people shooting at the car he's in. People are trying to kill him. And you think he's possessing a gun as some furtherance of some conspiracy? Does that make any sense? He's trying to survive. The murder of Jamari Holmes, tragic event, horrible, complete waste of 3 lives. Jamari Holmes, Rodelius Ryan, and Mr. Blaylock, 3 teenagers, senselessly, all lose their lives to varying degrees. Jamari Holmes obviously loses his life in the most real sense. Absolute tragedy. No one's going to say otherwise. This list is an overt act in furtherance of furtherance of the criminal objectives of the alleged conspiracy. It was like a 15-year-old doing something incredibly stupid. What objectives was that furthering? It wasn't. It's an isolated act committed by someone who screams out YSL and screams out SLAT. But that doesn't mean it's furthering any conspiracy. We hear about Jaden Myrick. First of all, who the heck is Jaden Myrick? I know they put him on this indictment like to try to say, oh yeah, he's a co-conspirator in this too. But they're the ones that put his name on this indictment. What have we heard about Jaden Myrick? We ever hear about Jaden Myrick ever meeting Shannon Stillwell? Do we have any indication that Jaden Myrick knows Shannon Stillwell? What about Jeffrey Williams? Any indication that Jaden Myrick knows Jeffrey Williams? Who the heck's Jaden Myrick? But some dope in the jail that's looking to make money by doing something incredibly stupid and attacking Rashawn Bennett. So he calls another dope, and they come up with hatch their own little plan, but it has nothing to do with some broad conspiracy that Shannon Stillwell willfully and knowingly joined. We heard about jail calls. They're all listed as overt acts. Cordarius Dorsey calling Antonio Sumlin. Hey, I want you to attack some guy named, Victor Meadows, I think his name was. I can't even remember the guy's name. Has nothing to do with this case. And Antonio Sumlin's like, what? And he's like, okay, man. And he hangs up the phone and doesn't do anything about it ever again. Is that furthering a conspiracy? And this was the coup de grace. Christian Eppinger has an armed robbery arrest warrant out for him. And the police jump out on him, unmarked police, and say, get out, and shoots and runs. And then another officer shoots at him and he shoots back and he continues to run. Somehow the state is alleging that Christian Eppinger, no one else is there. No one's saying, hey, Christian Eppinger, do this for YSL.
Okay, y'all, I'm back. I've been listening. Max just said a good point. Who the hell is Jaden Myrick? Who the hell is Jaden Myrick, and why didn't we hear more about him throughout the case? That was such a good point. His point with Lil Rod and Blaylock and all of them, great point as well. So my sister brought some KFC, y'all. I knew she went to get some food, but I was going to eat some barbecue. So I still had some A&R, but we had KFC. But yes, who the hell is that? It's in the overt acts. It's one of the overt acts. Didn't take a long time on it. Max is doing amazing. And did y'all hear when he said Farley? He said rap or an athlete was not the only avenue he had. He said, I'm going to be a clothing designer. So he started making clothes as his way of getting out the hood. Jada Myrick is who stabbed Lucci in jail. That's what it's giving. Me too, Key. Me too. She said KFC is disgusting, girl. Not with them peppers. And today's my first day having a pepper from KFC. I thought Church's peppers were good. KFC peppers were hotter. Amazing. Love it. But yeah, I'm happy too, Key. I'm happy they were not on this trial because Chris is going to need some in-depth psychiatric help while he's in court. I do think he's suffering from a lot. That's just my personal opinion with Chris, because you're not going to explain his impulsive behavior. It just seems like a lot going on with him. So I'm happy they weren't in this case as well. Oh, Zakia. Zakia said KFC is only good in Jamaica. Let me say KFC is good, but it's better in Jamaica. That's the best chicken I ever had in my life from KFC. The KFC in Jamaica. She is not lying. If you go to Jamaica, my friend kept telling me, when you go to Jamaica, get some KFC. And I was like, okay. And I just made sure it was one near my hotel. I mean, my resort. We went. I've never had KFC that good in my life. Ever. Ever.
Well, Christian Eppinger trying to avoid arrest, trying to stay free, completely isolated from anything else going on in this case. Somehow Christian Eppinger doing that making that idiotic decision to shoot an officer to avoid being arrested. Somehow that is in furtherance of some conspiracy that Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully joined. Doesn't make any sense. In review of count one, ladies and gentlemen, YSL is many things. It's not a gang, full-fledged or hybrid, and it's certainly not a RICO enterprise. Shannon Stillwell, in associating himself with Jeffrey Williams and Trontavia Stevens and Quamarvius Nichols, his good friend, and Miles Farley and others, and Wooney Lee, he wasn't knowingly and willfully conspiring with anyone to participate in any enterprise aimed at a pattern of racketeering activity. He was in the mix. He was trying to make music. He was also, coincidentally, if we're being honest, he was selling drugs. He wasn't sharing them with anyone. He wasn't sharing the profits. He was selling drugs and trying to make music. And he was around the right people to be trying to do that with, because those connections were going to, in his mind, further his music career, which is what he wanted. And no overt acts were ever committed in furtherance of any conspiracy that Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully joined. The state has to prove every element of that charge beyond a reasonable doubt. They have failed. There is reasonable doubt. It's not true. And your verdict on count one must be not guilty.
So I'm going to say, and y'all can put a 1 in the chat if you agree with this. 2, if you like, Mel. I don't know. I kind of like how Max explained count 1. I really like that he kept stressing that they have to find all, Lord Jesus, why is the word slipping me, y'all? All of the, is it effects of count 1, y'all? Oh my God, what is the word, y'all? Within count 1, it had elements, Jesus. You have to find them guilty. They have to meet the burden beyond reasonable doubt for every element within count 1. And so I really love how he said, listen, when Tick was on the stand, and I remember this cross, he asked Tick about the weed and who was it for. Tick like, I got it for me. I sold drugs at the time, because the whole thing is it has to be 2 or more members. Forget the pictures. They're going to take pictures. They're friends, right? They are friends. They are friends. So they're going to be taking pictures together. But I love how he said, man, Shannon wanted to be around Thug. Thug was a rapper. He made it out. And if he was just close to Thug, it would have made people look at him. He was trying to ride off of Thug's success. He came from where he came from. I love how he did that during this, because whether the jury buys it or not, he's trying to make that connection for them. What would you do if you were able to be around somebody like Young Thug? What would you do? Think about it, y'all. Any rapper think about like Key Glock. I think Key Glock and Dolph are cousins, but just being in close proximity to Dolph, and you people gonna know you faster. They're gonna it. The process speeds up a little bit more because of who you're close to. Do y'all get what I'm saying? So I love that Max Shard was able to show that during his closing. Twin, people keep saying that. Twin. So we're gonna see.
Let's talk about count 2. Mr. Kokomo, if you would, pull up page 21. Actually, you don't need to do that. Count 2 is the charge from January 10, 2015, the murder of Donovan Thomas. Okay? But before we start talking about the evidence in the case, and we will, let's talk about music. Okay? We know that Shannon was working on music. I think we've made that clear through his phone, through the fact that he's always at the studio, through the fact that he has songs on his phone, multiple songs, some we've heard, some we haven't heard. Clearly, that's what he's doing in life. But we've also heard about drill music. We heard from Investigator Viverito. We heard from Antonio Sumlin. We heard from other people. We heard about the common themes of drill music, the things that make you marketable in that space. Okay? Violence, confrontation, having bodies, homicide, guns, more guns, bigger guns, being the toughest, being the baddest, not being scared, being a danger. Okay? And I'm not asking any of you to like that. I'm not suggesting I like that. Detective Underwood, she clearly didn't like it, and I'm not saying she's wrong. But it is what it is. That type of music exists. That type of music is popular, and that's the type of music that Shannon Stillwell was doing. We heard about the common terms in this drill music: ops, glizzy, blicky, red lights. And we heard 5 of Shannon's songs. We heard Slap Talk, Lizard Walk, Red Light, featuring B-Slime and Vito, Bull, S-H-I-T, with Dolly, Jeffrey's sister, and Ran This Money with Slime Life Shorty, a signed artist who had already made it, at least to a certain degree. And in those songs, I agree.
Okay, y'all, it's just too much for me to type from Mecca. So Mecca, I think what you're confusing is Donovan Thomas was he was going to a barbershop when he was killed. So that's why you may be confusing it. And then Woody did say on the stand that they shot at Rich Homie Quan's father's barbershop. 2 different events. Just so you know, there are you are not being confused. Woody did say that, but he was not talking about the Donovan Thomas barbershop. 2 separate incidents.
We hear about all sorts of violence. We hear about red lights. We hear about glizzies, walk them down, homicides, FNs. We hear it all. And out of context, it doesn't paint Shannon Stillwell in the best light. And I don't think I've ever claimed that Shannon Stillwell is an angel either. But it is art. And when he references beating a homicide, when he references beating a murder rap, when he keeps bringing up Donovan Thomas, it's not a confession. That's how he's known. That's what he's known for. That's his selling point in this type of music that celebrates it, much to some of our chagrin. It just is what it is. We saw a post that Shannon Stillwell made on January 27, 2022, on page 24, Mr. Kokomo. And this is the untranslated version, but I'm not hiding from it. The translated version says peanut stone grave. But what does it say?
Time out. Time out. I got to put Dialogue with Me TV's coming up. They say Mel. Could you please repeat that? All this time, I thought the barbershop incident and the nut murder were one in the same. I'm confused now. So, y'all know we like to be interactive. If Dialogue with Me TV is confused, who else is confused, y'all? Who else is confused, guys? If Dialogue with Me TV is confused, who is also possibly confused within this case? And when they go back, this is why I don't think the jury, thank you, Nicole. This is why I don't think it's going to be that simple, y'all. It's too much that went on in this case, too much to remember. Who said this? What this person said? What if the evidence is too much for it to be? If we get a verdict today, them people in there with their mind made up. America, yes, guys. So no, they are two separate incidents, and Key just told us, Rich Homie Quan's father's barbershop happened in 2014. Key, was it late 2014? Key, like in the fall of 2014, and then we roll over into 2015 January, and then we get the nut murder. I want to say I feel like that may be what happened. Yeah, those were two different things. We can't get it today, Quan. I mean, goddamn, y'all. Unless people went back there with their mind up, but it has to be unanimous. Y'all think tomorrow? I know one goddamn. They better let me make it to Georgia first. That's selfish. I feel like the way y'all talking, tomorrow about 5:30. Okay, I should be in Georgia. September. Okay. The way y'all talking, I'm gonna be in that car driving. I'm kind of thinking after Thanksgiving myself, Nicole, but we never know. Y'all think Monday or Tuesday? I think tomorrow afternoon. Shani, I hadn't even thought about it, Shani, but I will be back in Georgia. I hadn't even thought. If I'm home, I'm gonna go. If I'm home, I mean, not if I'm home. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. If I can get there fast enough, I'm gonna go. Princess says she thinks 2 weeks. Y'all think tomorrow? Y'all think tomorrow about 4? Y'all, y'all are thinking tomorrow? Key said don't do it. Key said don't do it. So what I'll do then, Key said don't do it. We're gonna have to live stream it, y'all. Mel, stay clear of Hilton. Y'all might be right. Because I told y'all remember when I'm not a lawyer, but she was like, hold on, let me stop. Mel told me not in her chat. Do y'all remember when I'm not a lawyer, but was like, oh, somebody walked up to me and said, I love how you cover the trial. I said, baby, well, I don't need to go because I know Love gonna be rolling her eyes and Hilton too. Y'all think tomorrow? I just can't see that, y'all. Tomorrow at 3? I could see Monday, but tomorrow, y'all, it's too much. Oh my God. Okay, y'all. So, I just hate I'm not driving myself to Georgia or even flying. I couldn't even fly if I wanted to at this point because I told my cousin I here with the twins because I need to be stable, y'all. I need to be where I can just pull my phone out. Tomorrow at 9, Ash K, I need to go pull out one of them wigs, girl. Y'all think they're done? I think, y'all, I just don't see it. I do not see it. I think this will probably go on. And I'm going to tell you this, the longer it goes on, the worse it is for the state, in my opinion. That's how I'm looking at it. Brianna, I need to do something. Y'all think it's going to be tomorrow? I just can't believe this chat. I cannot believe it, this chat right now. Okay. Ty, I got a little bob wig too. What's funny, Ty? I got my 2 wigs that I do have. It's a bob and a little blonde, little something. Okay, y'all. I just can't believe that. But okay, so I want to make sure everybody's understanding that the 2 barbershops are 2 different incidents so that we're on the same page. Well, hold up, y'all. Ash, y'all being the Lulu in these comments. And so you guys are basing this, I don't know, Miss Fab. I wouldn't be scared. I don't know why I wouldn't be scared. Like, I'm just thinking about Dolph. They didn't take that long for Dolph. It was a couple hours. And so it's 4:30 right now in Georgia. And they're gonna stay another 30 minutes. Maybe they'll stay till 7. Don't know. But I don't know. But you know what? Let me tell you something. Newell family, I'm also comfortable with being on my chat with my people. I think that courtroom might be a little nerve-wracking. It's gonna probably be a lot of people there. So yes, thank you, Miss Sheila, for the super chat. I believe Thread Woody should have been on this. But Miss Sheila, Max Sharp pointed that out. I saw a clip, and I'm glad. I hope when we get to it, y'all know I'm gonna stop. Max Sharp, he pointed that out. Why weren't they on the indictment? That speaks volumes to the jury. Yeah, Dolph was definitely a slam dunk, Miss Fab. Why weren't they on the indictment? They weren't on the indictment because they needed them on the opposite end in order to use their testimonies and things like that, and really wanted them to bury because they had done so much, plus given statements. They needed to make them look like they were against those boys. Like Miss Hilton said, Woody was fed up. It was strategy. That's why they didn't put him on there. It was strategy, but it ended up backfiring on them. It ended up backfiring on them, honestly.
I fell off 100 times. 100 times I bounced back. Life size. Hashtag life size lizard. Lizard, what he's rapping under. Lizard walk. Okay. And it says Manny Tumpa de Piedra. What's he talking about here? Fell off 100 times. Why does he keep referencing Donovan Thomas? Years later, he's already been arrested for this charge. Wouldn't he be quiet about it? He would if he did it. But why does he keep bringing up Donovan Thomas? Well, I have 2 things for you to consider. First, maybe, just maybe, on that particular day in June of 2022, Shannon Stillwell had enough. For 7 years, the police put a target on his back, and people had been shooting at him. He was shot at the Green Store. They shot at his head. He was so bold to go to JJ's Chicken and Fish to get himself some food with the mother of his child and another female who was driving. He was so bold to do that. that when they left that parking lot, 3 men in a car sped up behind him and shot at that car, riddling the back of that car with bullets, shooting poor Tierra Jones in the face, instantly killing the driver, Miss Jones, causing the car to careen and turn over and over and over, severely injuring Mr. Stillwell, scarring his head to this day, putting him in the hospital for months, putting the mother of his child in the hospital for a month. And then, when the police come to talk to Mr. Stillwell, remember what he does? He feels bad about the situation. He feels awful. He asks the officer, can I write a letter of remorse to Tierra Jones's family? And he does. And then the officer says, well, can you talk to me about the case? And know what he does? He talks to the officers about the case. And he gives names. He gives names of the people that he feels were in that car, that red car that sped up behind him, tried to kill him, and killed Tierra Jones. He gave up those names. And what was his reward? Page 26. Mr. Kokomo. I think it was Investigator Griffin, I think is the investigator that was investigating that case. What did he tell you?
The only investigator who did his
The
job.
discovery got out and it was posted online. And the fact that Shannon Stillwell had dared talk to the police to try to help solve the senseless murder of an innocent woman was broadcast on Instagram and social media. And people were chastising Shannon Stillwell and coming at him on social media and in real life over the fact that he was made such a ridiculous decision as to try to bring justice to Tierra Jones's family. That was his reward for that. So yeah, people shooting at his head, narrowly missing at the Green Store. People shooting at him in a car, killing someone in the car and putting him in a hospital. People chastising him online for being so bold to tell the police what happened, who killed Tierra Jones, poor Tierra Jones. So yeah, maybe in January 2022, just maybe, possibly, he had enough. He was sick of the nonsense. If you want to say it, then I'll be it. You keep putting me down 100 times, you're making me fall, and I keep getting back up. And what's it all? Ultimately, what's the origin story of it all? The death of Donovan Thomas. That's how it started. It doesn't mean he did it. That's how it started. That's why he has that target on his back. There's another possibility as well. Mr. Stillwell is just a kid who was raised by his grandmother in Thomasville. Nothing more, nothing less. But all of a sudden, he was known as a tough guy behind this. Wasn't true, but that was the public perception. That was the persona that was thrust on him. And maybe, while he was sick of it, sick of being shot at, sick of being chastised, sick of being threatened, maybe also a calculation was made. You know what? If they're going to keep shooting at me, I might as well lean into this a little bit. That does have traction in the streets. That does have traction in the music industry. Maybe that's why he's hashtagging his rap name in the post. The bottom line is, yes, I acknowledge he's referencing Donovan Thomas in songs. He's not giving any inside information in these songs that wasn't publicly known. Remember, he had been arrested. He'd been at prelims. He knows what the case is about. He's heard testimony about the case by this time, by the time he's making his songs. So he's not sharing any information that only the killer would know. Of course he's not, because he's not the killer. But maybe he is leaning into the bad boy image a little bit. But here's the thing.
Do you hear what Max is saying right now, guys? Max is saying that if you want to believe that these songs that the state has played, if you want to believe that he's talking about Donovan Thomas's murder, then let's just go here. He's been at the preliminary hearing, so he knows what they have, what they're saying. Maybe for his bad boy image, his rap image, he's going to lean into it just a little bit. Don't believe him, because he's just, what did he say? He capping. And he's going to lean into it because at this point, everybody's saying it. Even if it's not true, I may as well just own it, and possibly that can help me as a rapper, is what Max is saying. That's what Max is saying right now.
You might like my explanation or not. But could you put on 27, please? But let's just think. If songs were confessions, what would that really mean? Could you put on 28? Remember that song, Homicide, by Lil Woody, Kenneth Copeland? Who played the role of the assassin?
Now, y'all ain't tell me this. Y'all ain't tell me this. Ain't nobody, Key, you ain't tell me on Twitter, Miss Fab. Y'all been text mail. It was that Max brought this up in his closing. Okay. Y'all said I had to see for myself. That's why I love y'all. That's why I love y'all. Y'all right. Nuh-uh. Y'all right. Because y'all know when I saw this video, if you follow my TikTok, you know when I saw this video, I said, now what the hell is going on here? How the hell y'all talking about rap songs and lyrics, and the baby, they gave you a whole movie. Okay? This is a group moment. I love that y'all love me enough to say, we gotta let Mel see this for herself. Y'all, this video I thought was crazy. Okay? It was crazy. I thought it was taunting. I thought it was a lot of things. It was a lot of things. And when I saw this video, the first thing I said to myself was, what the hell? Y'all got them on trial? Like, I didn't understand how. I understood why they didn't want us to see this video. What I didn't understand was how they didn't see the video and come to the conclusion, okay, the same conclusion y'all coming from rap lyrics that can literally be, they can mean anything, right? And so Max Sharp, what I love that he did here as a defense strategy is the steals. He got threat right there with this young man. He got Woody and threading it together with Donovan Thomas. Money on his head. You got where they had his head covered. We don't know who it is. And then we have a picture of the actor actually. It must begin. It must be getting too hot on my live right now. Too hot on my live. We've been in here 3 hours and 28 minutes and ain't been having no problems. And now the Wi-Fi want to mess up. And like when I first saw this. I'm trying to hold off because I don't know what this Wi-Fi. And what's crazy, y'all, it's 4 bars on the Wi-Fi. That's what I'm saying, y'all. It's 4 bars on the Wi-Fi right now. 4 bars. The Wi-Fi. This ain't the time key. I'm just holding off, y'all. Let the Wi-Fi try to get it together because I think it's too hot on this chat. I hope you got Wi-Fi at your house in Georgia. I never had problems in Georgia. I never had problems. I never had problems in Georgia. It's here. It's here. Barb, you can just send it to my Instagram. ISIS, it's too hot. We done started talking about here, and then look what happened. It's too hot. Twin, he is definitely saying, hey, y'all got the wrong person. It's Woody. It's definitely what Max Shard is saying, because Max Shard's job as a defense attorney is to create reasonable doubt. It is. I am, Mickey. How did you know? My mom, the whole backyard, trees everywhere. So maybe that's, and I'm in the back of the house. Well, when I get back home, the Wi-Fi won't be a problem. Now, I can't speak for Barchi or Dad, but that won't be a problem. I've been trying to talk through to see if it's gonna be okay. Listen, Summer said we ready to see them blinds in the back. Yes, Mickey. Yes, Mickey. It's trees all around me. I don't have this problem up front, but y'all know I'm here with family, so just because I love being online with y'all does not mean they like hearing me on live with y'all. And sometimes, like, it's cool for an hour or two, but if I know it'll be a long time, I'm gonna go to the bag. You got to find a different corner, friend. I can't because I got a little setup over here. He said we need at least 7 non-skipping lives. Y'all, I be trying. Thank you, Ty. I be trying to thug it out because if, like, I'm telling y'all, I done got so used to talking to y'all on these lives that I'm like, oh my God, I wonder if they saw this. I need to tell them this, right? I'm so used to talking to y'all. You'll be gone the week of the 10th. So Tay, I don't live in Memphis. My residency, I live in Georgia. I live outside Atlanta. Y'all not gonna see the window blinds though. No window blinds. No window blinds. Okay, we might be okay. We might be okay for me to start it back. Yes, Summer. Yes, you have to have been following me a long time to know the window blinds. Y'all have to. Shanny, I'm not gonna say that anymore because y'all have already told me that if it gets crazy, man, we gonna thug it out. So I'll be like, okay. I do. I'll be missing y'all. I'll be like, oh my God, I need to tell them this. Did they see that this happened? Did you get your setup table? Yes, Summer. Yes, Summer, I did. I have that. I have to get one more ring light, Summer. Tell him Key is unhinged, y'all, but we love her. That's our little sister. Corianne, what's your question, friend? Why before? Because I'm just trying to talk through the Wi-Fi right now. What's your question? Who Ash? Dad, what Wi-Fi better work. Hey, Miss Marilyn, how you doing? Key, when my Wi-Fi went out yesterday, everything went out, y'all. I didn't know what was going on, and I got so scared. Y'all, I got scared, and my family member was scared because, like, what's going on, baby? Trying to calm them down, baby. I was pissed all day yesterday. Oh, I was so upset, y'all. Oh, Crystal, tell them to have a safe trip. I was pissed. I was so pissed. Wait a minute. Let me see what Nicole done said. I was so pissed, and I was like, let me hear up and tell them what happened. It was a long day yesterday, y'all. Yes, it did, Key. It did. Exactly. It was my whole street. Yeah, I was so pissed. I couldn't even really watch what was going on yesterday because trying to figure out. Hold on, y'all. I think so, Corianne. I think it's absolutely the state. Doug said he's about to head back to the courthouse. I know you lying. I know you lying. Let me get on Twitter real quick, y'all. But why he going back to the courthouse just because they leaving? So are they going to have to go every time to say, hey, the jury hasn't come to? Let me get on Twitter, y'all. Let's find out. Okay. Let me find it, y'all. That's what I'm Key. What? Oh, they have to do it on the record, Crystal. That's what. Okay, that's Crystal. That's what I was wondering. If they're gonna have to go there every day just for them to say the jury did not reach a verdict yet, they'll be back. Doug hasn't posted. Where did he say that at? Yes, Jennifer. I don't know if you heard our calendar for what we the jury got to be dismissed. Okay. I don't know if you heard our calendar. So after this, we have the other young men that are on trial for YSL. And then we are going to go back and watch Melly's case, and then we're gonna do OJ case, and that should really take us into and then we'll find other cases after that. Sylvia just said they were called back. So, Corianne, Doug Weinstein said that he doesn't think it's a good idea for them to upload evidence without a password. So he thinks that's how the leaks were happening, but it doesn't mean it wasn't the state. Yes, Summer. Summer, are you talking about Thug? Yeah, I'm so all over the place right now because what the hell is going on? Maybe the jury has a question. That could be it. That's what said. They saying Miss Sylvia said this. I don't know where Doug said this at. They may have a question. They could be getting let go. Oh, Summer. Summer, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He was on Attorney Star's live TikTok. Okay, thank you, Sherry. He was on TikTok, y'all. He rushed out, said he had to go. Okay, let's see what's on Atlanta news first. Oh my God, Summer. Summer, I'm sitting here like, because when I went back and watched that particular episode, I saw that in the comments, and I was like, I'm gonna have to tell him, listen, if we doing something, we doing something. Okay, y'all. I'm getting on right now. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put the commercials on because it's right here. It's right here live. Because I want to know what's going on. Let me share the screen, guys. What the fuck? Like, what the whole fuck is going on?
Y'all will just go to the jury room and do the same thing each day. Just wait till the 12 of you are there. Tell the deputy, they'll bring the evidence in. You can start deliberating and just deliberate till 5 every day. As you know, if you have a question or if you want to see any of the evidence that's not back with you, write that down and let us know, and then we'll come to court. Otherwise, just treat it like a work day. At the end of the work day, you're always going to be under these same instructions, so just follow them. But I'm not necessarily going to bring y'all back here and say it every day. Just continue to be under the same instructions. So as I told y'all yesterday, to maintain the integrity of the trial, remember that you need to decide the case based on the evidence that was admitted during the trial and the law as I explained it to you. Consider only the evidence admitted in this courtroom. Don't conduct any research on your own about the case, people involved, places mentioned. Don't refer to any books or documents that may not have been admitted during the trial. Don't take or review any photographs or video of anybody involved in the case, except if it is already in evidence. Don't use dictionaries or any other kind of reference materials, including online reference materials to help you in this case. Don't use Google or any other internet search engine. Don't consult websites, blogs, podcasts, any kind of social media apps, including but not limited to a various grouping of social media: Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, X, TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, Reddit. I mean, anything like that. Don't use any of these sources of information or anything else to get information about legal terms or concepts or about the law. Don't watch, read, or listen to any accounts of this trial that might appear in the news media, whether online, in print, television, radio, or otherwise, including in any kind of a social media. In short, do not seek information about this case, including hypothetical questions, from any source outside the confines of what the evidence is that is have been admitted in this trial. Remember that you are the only ones who have been qualified as fair and impartial jurors to decide this case. No other influence should affect your decision. And it is because of that that you should not and cannot discuss this case with anybody else, including your family and friends, or let anybody discuss the case or anybody involved in the case with you or around you. That includes discussing or sharing information in person, by phone, by email, text, blog, any kind of social media. If anybody does approach you about the case, or if you happen to hear somebody talking about the case, you need to let one of the deputies or court staff know that immediately. Please remember, you should continue to consider the evidence as you all deliberate with an open mind. And leave your, as you have this whole time, leave your notes or notepads with you in the jury room each night. And in the morning, I won't necessarily see y'all unless you have a question or need to see some evidence. So just begin your deliberations after you're all there. All right, y'all have a pleasant evening. Thank you. If we don't hear from them at all tomorrow, I told them meeting. So if I don't have reason to see
Can y'all hear me? I switched it to my hotspot. Can y'all hear me? Right, Key. If there's no verdict tomorrow, then it's going to be till Monday. I don't know if y'all could see me. They said, please not now. Can y'all hear me? Y'all can hear me? Okay. Okay, I was like, let me swap because this is too sensitive for the Wi-Fi to be messing up like this. Okay, how are y'all feeling? Put one word in the chat. How are y'all feeling? I'm still anxious is my word. I'm not guilty. Anxiety. Stressed. Prayerful. Uneasy. Uneasy is a really good word. Nervous. Really great word. Hopeful. I like that. Yes, anxious. Verdict tomorrow. I just don't think so, Pat. No. Anxious. I see a lot of anxious, nervous. Tired. Hopeful. My heart is heavy. I get that one. I don't know why, y'all. I'm just, every time they leave that courtroom, my nerves just go bad. Niecy for sure. Y'all, not tomorrow. It just can't be tomorrow. It just can't be tomorrow. It cannot be tomorrow. It cannot be tomorrow, y'all. I'm sorry. Tomorrow, anxious but hopeful and prayerful. I love that. Sherelle, that may be the case. Someone said that. I don't know if that was you, but someone said that earlier. Verdict will be tomorrow. Those people are probably venting today. Probably so. Okay, Miss Fab. Miss Fab keeps saying she's thinking about it at 4 o'clock. Key, I just don't know how y'all talking about tomorrow. I don't see it. I don't see tomorrow. But I won't be surprised if it's tomorrow. And the reason I don't see it is because I'm thinking about myself and what I would do. And how I would want to read them whole 30 pages of the instructions. That's just me. I want to do that. I want to see this, that, and the third, you know. But I don't know. Tomorrow. Now, I don't think it's a month. Paige talking about a month. KB, a lot of people are saying that. Darielle, okay. There is no way my Thanksgiving would be filled. Atlee, I kind of think that too. Next week. I'm thinking next week. Yeah, they're leaving at 3 tomorrow. Friday at the latest. They're off on Friday. They're off on Friday. Hopeful tomorrow by lunch. Amber, we're watching Max Shart's closing right now, but we're just kind of talking about what just happened. The jury has been let go for the day. The end of next week. Okay, Allison, I can see that. Oh, y'all, let me see what Yates said, because Yates said she will come over here. We're gonna watch this though, so I'm gonna tell her. Oh, she would love to. Awesome. Let me tell her later. We're watching the closings. Eight. That time is. Let me ask her about this. Okay. He said y'all might be the only reasonable people. Probably not change after all of the shenanigans. Me too, David. I agree with you. They probably go in tomorrow 9 o'clock, their normal time. She says it's a regular work day. They would normally have to be there at 9. Can people get a leave of absence for being on jury duty? It depends on your job, but most jobs should honor jury duty. Yep, Stephanie. Tomorrow will make a year since opening statements. So, Jen, do you think tomorrow they're going to try to have some poetic justice and end this on like exactly 1 year to the date? 7 says she's on edge. Yes, Al. That's yeah. The longer they take, the longer the guys are sitting. Them boys in the fight for their life, some well, twin, we don't know who did it. That's us still us thinking. Y'all think who's your baby, Stephanie? Is it yet? Okay. Yeah, is this going? Is the stream going fine? Because I got it on my hotspot. This is my second time using my hotspot. I don't know why I hadn't thought of it before. Probably because I'm on here for so long. It just makes more sense to be on the Wi-Fi. Okay, cool. So hopefully we'll be good. I need to put my phone on D&D. Let me put my phone on D&D though. They say it's working better with the hotspot, girl. That's crazy. But it's fine. Let's go ahead and go. They gave immunity to Woody for a reason. They wanted his testimony. He was going to plead the fifth. Shannon's ex-girlfriend, she received immunity as well because she was going to plead the fifth. When they give you immunity, that is their workaround to violating your Fifth Amendment rights. What they're saying is we need this person's testimony so bad that we are going to, that we have to violate their Fifth Amendment right because we need them to say something on the stand. But in exchange, we're going to give them immunity. So whatever they say, we're not going to be able to use it. It's just another workaround. And honestly, guys, I did not know that was possible. Yes, Queen C, I didn't know that was possible until this case. I thought people asked for immunity and it was like negotiated. I didn't know they would force immunity on you. I didn't know that was a thing.
Fred Trevante Turner, you watched the video. I don't think we need to watch it again. Who gets killed? Someone who looks like Donovan Thomas. Who put money on his head? Kenneth Copeland. If songs are confessions, then Kenneth Copeland is confessed. He hasn't been charged. He's not sitting here on this indictment. So maybe songs are just songs, and posts are just posts. So let's talk about Donovan Thomas and some of the evidence in this case. Eyewitnesses. Who did we hear from? We heard from Reginald Hendricks. He was a gentleman that was shot. He was standing near Donovan Thomas. He didn't identify anyone. We heard from two witnesses, two people that were in the barbershop, working in the barbershop. They heard shots. They ducked. They described what happened afterwards. No one identified anyone out of those two witnesses. We heard from a man named Sammy Davis, an older gentleman who lived across the street, who knew Donovan Thomas. They called him Car Wall.
I'm going to pause because I just saw something that said jury is back. Jackie, are you reading the old comment? Because we just left. The jury was just dismissed for the day. Maybe they're behind. Let me just make sure. I put it back up. I didn't. I thought they just dismissed the jury, but I just want to make sure. Okay. All right. So that person may be behind.
She watched Donovan Thomas's car. He didn't see anyone in the car. That was his testimony. And then we didn't hear from, but we heard about someone named Spencer Wright. Well, actually, we heard about someone named Nicholas Robinson. What did we hear about Nicholas Robinson? And Investigator Thorpe talked about it, and definitely District Attorney Sprinkle talked about this as well. What did we hear about Nicholas Robinson? We heard about Nicholas Robinson September of 2015. He was being arrested. for felony theft and a probation matter. And when he's being arrested, and when I say he's being arrested by the Atlanta Police Department, by an officer, and he's hours away from having, you know, what I like to talk about, the Fulton County Blues. He's hours away from having that blue jumpsuit on, right? And what did we learn that Nicholas Robinson did? He said, "Whoa, you guys arrested me. I want to go talk to a detective about a case." So they take him to Thorpe. He wanted to talk to him about the Donovan Thomas homicide. They take him to Thorpe, and Thorpe starts to interview him. Okay? And Nicholas Robinson claims he's at the scene and starts talking to Investigator Thorpe about what he saw. And that would be hearsay to talk about because he didn't testify. But we also heard that in the middle of that interview, Lieutenant Gaither was there. And she's doing research into the background of this Nicholas Robinson. And what does Lieutenant Gaither realize? Wait a second. This man who's saying his name is Nicholas Robinson, this man is telling Detective Thorpe his name is Nicholas Robinson, his name is actually Spencer Wright. So she goes and tells Thorpe. And what does Thorpe do? He's interviewing someone about what they allegedly saw in this high-profile case, and this person has just lied to him about his name. What does Thorpe do? He continues to interview him. And in the very next day, he goes out and takes warrants on 4 people, including my client. Then we hear about DA Sprinkle taking over this case in the investigation in early 2016. And him seeing this mention of this Nicholas Robinson, who was really Spencer Wright, and where he said he was when he witnessed events. And we hear about DA Sprinkle getting the surveillance and checking into it and talking to Spencer Wright. Where did you say you were? On what bench? Where? Circle it on his picture. And about how he went to look at the surveillance himself. And what did he see? An empty bench. Spencer Wright not only lied about his name, but he lied about a lot more. But know who he duped? Detective Thorpe. We're going to get back to Spencer Wright in a minute. We have no ballistics from the Donovan Thomas case, no DNA or fingerprints. We have an infinity car, which we will talk about in a minute as well. But essentially, this case, this Donovan Thomas case, comes down to 2 witnesses. And in my opening, I warned you all about people wearing the Fulton County Blues. That was the theme of my opening. Because as it's played out, it turns out Rice Street is a disgusting, horrible place. Being locked up anywhere is awful. And there are people who will lie on other people to stay out of Rice Street. You don't believe me? Spencer Wright, Nicholas Robinson. He's the proof of concept right there. Getting locked up, wants to talk to the detective, and then completely makes things up. And the next day, warrants are being signed. This is not some theory that I have that people lie to get themselves out of trouble. It's proven. Spencer Wright did it. He's not the only one who did it. So the state has these 2 witnesses, Quindarius Zachary and Kenneth Copeland. Those are the 2 witnesses. And I've been doing this long enough. They're horrible witnesses. They're liars. They have every reason to lie. They have every motivation to lie. They are inconsistent. They tell different stories every time they talk about the things they talk about. The state knows they're horrible witnesses. But here's what happens. In closing, the state says, they're not our witnesses. We didn't choose those witnesses. They're Shannon Stillwell's friends. He chose those witnesses. That's their line. They might not use it now because I already said it, but that's their line. But let's think about that for a second. That's not their witnesses. First of all, they're the ones that called them to the stand. But that's not their witnesses. Look at this indictment. 28 names.
Baby, let me tell you something. Now, I did see this clip. And let me tell y'all something. That Max Sharp, I said, baby, you won in my book. The dramatics of his closing, it was so effortless. You know, he just, baby, it was what Hilton tried to do when she got up there, doing all that gangster walking stuff she was doing and fuck nigga, all of that. Just it didn't do well. It didn't carry over well. Max pulling up that indictment, that big indictment, and Woody ain't nowhere in it. Then he said, like, Quindarius Zachary's nowhere in it. He's calling the state out. Call the state out. He said, listen, why this person? You keep hearing about them during trial, but they weren't on trial. Then this person, he could have gone to jail for doing this, then the third. They're not on trial. Like, he did a really great job of making the state look stupid, in my opinion. In my opinion.
Quindarius Zachary? Is he on this indictment? No. Kenneth Copeland? Is he on this indictment? No. Are any of us going to really sit here and pretend that if the state was really being honest about who to charge about the events in 2015, 2014, 2015, that Kenneth Copeland wouldn't be on that indictment? Kenneth Copeland was a one-man crime wave in 2014, 2015.
Babe, I know Woody so ready for this trial to be over because he got damn sick of hearing his name. That man said Kenneth Copeland was a one-man crime wave. Do you know how much you have to do for somebody to call you a crime wave by yourself? I didn't see Doug, and I didn't see the beginning of Hilton, but I saw everybody else. A one-man crime wave. So let me just say this. Do you guys think the jury wasn't already thinking that? Because I feel like many of us was thinking it. Not a one-man crime wave, but definitely like why, like he was doing a lot. He was at the center of everything, right? Do y'all think the jury is not paying attention to that and how the state selectively left him off of the indictment? All for him to get on that stand and embarrass them? Come on now. Yes, well, T-Live, some people may think that. So I just feel like, well, Jonah, he could have changed his life. Miss Sheila, I think they brought that up in court, didn't they? Or they wanted to, and I think they weren't able to. Woody could have changed his life. Everybody's entitled to change. We're not saying that. We're talking about 2014, 2015. That is what Max Sharp is talking about. The bulk of this case happened 2014, 2015. Most of the stuff that they talking about, especially if it involves Woody, because y'all remember Woody ended up going to jail. Especially if it involved Woody, that's the time frame they're talking about. That's the time frame that they're talking about. So if you're constantly hearing jail calls, Lil Woody this, Lil Woody that, then you're hearing Woody on stand talking about stuff. Max Sharp was very, very smart to point out, where the hell is Woody? Y'all didn't see him sitting over there with them. But you keep hearing his name. I think it was very smart for him to do that. It was very strategic. I think it was very smart because it shows that the state of Georgia is very, very selective about why not Woody? And then now the jury has to think about that. Why didn't they call Woody? He had that video, and they want me to believe that everything Thug is saying in his songs is true. But they didn't even bring up the video about Woody. Brian Steele is the one who played that video. The jury's going to think about these things. Yes, the jury's gone home for today. Yes, Keith. Well, we know the jury's watching the trial anyway, so they've done some research. But I love that Max Shar did that. Well, you know what, Nutty? Somebody said in the comments, my friend sent me again. They said, why Mel so lost? Because I will tune it out sometimes. But thank you for watching us on WTF Wednesdays. We appreciate it. I have a good time. I normally have a good time over there. But yeah, so that is what Max Shar is saying. Why the hell Woody ain't out here? How the hell Quindarius Zachary end up with immunity? How the hell did that happen? Max Shar is putting that thought in the jury's mind, right? It's not like Cross where he can kind of make you wonder. He's outright saying it. Why the hell were they not on here? Key, I was so hold on, let me see this. T Live, the phone call. Woody was saying he lied on Thug. Yes, that was sad, T Live. Very sad. Key, it was a lot going on the call. It was a lot going on. And I told y'all, I just like to know what's going to go on. And I didn't know all of that was going to go on. So it's almost like, you know how you kind of separate yourself? I was trying, I said, let me go see what my chat talking about. Because, you know, all the chats are mixed in. Let me go see what my chat is talking about. And I went over to see what my chat was talking about. So I was paying attention to that. And then I'm hearing all the talk in the background. I'm like, what's going on? Then I started hearing, I forgot what Grandma Betty said, but I thought she was talking about me. I said, no, what the hell I say? Only for her to not even, I didn't even know it was Grandma Betty. I thought it was Kayla's mom. I didn't know what was going on, y'all. It was a lot on that call. Because I can't remember what Grandma Betty said. But she started saying, you search my house. And I said, I'm thinking to myself, now, Kayla, what you got going on? You get the people coming to search your house. Y'all, I was completely off. I was completely gone, y'all. I was lost. And then it took me a minute to really register what was going on. Too much going on. But yes, okay, back to this. Y'all, Miss Jefferson, hey, girl, it was a whole lot, y'all. But yeah, I was lost, guys. I was lost. I can't even lie about that. A lot of people. Yeah, Summer, I thought so too. I love Grandma Betty. I told you I really love her. She ended up calling me that night. I really love her. I think she's amazing. I don't know why Miss Hilton tried to play with Grandma Betty yesterday. I said, okay, I'm gonna have to, when all this is over, I'm gonna have to go holler at Grandma Betty. She might have to give her a little message. Went live on TikTok. Scooter, I was in La La Land. I'm sorry. It was a lot going on. Like it was a lot going on, and it wasn't as structured as I thought it was gonna be. Kayla came on getting her makeup done. Didn't know that was going to be happening. So I was already just kind of like, okay, what's going on? Then like Kayla is talking, or I could be talking, Miss J. Then we hear in the background people talking. It was just like, I think I got overstimulated. It was too much going on. Trying to read the chat, you know, I'm trying to keep up. And then when I finally started, let me see what my chat's saying. I start hearing all of that in the background. And I was like, hey, Nene, thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you. Baby, Grandma Betty is cool as hell. I really like Grandma Betty. I told her when I come back home at some point, I'm gonna go take her for dinner or something, but I really like Grandma Betty.
Yet, he's not on this indictment. Quindarius Zachary was a straw purchaser for guns. Quindarius Zachary was right in the middle, the impetus for one of the overt acts, the April 28th, 2015 shooting of houses. He's right in the middle of this. And they're not on the indictment? And we're supposed to pretend that the state aren't the ones that chose?
Oh no, guys, I saw Kara's comment. Well, I thought we'd probably cancel tomorrow because I'm gonna be traveling, everything. I should be home by the time WTF Wednesdays start. But Kayla said we're still gonna do it. So we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out today, but I think we are still doing WTF Wednesdays. If something changes, of course, we'll upload on our profile so you'll know, but I think we still are. And y'all know my moment's coming from Hilton's closing. I promise we're going to have to revisit that. But I think we are still doing it. At least that's what we discussed today. Yes, Alice. I like that, Alice. She is on the cruise, Erica. Scooter, okay. I come back and look, Scooter.
Kenneth Copeland and Quindaria Zachary as their witnesses? Of course they did. Of course they did. And why did they choose them? What are the qualifications that Kenneth Copeland and Quindaria Zachary both had when it really comes down to it? They're two people that are willing to lie on others to get themselves out of trouble. That was one qualification that they had. And two, they are two people that happened to put themselves in situations, serious situations, that would require them to lie on others to get themselves out of trouble. Those were their two qualifications. And the state said, sounds good. We'll sign you up. You're our witnesses. You're no longer on this indictment. Let's talk about Kenneth Copeland's credibility. So use the same tests you do for those quote unquote expert witnesses. What's his bias, his motive? How's he come across on the stand? What are his motivations? Well, we know he really hates jail. That was clear. I submit to you that it seems that not only does he hate jail, but he almost has a mental disorder about, he literally said, I'd rather die than go to Rice Street. That's extreme. He's told us, I would do anything to stay out of jail. I would lie on anyone to get myself out of trouble. He has his own term for what he does, the finesse. He really hates jail. What else do we know about Kenneth Copeland? Well, we know about, I'm going to ask y'all to think back and remember this when he was on the stand. A case, 21 CP 197618. State of Georgia versus Kenneth Copeland. Remember that? When he was actually in jail and he picked up another charge because he claimed that a jail worker attacked him and sprayed him with OC spray for no good cause. And he brought charges or tried to bring charges against this poor jail worker. What do we know? The surveillance from the jail was pulled. The investigators looked at it, as they should. Even Kenneth Copeland, a known liar, when he makes allegations against the police, yes, it should be looked into. And it was. And what did they find? No OC spray was emitted. In fact, the officer that was accused didn't even have OC spray on them at the time. So what happened to Kenneth Copeland in that case? Well, he was charged with false statement and false report of a crime, 2 felonies, excuse me. So as a result of his lie, he gets charged with these 2 felonies, false statement and false report of a crime. And it's pending, and it's pending, and it's pending. Then all of a sudden, as this case is ramping up, and Mr. Copeland's going to have to take the stand and be asked about his pending charges and his prior lies, all of a sudden, On January 18th, 2024, Fonnie Willis and her employee, Kenneth Hutcherson, quietly dismissed the case against Kenneth Copeland, the case of false statement, a case of false report of a crime. Why did they do it, according to that sheet? Was it, oh, we actually looked at the video again and it actually supported Kenneth Copeland? No. Was it the victim didn't want to prosecute? No. Prosecutorial discretion. They decided it was in their best interest to dismiss that case against Kenneth Copeland before he testified. Remember I told Kenneth Copeland about it? Thought he was going to get up and hug me. He said, my case is dismissed? Yep, sure was. State took care of you. Not on this indictment either. Kenneth Copeland's a liar. He's a proven liar. And let's talk about his prior statements he made, because we know on June 10, 2015 is when he said Demekion Garlington gave him certain information and that Shannon Stillwell was one of the people responsible for killing Donovan Thomas. Demekion told him at the McDonald's. That's what Kenneth Copeland said on June 10, 2015. Well, we learned that Kenneth Copeland actually met with the police in 2015 4 times prior to that June 10, 2015 interview. We learned that he met with investigator Thorpe on January 11th. Now, mind you, all these meetings, presumably, if it were true, Kenneth Copeland would have that knowledge of what Demekion Garlington said to him for all these meetings. January 11, 2015, he goes in to talk to Thorpe. Doesn't say anything about Demekion Garlington telling him that Shannon Stillwell is involved in Donovan Thomas's murder. Places himself at the Green Store, which is less than a minute away from the scene of the Donovan Thomas murder. And he's asked about, specifically by Detective Thorpe, if he's ever rented or driven an Infiniti. And what does Kenneth Copeland say? No, never. Denies it completely. That's on January 11th. That's the night going into the morning after of the Donovan Thomas homicide. And of course, we know that's a lie because Kenneth Copeland was in the Infiniti on the night of January 9th with Quindarius Zachary. So he lies right off the bat to Detective Thorpe. January 28th, he meets with Thorpe, Dennis, and Gaither. Again, never mentions this supposed statement by Demekion Garlington about Shannon Stillwell being involved. In fact, he's asked specifically who he thought killed Donovan Thomas. He mentions his friend Doc and goes back and forth about whether Doc could have done it or not. He shares a theory about Donovan Thomas running off with someone's drugs. He shares a theory about Kelvin Watts robbing people and Donovan Thomas being caught in that situation. And he's also asked on January 28th about a rumor that he stole Donovan Thomas's chain. And what's he say? Oh, no, I didn't do that. Someone else apparently stole Donovan Thomas' chain, and they brought it to me, and I realized it was Donovan Thomas's stuff, and I returned it. I don't have any problems with Donovan Thomas. Me and Donovan Thomas are cool. He also said that on the 11th. So then we go to February 20th, the third statement he gave. Again, never mentions anything about what Demekion Garlington supposedly told him. And investigator Curry, asked him about the Donovan Thomas case. Doesn't know anything. And then on February 21st, with Gaither and Thorpe, he's again asked about the Donovan Thomas case. Never mentions, oh, Demekion Garlington at the McDonald's told me that Shannon Stillwell did it. Again, he's asked about Donovan Thomas's chain, and it's another lie. Oh, well, someone brought it to me. He sticks with that lie. Lie after lie after lie, denying beef with Donovan Thomas, denying stealing Donovan Thomas's chain, denying ever being in an infinity. Those are the statements that Kenneth Copeland gave leading up to June 10th, 2015.
Okay, and more reasonable doubt. More reasonable doubt, because now what Max Sharp has done is picked apart the things that he said when he was in that interrogation room. He just picked it apart. Oh, he never mentioned the fact that he was in that infinity. January 9th, he was in the infinity. He's the last person to have had possession of the infinity. No, not the last person. Don't let me say that. But he was in the car too. Let's just say that. And never mentioned being in the car. Why would he hide that fact? Is what Max Sharp is saying. Why would he hide the fact that he was in the infinity? Why? Who is Doc? Why did he bring up Doc? That's his friend. This is who Kenneth Copeland was saying. I may have heard this. Oh, no, wait a minute. Then I may have heard that Nut ran off with somebody's drugs. Oh, then I heard that Shell Kill did something and maybe they came and Nut was retaliation for that. He gave so many stories, and that's what Max is saying. They want you to just believe this story. But let's bring out all the rest of the stories that he gave. Oh, JP, I have it too. I just need to do it. I have it. Thank you. So that is exactly what Max Sharp is trying to do here. Okay, we can believe that story, but then let's not forget about the other 10 stories that were told. Okay, JP, I'll check it. Thank you.
Could you put on page 33, Mr. Kokomo? So this is a picture from June 10th, 2015 that's in evidence, and it is misleading. It shows Mr. Copeland wearing street clothes, civilian clothes, not a blue jumpsuit, but let's not get confused, let's not get it twisted. On June 10th, 2015, Kenneth Copeland, for the first time, was headed to jail for serious charges.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So I knew that he was going to jail. So I knew he was going to jail this day. But what I didn't think about is how you can look at that video and think this man was a free man and he was just freely sitting there. I think Woody said he was trying to buy time because he knew he was going to jail. I think I remember Woody saying that. But just thinking about how misleading the fact that Woody is in plain clothes, that can be very misleading. That man was going to jail the whole time. So I like that Max again points this out. You may have thought he was sitting there on his own, like with his own free will and talking. But let's remind the jury that he was under arrest. I remember, okay, he did. I remember that T-Live. He was saying, like, hey, I was trying to buy time. I didn't want to go to jail. So if you're trying to buy time and not go to jail, you're probably going to sit there and tell them people whatever you think they want to hear. So Max Sharp is saying, listen, don't let the plain clothes fool you. This man was under arrest and he was going to jail.
That's what's different about this interview. He was headed to Rice Street. He had a gun charge from the Dunbar Rec Center. Remember when he brought the stick into the rec center and left it on the bleachers? He had just been arrested on that warrant from when he did that. And when they arrested him on the warrant, they came into his girlfriend, Deshaun Quarterman's apartment. And what did they find? They find another gun, a stolen Smith & Wesson in Deshaun's kitchen. And they find a stolen MacBook in Deshaun's apartment. And they find stolen IDs and stolen property in Deshaun's car. And so now we got 2 guns, stolen property. Oh, and then the police are saying, oh, this stolen property, it's linked to auto breakings that have happened in your neighborhood. So he's got guns, and then he's got a federal agent in there as well, Agent Cunningham, who's talking about these cases going federal. He's got a lot going on. And promises are made. Well, let's talk about the threats first. And all these officers say, Oh, I wouldn't threaten him. I wouldn't threaten him. I threaten no bodily harm on him. I'm going to tell you, Max Shard said this here today. Y'all threaten to punch me in the face anytime, but don't threaten to put me in prison for 25 years, no parole. That's a real threat that gets my attention. You can punch me. But the state and the police act like statements that Agent Cunningham made, like, you're an armed criminal. We got you dead to rights. You're facing 15 plus 10. That's 25. No parole. You're not going to get out till you're 48. And that's not even including the conspiracies. You won't see your children till you're 48. That's a threat. That's a lot more bigger threat than I'm going to punch you in the face or we're going to beat you until you confess. That's a threat. What else do they say? It's totally up to you if these charges go federal or not. You have to help yourself. I'm going to call the U.S. attorney and they're going to ask me, what did he do to help himself? You see what goes on here? This isn't an accident. This is the playbook. Get the liar, get him jammed up, threaten him, tell him he's not going to see his kids again until he's 48, and then, oh, but maybe we can do something for you. You just got to give us what we want. And yes, that was enough to make self-admitted liar, self-admitted finesser, a person who fully admits that he would lie on anyone to get out of jail, to stay out of jail, to get out of trouble. That was enough to coax him to make up a story about Shannon Stillwell and others. And that was actually enough to put his plan in motion because he knew someone was going to have to back up his story. And that was enough to have him reach out to Demekion Garlington and try to get Demekion Garlington to go out and go on with the story, which of course, Mr. Copeland told us he's no longer friends with Mr. Garlington because Mr. Garlington would not go along with that story, or he's upset with Mr. Garlington because Mr. Garlington would not go along with that story. Maybe you say, Max, we get it. He's a liar. He was jammed up. But maybe this threat of prosecution was what was needed to bring out the truth. Maybe he was being truthful on June 10, 2015. Well, let's think about what else he said on June 10, 2015. Remember when they were talking about those auto breakings that they suspected him of? And said, you're going to have to answer these auto breakings. Why do you have all this property and these cars? We know you're involved. Remember what he said? Nah. That was Lil Mike and Quez that did them. Remember the detectives? They looked at each other, Lil Mike and Quez, Lil Mike and Quez. But what did we learn in the cross-examination of Kenneth Copeland? Little Mike and Quez?
Yo, so I've been seeing on Twitter that he brought up Lil Mike and Quez, but of course I didn't watch all this. So I didn't know how he brought up I didn't know how he brought up Lil Mike and Quez, y'all. Oh, period, Summer. Yes. Yeah, I didn't know how he brought them up, but the fact that they are blaming Woody for the break-ins, the car break-ins. Woody said that wasn't me. That was Lil Mike and Quez. And the fact that all of us know Lil Mike and Quez are not real people. Baby, Max Shard ate this up. I mean, he has just about everything you can think of that he should have brought. Like, you're hearing it. You're hearing him. He talks about the investigators, the gang experts and how bad they were and the training that they were having. Talks about Woody and how, listen, y'all got the wrong person. It's not Shannon, it's Woody. He's doing all of this, showing how big of a liar Woody is. I mean, who Woody was. I don't want to say is. Woody was during this time. I love this closing so far. It is definitely not giving Hilton, okay? It is definitely not giving Simone Hilton. He gotta be up here. I'ma keep saying it. I'm so happy I'm on YouTube and not TikTok. He ain't gotta be on here saying fuck nigga. He don't have to say that to get their attention. He had to say that one time. And I'm gonna keep saying that because Hilton pissed me off. She was yelling at the jury and I don't know what the hell she was trying to do up there. But there is a way for her to authentically be herself, and it still would have come across just like Max is doing right now. There was no finesse. Hey, Mamie, there was no finesse in Hilton's closing yesterday, okay? Yes, Tay. Yes, Tay. But Kiana, I hated it. I hated it. Oh, I hated it so bad, y'all. But I did not know this is how Lil Mike and Quiz came up in the closing. Oh my God. Love it, Max. Love it.
Not only did they not do the auto breakings that Kenneth Copeland claimed they did on June 10, 2015, Little Mike and Quez, they don't exist. He made them up on the spot on June 10th of 2015. So my answer to you, if you think, oh, this pressure was needed to get Kenneth Copeland to finally be truthful, nope. He was lying. He made up people that didn't exist in this very statement that the state wants you to take as truthful from one of the biggest liars we've ever seen in our lives.
Hey, Marquita. Why did I stop there? I ain't gonna say poor Woody, but goddamn, baby, Max eat Woody up in this class. That man said Woody is one of the biggest liars we've ever seen in our life. He say your life and make it specific to one person in the jury. He said our lives. Baby, Max ain't playing with Woody. During this closing, Max sat down. Y'all remember on the Little Rascals? Dear Darla, I hate your stinking guts. You make me, is it vomit? You scum between my toes. Max sat down and wrote everything that he could say bad about Woody and put it in his damn closing statement. Because Max did not let up. Max said, what you say? He said, forget Woody. He wrote down everything he could think of and he put it back. Hey, Miss Fab, we're not even through Max yet. He wrote down everything he could think of that would make Woody look like the scum of the earth. And he said, I'm going to put it in this closing. That man just said Woody the biggest liar we've ever seen in our life. I ain't mad at the strategy because the whole point is to get it off of Shannon. The whole point is to go to the jury and say they got the wrong damn person sitting right here. And he's doing an excellent job doing it. And y'all know what? Woody not gonna get in trouble about it. Miss Fab said he did my baby so wrong, baby. He threw your baby under about 10 buses, okay? Not one. Threw him under about 10 buses, Miss Fab.
Mr. Kokomo, if you could play what's on page 35. And what did Kenneth Copeland say on a call from the Fayette County Jail on December 21st, 2022, on a recorded call that Attorney Steele brought out?
person I did it. Person I did it. I ain't got nothing to do with it. I lied on to it because, you know what I mean, I found out that he I can't say that, I can't say that on the phone, but, you know what I mean, it's some shit happened between me and him back then. And just so happened I got locked up the next day. You feel me?
He admitted. He said, I lied on Thug. The very same interview, he was saying all sorts of things about Thug. He admitted he was lying. He was making stuff up to get himself out of trouble, to get out of his situation. And he got caught on a recorded line saying as much. Ladies and gentlemen, Detective Thorpe fell for the finesse. Ken Copeland said it was easy. Lieutenant Gaither fell for the finesse. The police report fell for the police department fell for the finesse. Kenneth Copeland got up on the stand and explained the finesse to you, to your faces. We know better than to fall for Kenneth Copeland's finesse. We know better than to just accept his words.
Hell, now I see why Hilton was up there having to say what she said about Woody. How do you follow up with that? I know why Hilton was up there acting a fool now. Baby, he has destroyed your star witness. He has destroyed your, yes, Del Rey. He has destroyed your star witness. Now, that man said, we're not going to fall for the finesse. This, y'all, Meg Sharp just named everyone who fell for the finesse. Y'all know I love when the chat is interactive with me. Put a name down of who fell for the finesse. Give me one person, guys. Put in the chat of a name of a person who fell for Woody's finesse. And then I'm going to tell you what Max Sharp is going to say to the jury. Okay? APD? Okay. Thorpe, Squirrel Brain, Hilton, Gaither. Yes. So y'all know what Max Sharp is saying? I love when we get interactive. Max Sharp is saying, don't be like them. Don't be like Squirrel Brain. Don't be like Dennis. Don't be like Hilton. Y'all leaving somebody out, and I can't believe y'all didn't say this person. Simone. Okay, we done heard Hilton. But it's one person. I can't believe y'all didn't say. They said, hell, me, funny. Well, Hoverito. That's who I'm looking for. Hoverito. Don't be. Max Sharp is telling the jury, don't be them. In fact, don't be. He said, we are not going to fall for the finesse. We are not going to fall for the finesse. When he came in here, he told us the truth. He gave us his truth, right? His truth. He said, but we, Max Sharp, when he said we, me and the jury, we are not going to fall for Woody's finesse. Thieferito is hilarious. He said, we are not going to do it. We're going to be smarter than the experts. Yes, Key. The experts believe the liar, but not us. We are smarter than that. Atkins does look, hey, Dee, Atkins does look defeated.
Mr. Kokomo, if you put on page 36.
Why that's coming up. Let me just say, y'all is not playing about me today. Summer, I was finna put in the chat. Oh, Nisha, I got to pray about it. Summer is updating me on, and thank you, Summer. Summer's updating me on my subs today. I just want to say, y'all ain't playing about me today. Y'all must trying to hurry. Y'all trying to send me from Memphis with a bang. And I love that for me. Y'all done sat with me through 6 weeks of me and my mama's Wi-Fi, and I love y'all so bad for that. But I guess today is the day y'all said, Melanie, hurry up and get your ass back to Georgia. Do y'all remember when Resbucia, y'all ain't playing with my lights today? Do y'all remember when Resbucia stuck her hand out to Norbert? She said, get your ass up and hold my hand. I feel like all the love that I'm being shown today, I feel like y'all said, get your ass back to Georgia. I'm not mad about that today. I am so proud of you. I love y'all so bad. Thank you so much, Sunflower. And for people that are new here, y'all might be new. I know we're watching something. This is how it normally goes down over here with myself and the millionaires. We are in the chat. We have a pretty cool environment. We laugh, we joke, y'all, but we do learn a lot over here. And I talk a lot over here, okay? But we there's a method to our madness. There's a method to our madness. We go back, we point things out that we may not have caught when we first heard this stuff. So Isis, don't piss me off. Okay? Isis, don't piss me off, Isis. Y'all, Isis in the chat talking about it doesn't feel like 6 weeks. Baby, because you ain't been here. That's why I don't feel like 6 weeks, Isis. Feel like the time then just flew by for you. Okay? I've been watching paint dry. Okay? Hi, Miss R. So that's why your Isis over here talking about it don't even feel like 6 weeks. Wait a minute. It was because Kingo say we have been here. Nay, we've been in the trenches, okay? Oh, shit. Y'all been fighting for my life in Memphis, baby. Baby, the Wi-Fi ain't act right since I've been here, okay? So I appreciate y'all for oh yeah, we do try. We do cry. Teresa, you right. We cry, but y'all been struggling with me. Baby, y'all done been sent through these lives. I done got kicked out of StreamYard 50-11 times. So I love y'all and I appreciate Barchi is my dog. For people that are new here, Barchi is my dog, and you can hear her barking a lot. Okay. So so yes, baby, this chat, I know one thing. I know this chat love me just like I love y'all. And I appreciate it. And I just wanted to make sure I say that we do cry and act a damn fool over here, okay? Wait a minute. She said we cry and act a damn fool for this damn YSL spinners. Who be acting a fool by some YSL spinners? Erica, you know how Barchi do. But thank y'all. I thought that was a good place to stop. And I wanted to make sure I told y'all thank y'all. I appreciate y'all because I feel like y'all really trying to send me out with a bang. And I understand it. Okay, Neek, long as you acknowledge it, okay? Except when Dad here, then she quiet as a church mouse. Yes, and Dad turns the chat upside down after hours every time because something's wrong with that man. But we love him, though. We love him. We love him.
This is the other state's witness, the other witness that they chose to bring in front of you, Quindarius Zachary. And yes, he's wearing the jail blues, and he had every reason to lie to get himself out of trouble. First of all, what did Quindarius Zachary say at trial? He admitted that he lied on Shannon in 2 prior statements. One August 5th, 2015 to Lieutenant Gaither, and then one in a proffer session on March 3rd of 2017. And he also admitted on cross-examination that even those 2 statements, those 2 lies he told about Shannon Stillwell were not even consistent with each other. But none of the police seemed to mind. None of the prosecutors seemed to mind. Why? Remember his lie? His lie was, the night of the Donovan Thomas killing, Shannon Stillwell confessed to me at Jeffrey Williams' condo. And then he also went on to lie about Shannon Stillwell on this August 5th, 2015 statement, lied about Shannon Stillwell's involvement in really a bunch of other cases that Shannon Stillwell has never been charged with. He just lied on Shannon. And he admitted his motivation for lying on Shannon. He admitted that he knew, or he was under the belief, that when he talked to the police, when he talked to Lieutenant Gaither, first of all, he needed to get bond. He had been locked up for about 7 days. His family had been calling Gaither. We heard about that, begging her to go up and talk to him. What was the urgency? Well, we didn't get into details, but we learned that Mr. Zachary has a serious illness that he wasn't going to fare well at Rice Street under those conditions. So he needed to get out. So he has people calling Gaither, come see me, I want to talk to you. And then he also has the motivation of the April 28, 2015 case, which he was facing at this time. He told you, I was under the impression, and I didn't do the math, this may be right, this may be wrong, but this was his impression, that he was facing something like 185 years. Yeah, that's pretty good motivation to lie. And then he was also concerned because he got caught with a gun on May 7th, 2015, that he knew was ballistically linked to other crimes. So that was a reason for him to lie. And finally, why Shannon? Because he wanted to get back at Demekion Garlington, because Demekion had told the police about the April 28, 2015 incident. And he figured blaming Shannon for things was a way to get back at Demekion, because at that time, Demekion and Shannon were close friends. So those were his motivations. Let's talk about the statements he gave. We heard about Investigator Gaither being called repeatedly to go down there and talk to him on August 5th, 2015. And she said, okay. Remember, he wanted to talk about other stuff. He didn't want to talk about his case. He wanted to immediately get to the point where he's telling lies on other people to get bond or get released, get consideration. And Gaither, to her credit, said, no, we got to talk about your case first. Let's talk about April 28, 2015. And what he said, I wasn't there. I wasn't there. The only reason I know about it is because Demekion Garlington told me the next day. So immediately, he's lying to the police, saying he wasn't there, which of course we know he was there. Lieutenant Gaither knows he was there. But what's his explanation? It's odd. It's interesting. It seems to be a recurring theme. I wasn't there, but, and where did he say was also? I was at home because I'm always sick, right? I was at home. I'm always sick. I wasn't there. And the only reason I know about this is because Demekion Garlington the next day confessed to me. Seeing a pattern? Everyone's always confessing to Quindarius Zachary, according to Quindarius Zachary. Of course, that was a lie. Demekion Garlington had not confessed to him. That was made up. He made up a story about someone confessing to him. And in fact, he was there.
What is Meg Sharp doing? These two witnesses who they have like banked on, Woody and Quindarius Zachary, because they had those long statements. He's saying, listen, it was all lies. In fact, he told you he was so sick, he wasn't even outside. He was there. He was there. Max put it all out. Max put everything out, okay? Max put it all out. Max put it all out, okay?
Gaither called him on it. He about 2 or 3 times said, I swear I'm telling the truth. I swear, I swear, I swear. And finally he gave up the lie. And then he proceeded to move on to other cases and make up lies on Shannon. March 3rd, 2017 was the second statement set up by his lawyers. You got to understand what a proper session is, that it was a session for him to give as much information as he could about as many instances as he could. And the DAs were in the room. They can consider the information given. and then they can give
Ooh,
full
y'all.
consideration that they
Child, I got scared, Erica. I was trying to block the person right above you. I said, "Oh my God, I hope I didn't hit the wrong person." Woo! Woo! My bad. Cause don't come here with that. Y'all can have that, but don't come here with that. Say it in another way or something, y'all. I don't need that in my chat. Say it in another way.
deem appropriate to Quindarius Zachary for his assistance in providing information. Those were the two statements. But here's the thing. You know, it's not complicated to keep a story straight if it's the truth. But if you're making up lies, the context, the details tend to change. It's a little bit more difficult to keep everything straight. And I think about all of us. You know, I think about when I was a kid, I saw a space shuttle explode on TV when I was sitting in the classroom watching it take off. And I remember exactly where I was. I remember who was sitting next to me. I remember whose class it was. I remember what grade I was in. It's etched into my memory. I remember when my favorite football team first won the Super Bowl in my lifetime. I remember everything about that. I remember who the announcers were. I remember who won the MVP. I remember what room I was watching the game in. I remember who I was watching the game with. I remember when this country elected their first Black president, our first Black president. I remember who I was watching TV with that night, the emotions, what room I was in, what channel I was watching. I remember even silly things. I remember watching the Oscars and seeing a man run up on another man and slap him in the face while I was watching with my wife on our bed in our old house while she talked on the phone with her sister. I remember those details, those things that are etched into my mind. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, if a friend of mine came up to me in real life like this, if it really happened, if a friend of mine came up to me and said, "Max, I have something to tell you. Earlier tonight, I murdered one of the most powerful gang members in all of Atlanta." I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that I would remember exactly where I was when he said it. I would know exactly what was going on, where we were, who else was there, and what exactly was said. Because that's the type of thing you wouldn't forget. That's the type of thing you wouldn't forget details of. But what do we know about Quindarius Zachary's renditions of this alleged confession by Shannon Stillwell? It changed. It changed from August 5th, 2015 to March 3rd of 2017. On August 5th, 2015, he claimed that Shannon Stillwell confessed, but just said, "We caught Nut down bad." On August 5th, 2015, he said, "We caught Nut down bad." And then, according to Mr. Zachary, on August 5th, 2015, Shannon Stillwell also named 3 other individuals in the car. That was his statement on August 5th, 2015. But then on March 3rd, 2017, he's asked about the same alleged confession. And it's, "Oh, Shannon just told me he caught Nut down bad, and he didn't give me any other details at all. Didn't say anyone else who was in the car." What about the timing of the confession? On August 5th, 2015, Quindarius Zachary claims the confession occurred just as he and Muntunk pulled up to Jeffrey's condo And Shannon was about to go to a girl's house, and we crossed paths, and he confessed to me. On March 3rd, 2017, what was the story?
Now, this is crazy.
No, Shannon wasn't there when I arrived at the Sky House. Shannon didn't show up till later that night, till about 4 or 5 a.m. He was dropped off by some girls. I know because I let him into the condo. How do those details change about something that would stick in your mind if it were true? And the answer is because it's not true. Because it was a story that was made up by Quindarius Zachary, who was facing 185 years, who needed to get out of jail because he had a serious illness, who knew that the gun he had been arrested with was going to be linked to other crimes. And just like Kenneth Copeland, he was someone that was willing to lie to get himself out of trouble. And at that particular time, the state, the investigators, and everyone else had enough leverage on him to force him to make that decision to lie on someone else.
Did y'all not hear all the different stories Max Sharp just ran down for us? Just not even on his testimony, but hearing Max Sharp tell us all these different stories just now, I know I heard at least 5 different stories. At least 5 different stories. So again, telling the jury, why would you believe this man? Why would you believe this man? You can't believe this man. He just gave us all these different stories. You just can't believe him.
To save himself. It's a sick game. It is a sick, sick game. So we got these 2 liars who were strategically interviewed at the very time they're most likely to lie. Wouldn't it be cool if we had some corroboration of what these 2 known liars claim? Phone records. The state has repeatedly claimed that there's some corroboration in these phone records, and I give Agent Bernie some credit. That was the FBI cast agent that charts, that talks about the phone records and plots them. He was very careful. He was very clear. This does not give exact locations. First of all, it's just devices, not people, but it doesn't give exact locations. It doesn't tell you where people were. It gives a general area. It tells you what cell phone may have been closest to the device when it was being used. And these cell phone towers have all different radiuses and all different signal strengths. So you just get a general idea. You got to be very careful about what you read into these cell phone records. That's what he said, the expert. And yes, he talked about different people calling different people that know each other calling different people on January 10, 2015. Shouldn't be that surprising. And yeah, he put Kenneth Copeland, as did 88 Sprinkle, Kenneth Copeland at the Green Store, in the general area of the Green Store around the time of the homicide. The Green Store that is what? A minute away from the barbershop? What did the phone records corroborate again? That Kenneth Copeland was right there at the time of the murder? That people were generally going north and south on the highway? What did they say about Shannon Stillwell? Where did they say he was? Go look at those phone records. Did they provide any cell phone records for Shannon Stillwell? How about Diamante Kendrick?
Can y'all put a microphone in the chat for me? Because this is the mic drop moment. Sorry. Hey Carly. The mic drop moment is right here. Y'all got phone records for everybody except the people y'all said did the murder. Y'all around here estimating where Yak was at. Well, we know he was at the store, so we just assuming he probably did. Y'all don't even have his phone records. That one, we know your boss said phone records, they can't give you an exact location. So we already know that, right? We already know that, right? But now you come back. What did Max just say? They don't even have phone records for Shannon or Yak. You can't even put Shannon or Yak there. Other than that gas station. Other than the gas station. You didn't track their phone records. But we can track Woody's. And when we track Woody's phone records, he was at the green store, less than a mile away from the barbershop. But you don't have their record. And these are the people that are sitting there for that murder. We don't have those records, but I just showed the jury how Woody had 6-7 different stories, and you want us to believe Woody. What do you call him? The finessa. The finessa. Come on now. Mac, I can't wait. Can't even put Shannon at the gas end. That's why I love my girl India. Indy can't even put Shannon at the gas station. Well, Jared, unfortunately, Jared, the streets think we can't go by what the streets say. We got to go by what's in the trial. More than the detectives. Well, Jared, here's the thing about the streets. The streets can say everything they want to say. But when we're in the court of law, we can only go by, the evidence. The evidence ain't showing it. Where Shannon come in outside of Woody and QZ's key, where did he come from? Shannon, she said, Diddy said Shannon been eating good. That's them Doritos. That's those Doritos. Y'all are absolutely correct. I am not, I agree with y'all about the streets knowing stuff. I get that. But let's be real. Maybe Jared, but you said let's be real as if we were there with him, like we know him. I'm not from Atlanta. I live there now, but I live outside of Atlanta. I tell people all the time, if you ask me where the hoods of Atlanta at, I can't tell you because I'm not going there. Have no desire to go there, to just hang out and kick shit. Like, no, that's not, I don't know. So I can't be real and say Woody was doing that because I don't know that to be true. We only know what people were saying about him, what he said about himself. But when it comes to this, and that's Donovan Thomas's murder, we don't know. Yeah, right, Jared. Like, so Jared, I get why you're saying it, Jared. I get why you're saying it. But what I'm saying is we don't have proof of that. They said the streets tell a lot of lies. That could be two. Jared, I don't want you to die at the green store, friend. I do not want that for you. So, my point here is Max Shard is doing an amazing job. We have no cell phone records for Shannon or Yak. Yak just went to the corner store. Do y'all know what's sad about this? Do y'all remember, those of you that's from Memphis, when Dolph died, do y'all know how many people was at the Family Dollar and at the Shell? They were at the Family Dollar and at the Shell. Now, these are, where Dolph died is like a very small shopping center. It's a Family Dollar right to the immediate left of it, a Shell right to the immediate right of it. So it's a lot closer than this green store. It's not a mile away. It's a lot closer. But to the mere fact that they could have been at those stores and their phones would have pinged to Makita's is what I'm saying. Alice, we didn't forget. We remember that is what I'm saying. And so for them to try to use these records don't give you an exact location. It gives you a general area. So him being at that gas station to me doesn't prove anything. It doesn't prove anything. They don't have weapons. They don't have DNA. They don't have eyewitnesses seeing Yak's face, seeing anything. It doesn't prove anything to me. So that was my whole point of saying this. So I think Max is doing an amazing job of showing that in his closing.
What is the power of those cell phone records again? What did they corroborate? Did they have Kenneth Copeland wear a wire? Remember, he was when he was so desperate to get out of jail. I'll wear a wire. I'll wear a wire. That would have been an idea. Prove what you're saying, Kenneth. Don't just, you're a liar. You're a known liar. Don't just tell us stuff. Prove it. Nope, they didn't put a wire on Kenneth. What about wiretapping phones? We know they know how to do that. Did they wiretap anyone's phone to corroborate anything Kenneth Copeland and Quindaria Zachary said? Nope. So then we get to surveillance video. And this is where this gets kind of ugly. Kenneth Copeland claims he was at the Green Store, not outside the barber shop at the time of the killing. And his phone records put him in that general area. How many times have myself or Attorney Steele asked about the Green Store? Detective Thorpe claims that he went to the Green Store to try to get surveillance, but he didn't think they had any.
Max cooking. Did you hear what Max said? Max said that Woody's phone puts him at the Green Store. It does put him in that general area at the Green Store. But you know, it's going to put you in that area when you take a call or something. So at some point, he took a call at the Green Store. He had to hang up the call at some time. Max is at some point. Max is saying, can we see some footage of how long he was at the Green Store? Something that shows us he never left or he was at the Green Store at the time the shooting occurred, is what Max is saying. Reasonable doubt. Again. I guess so, Erica. Oh, because them two told me up. Babe, I had to take off work when Dolphin. I was already not working when Dolph died. Nipsey girl, I was going on a cruise, child. I had to take off work. I was so toe up. I was toe up, child. But yeah, this is what Max is trying to do. Max is trying to say, we have evidence that does put him at the Green Store, but we know that he was less than a mile away from the shooting. That's what Max was trying to say. He's again putting that reasonable doubt out there. And Hilton's talking about his main phone. Girl, a good investigation. ISIS. And Woody said it. Everybody had two phones. I don't know what Woody was doing because I didn't have two phones back then, okay? But everybody had two phones. Where's the other phone? Come on now. But I really don't think they did a bad investigation. And here we are almost 10 years later. The investigation is still bad. And I think they just can't accept the fact. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Now that the case is over. I don't think they really gave a damn about Nut. I don't really think they gave a damn about Shamel. I just don't. And their investigations show me they didn't give a damn. The only investigator I feel like gave a damn was it y'all, what was Griffin who investigated Shannon and the shooting and the car accident with the friend. He's the only one that I feel like got on the stand and actually tried to do good police work. The only one. Ooh, Kika, they never gonna do that. Bridget said her brother had 3 phones. Okay. Everybody got their degrees off Groupon. I think his name was Griffin, Jasmine. He seemed to actually care. Hilton put Yak in the car, out the car. Thank you, Miss Sheila. She sure did. Griffin. His name was Griffin. Thank you, Key. Yeah, it was Detective Griffin. He seemed like he was sincere. He was like, you could tell his testimony. He tried to solve this case. No, definitely wasn't damn Dennis. Oh God, Dennis is terrible. Ooh, right there. Okay. Griffin was good, Jasmine. He was really good. Baby, they took Yak. Shannon 7. We're talking about when Shannon got when the car accident that unfortunately Tierra Jones was killed in. That's what we're talking about. We're just talking about that investigator saying that he was the one who actually did the job. I was saying that I don't think any of these investigators really cared that Nut was killed, or really tried to figure it out. I think they were just going off what the streets talking about, what the streets say, no real investigative work, none of that. None of that. They kind of went, oh, we got them at the gas station. Well, we're going to say they did it. That's how I feel like it happened. Yeah, I liked Griffin. I really liked him.
Really? Because I heard about my client being shot at, his head being shot at that very same green store. And I heard the officer responded and looked at the surveillance to determine who was shooting at my client. I've seen pictures of the green store. I see the cameras. They don't have surveillance. Okay, Detective Thorpe. So you try to get surveillance. Do you have that in any of your reports? Any documentation of you going to the green store to try to get surveillance to corroborate the claims of Kenneth Copeland? Oh, no, that's not in my report. Ask Gaither, Lieutenant Gaither, about the green store. Why would I go to the green store? That's not even relevant. Really? I beg to differ. She had no interest in corroborating Kenneth Copeland. So then we talk about the McDonald's surveillance. The McDonald's at Old Hateville and Cleveland Avenue, the very spot where Kenneth Copeland claims in his story that everyone met and that Demekion Garlington told him who killed Donovan Thomas. Well, we know the McDonald's has surveillance. That's been testified to by several officers. And we know we don't have the McDonald's surveillance for January 10th, 2015. So I ask, Attorney Steele asks, I ask, other attorneys ask. First we ask Gaither, did you ever try to get surveillance to McDonald's? And what did she say? Oh, we went like 2 or 3 months later, we went and we talked to a general manager and they weren't able to get into the cameras right then, but we took the card and we gave the card to Thorpe. That was her explanation of the efforts to get camera footage from the McDonald's. I said, okay, do you have that in a report that you drove down to the McDonald's and talked to? Who was the person you talked to? What was their title? What was their name? Where's the card? Oh, no, I don't have that in a report. Nope. Okay, so then we asked Thorpe, what did you do to get surveillance from the McDonald's to corroborate anything Kenneth Copeland said? And this is where it gets ugly. He said, I went a couple days later and I talked to the people and they said the footage had been erased. The 15-day or however many days the cycle is ended and all the footage was erased and it started all over again. That piqued our interest because everyone knows that's not the way surveillance cameras work. Everyone knows it's first in, first out on a rolling basis, meaning if it's a 15-day cycle, at the end of 15 days, everything isn't just erased, but it starts taping over the beginning parts again, so you always have 15 days memory. Everyone knows that you wouldn't go to the McDonald's 2 days after an incident and find out that the whole system had been erased, because that's not how surveillance systems work. And we asked every officer, it seemed, that came up here. You ever hear of a surveillance system working that way? Where it just all erases at one time, or does it roll first in, first out? Every one of them said they never heard of a surveillance system just erasing all at one time. Every single one of them. So, does that McDonald's on that corner of Old Hateville and Cleveland Avenue have a one-of-a-kind, a one-of-one surveillance system that they're operating? I don't think so. But what does that mean? It means Detective Thorpe lied to us. He lied to y'all. He didn't go to try to get that surveillance from the McDonald's. He didn't go 2 days later. What did we hear from DA Sprinkle? Remember that? And that's a straight shooter, DA Sprinkle. what the DA Sprinkle said when we asked him about it. Hey, did Detective Thorpe ever mention trying to go get the footage from the McDonald's? Did that ever come up? Because, we've been asking a lot about this McDonald's footage. What did DA Sprinkle say? Detective Thorpe never brought that up to me. And that seems like something he would have brought up.
Do y'all see Hilton? She said, because Sprinkle damn sure said that on when he was on that stand. Do y'all remember? Sprinkle said, because Sprinkle knows all, he sees all. Do y'all remember Sprinkle saying, oh, I would have remembered if Thorpe told me about some McDonald's footage? That sounds like something that would have stuck out to me. Do y'all remember? Let's go back a little second.
Say, Detective Thorpe never brought that up to me. And that seems like something he would have brought up.
Oh, they uneasy.
Detective Thorpe lied.
Uneasy.
Either that, or he did go get the footage, and it doesn't back up Kenneth Copeland's claims.
I have seen so many of you on Twitter. I have seen so many of you on Twitter say exactly what Max Shard just said. Everybody has hinted to the fact that maybe they have this McDonald's footage, or they saw the McDonald's footage and it did not corroborate what Woody was saying, so they got rid of it. It would have actually exonerated the guys. I have seen people say that before. Because how do you go days later and it's not there? I know it's a delay mail. 7, what you mean? What you mean by it's a delay? Tell me what you mean by that, 7. Listen, Kiara, if the McDonald's footage gets leaked after this damn case, I know something. Yeah, they're saying like it was just gone. Thorpe is like, oh, I went to see it was just gone. Love is pissed. And the day Sprinkle said it, she was pissed. No cameras, lost files, no DNA, putting you there. Exactly. Y'all think they saw the tapes. I've seen people say that before. I have just kind of been Drink's case at the light. I just have kind of been of the mind that he never went. That was my mind. I just feel like he never went to go get the tape. Alice, we gonna see. I have been of the mind that Thorpe never went to McDonald's. That could be true too. Key. Someone said Steele was going to fight hard for that McDonald's footage. Everything don't just go missing. It seems to happen a lot with this district attorney's office. Woody got a book out? I didn't know that. I did not know that. They never talked to somebody at the hospital. You're right. Okay, y'all. So some of y'all kind of torn. Some of you guys really do think they have this. Hold on. Thank you, Miss Janet. They let the real guys go. It's about evidence. You might be right, Miss Janet. Jury still deliberating, Ariel. I just see that comment vanish. Okay, y'all. Listen, some of y'all think it might be like that for real. Some of y'all feel like it might be like
in his missing file somewhere, which he can't find to bring to court. I guess that's a possibility. But he lied. All right, so the elephant in the room. Who killed Donovan Thomas? It's not our burden to solve this case, first of all. The jury instructions are clear. It's not our job to solve cases, especially cases that happened 9 years ago. But to the extent that it factors into the question of reasonable doubt that Mr. Stillwell committed that crime, let's just leave it like this. I know someone who has a closest associate named Trevante Turner. I know of someone who is arch enemies with a man named Kelvin Watts, who is the brother of Donovan Thomas. I know of someone who, with Trevante Turner, went and shot up Rich Homie Kwan's father's barber shop in 2014. I know of someone who stole Donovan Thomas's nut chain and wallet and cell phone out of his truck in late 2014. And when asked about it by the police, repeatedly lied about that situation, repeatedly pretended that him and Donovan Thomas were cool. I know someone who was jumped by Kelvin Watts in Club Crucial on January 6, 2015. I know someone who basically admitted on the stand, I'm listening, to shooting up the TIG studios at 675 Metropolitan Avenue on January 8, 2015, 2 days before Donovan Thomas's death. A shooting which shot a hole in Rich Homie Kwan's windshield. And if you recall from the officer who responded to the scene, a shooting that very well may have occurred while Donovan Thomas was present. Remember, I asked that officer, were there people there in the studio at the time? Yes, there were. Who were they? I don't know. They wouldn't open the door. They wouldn't come and answer. And I know someone who was put on the proverbial plate by Donovan Thomas on January 8th, 2015. Mr. Kokomo, could you please play DS24F?
I got somebody, but I don't know his name. He was there. He everything. He called the night. Well, I forgot what day they got killed, but it was a Friday night. It was a Thursday night. Mm-hmm. They had a barbecue. Mm-hmm. But the barbecue just about it was blood and everything blood. Mm-hmm. Then the whole meeting was based upon me. They was all in there talking about this and this, talking about this and this. So the nigga Mo was on the phone. So Mo told everybody, all I need, every last one of y'all, whoever 90s scraps here, whoever else nickname, supposed to kill me. They gave all of them guns. The same night, they gave every last one gun. Said, treat me to a gas station and kill me. I forgot what else. But he called and he told me everything. He said, is this person in front of yours?
The whole meeting was based on me. Gave all of them guns. They were instructed to trick me to the gas station. This wasn't some universal Donovan Thomas after everyone. This wasn't Donovan Thomas after YSL. It certainly wasn't Donovan Thomas after Shannon Stillwell. They were after Kenneth Copeland. I know somebody who had the opportunity. Not only does cell phone records put him right in the area, but we know the car was, we know the shooting, the murder was perpetrated using a certain Infiniti, an Infiniti that was rented for Kenneth Copeland by Jeffrey Williams. because Kenneth Copeland needed a car. An Infiniti that Kenneth Copeland was in possession of the day before the Donovan Thomas shooting. An Infiniti which was last known to be in the hands of Kenneth Copeland and Quindarius Zachary before, according to Kenneth Copeland, he handed it off to his good friend, closest associate, partner in shooting up Rich Homie Kwan's father's barbershop, Trevante Turner, also known as Threat.
I know somebody. Max sitting at this damn podium like he is preaching on Easter Sunday right now. Him saying what he say and then say, I know somebody. I'm sorry. I watched most of Miss Hilton, y'all, and Max make a lot of damn sense. Max is making a lot of sense because when you start hearing the chain of events that happened, what the hell Thug have to do with all of that? Y'all remember that damn PowerPoint we went through? Do y'all remember the PowerPoint we went through? We went through the PowerPoint, and then going through the PowerPoint, they told us that Woody is the one who shot up the Think It's a Game Studios, right? We know that Think It's a Game Studios, Lucci, Nud, all of them would be there. We know that Woody allegedly stole this chain, gave it back. We know all of that happened. Woody said in here, we don't have to take everything he say as bond, right? But if he's saying, listen, they had a meeting with the Bloods and they said they were going to kill me, trick me to a gas station and kill me, okay? And we know that all of this is happening. We know that he got jumped at the club. Paige said the state doesn't have to have a motive. They don't have to prove motive, right? It's not an element for finding someone guilty of murder. We understood all of that, right? But a motive damn sure helps. A motive damn sure helps your case. KJ said, I did it. KJ, don't confess on here because I don't need to be subpoenaed for your crimes, okay? Like, if you are a person who wants to listen to logical, because Miss Love, their story never made sense for me. Why would Thug, as Brian still said, Thug had just signed $1 million deal. Why would Thug order them to go kill Nut and then make Woody and Moontoon like, hey, y'all need to talk to the police if y'all didn't do it? Why would that happen? It doesn't make sense. Okay, Shannon, let me go see. Let me see what my girl Shanny said. Summer. Shanny, you might be right. Now Isis said Birdman ordered it. God damn it. Well, Jared, Kayla never said that. There were like these rumors. Brian Steele was saying that it came out, but Kayla never said it. Birdman ain't got no ties to Atlanta. But y'all know I love this. If we're doing all of this in the chat, tell me what has entered the chat. 2 words. It's 2 words, guys. R and a D. Yeah, mistrial was definitely a mistrial with prejudice. Was supposed to happen. They said Lil Mike and Quez. You're welcome. Okay, Lachelle, you missing one word, Faith. It's a word that goes in front of that doubt. I remember they said reasonable doubt has entered the chat. If it's gonna be somebody in that courtroom who gonna remember Max, because what Max did is took all of those days of Woody's testimony and he just put it right here in front of us. Reasonable doubt has been here. And this is what we're saying. It has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. Max making a lot of damn sense. Which story are they going to buy? Are they going to buy that a boy who just got who just became a millionaire, who definitely told his friends to go to the police station, are they going to buy that he ordered a hit on someone? For what reason? He just signed $1 million contract. He didn't need the money. He doesn't need notoriety. Fame, the boys on every 2014, 2015 Thug. Who did Thug need? I ain't even gonna tell y'all who I think was in that car and who told Woody about said meeting. Who? Baby, Duke, he said, Jerry said, Jerry, you know we love Duke over here. Jerry said, what happened to Duke testifying? His lawyer. Jared, I think the DA's office did not want no parts of Duke's lawyer. She told them if he gets on the stand, you can only ask him certain things, and she was going to be in the courtroom to make sure that's all they asked him. They said no. They said, you know what? We don't even want to play with him. Plus, Brian still said if Duke would have testified, there were going to be things he was going to ask Duke that would not have been favorable to the prosecution. Y'all, I'm sorry. It's all about who you think, which story you choose to believe. And at this point, you can literally listen to both stories, right? But if you believe the state's theory, but then you also believe Max's theory, that's doubt. You have to, beyond a reasonable doubt, you have to believe one or the other. You can't believe both. Duke is a smooth talker, fast thinker. Duke would have been up there like Tick. He would have been up there like Tick. So it's all about what you believe. And Max, I'm sorry, y'all. I love Woody down. But when I hear what Max just did, I said, well, go lock him up. That's what you're thinking, right? When you're listening, oh, they got the wrong damn person. When you're listening, that is what Max is doing. He is doing a damn good job. Like, he's doing a damn good job of taking it off of Shannon and putting it on Woody. Because what reason did Shannon have to do it is what Max is saying. He may not have reasons, but I can give you 10 to 15 of why Woody would have. So Max has done a great job of painting the picture for the jury, so that that reasonable doubt. Because if I'm the jury, I'm thinking, well, why the hell is Shannon over there? Why did they give Woody immunity? Damn, that makes sense. They had a whole meeting about him. Why wouldn't he want to get them before they get him? Like, this is what could be going through the jury's mind if you believe what Max Shard is saying. But if there's even an inkling on you, in you, that believes the state's theory, and then you hear Max, now you're doubting what the state has told you. Hey, Rainey, now you're doubting what the state has told you. So Max is doing an amazing job. I'm loving it.
In conclusion, regarding count 2, ladies and gentlemen, there is an absolute lack of reliable evidence against Shannon Stillwell.
Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody just said threat. Let's not leave threat out of it, okay? Threat is the person who Woody said had to be for real. Let's not forget about that. And what Woody say? I ride with my friend. I ain't had no beef with Rich Homie. I just went and shot up the barbershop because my friend was doing it. Let's not leave threat out of it as well. Let's not leave threat out. Max Shard said, oh, and don't forget him. Don't forget him too. Now we got 2 people that he's brought in as far as the Donovan Thomas murder is concerned. Let's not leave threat out, is what Max Shard said.
He had no motive. His problems with all these people happened afterwards. Once APD falsely accused him. Once the streets falsely accused him of committing this crime. That's when people started shooting at his head and shooting at cars he was riding in. He didn't have any problems with Donovan Thomas. There's no evidence of that. There's no forensics, no DNA, no cell phone records putting Shannon Stillwell at any scenes. He's not on the Texaco video. It's just 2 witnesses, both proven and admitted liars who changed their stories repeatedly on tape, right in front of all of us. Both people who had every reason to lie when they gave their stories. Two people that were chosen by the state to be the key witnesses in the case. But two witnesses, to their credit, who at least came in here and owned up to the fact that they were weak. They chose themselves. They chose to lie on others to save themselves, and at least they came in and told you that. Other than that, there's no corroboration at all. All right. We got a little more to go, okay? That was my hint.
But Miss Sheila, that's certainly another theory. That is certainly another theory. Oh, I can't see. Okay, y'all. So we should be about done.
Everybody try to be back as soon as you.
51 charges criminal street gang activity based on murder. And 52 charges possession of firearm by a convicted felon for March 14th, 2022, based on the belief that if a murder was committed by Mr. Stillwell, he must have had a gun. And count 54 is charged possession of firearm during commission of a felony, being the murder. My point is.
And thank you so much for the super chat, Miss Sheila. I don't think I said thank you. I think I started reading the super chat, but thank you so much, Miss Sheila.
All of these counts are predicated on the murder charge. And so I'm not going to focus on any of the other counts. I'm just going to focus on count 49, which is the murder charge. Okay, so turning the page to the March 14th, 2022 Shmuel Drinks murder case. Let's start out by just reviewing kind of the basic evidence, standard evidence, and then we're going to get into some of the more complicated matters that came up during trial. There's no eyewitnesses. There's no DNA. There's a fingerprint that was briefly alluded to that was found on Shmuel Drinks' car that does not belong to Mr. Stillwell or anyone else in this case. There's no ballistic matches. We know that the projectiles or the bullets that hit Mr. Drinks twice, once in the neck, once in the arm, we know that they were .40 caliber bullets. Okay.
Okay, so Max is doing drinks now, but I wanted to address Gerald. He said, if they're found guilty, the feds are probably going to pick up the case to get Jeffrey, because I'm thinking if they're guilty of RICO, isn't Jeffrey the head of YSL? So Thug pled NOLO to 2 counts. I know one of them was for the RICO. Also, they've established, even through their expert witness, there is no hierarchy in YSL. There is no organization. There is no money changing hands. There is no way to get into YSL. Anybody can do it. It has, to me, in my opinion, has been proven that YSL is really not a gang. It's a group of boys been together, right? So I don't think, I don't see the feds picking up anything to do with this case. It's messy, it's sloppy. I just don't see it. If that were the case, it would have happened before Fulton County did it. So I just can't see it. I can't see it happening.
That's what we know. What else have we heard through trial? We heard about a phone that Mr. Stillwell had. We heard a lot of his songs off that phone, and we also heard about some other things. We heard about a article that Mr. Stillwell, or someone with Mr. Stillwell's phone, we'll say Mr. Stillwell, clicked on March 17th, 2022. Okay, it was a Fox News article about a shooting on Windsor Street. Okay, that's 3 days after the homicide. That is after Mr. Stillwell's girlfriend at the time, Miss Alexander, alerted him to the fact that there was a shooting on Windsor Street. It's after the fact, it's after she sent a post posted by someone else on Instagram about this shooting on Windsor Street. It's after his grandmother, Miss Jackson, reached out to him to check if he was okay, because she saw the news report about this shooting on the news. All that happened on the evening of March 14th. That's how quickly news traveled. It should be of no surprise that by March 17th, probably sooner than that, there was an article about this incident on the internet, on the Fox News website, the local Fox 5 website. Mr. Stillwell clicked on an article 3 days afterwards. Additionally, we heard about Mr. Stillwell being in we know that he's in the rap, or he's trying to make his way in the rap game. And we know that on the evening of March 14th, going into March 15th, Mr. Stillwell was in the studio. And we know there was a note in his phone that talked about a very standard, very common, not a particularly unique line at all, not unique at all, to be quite honest, from drill music, about ops. That was put in his notes while he was in the studio making drill music. So we have that. Neither of those two things in his phone are particularly noteworthy. They're not strong evidence of anything, but they were brought to your attention by Investigator Viverito, who searched his phone far and wide for any information she could find, and that was what she found. We heard about social media posts, and we heard that those social media posts were collected by Investigator Viverito, and we went back and forth with Investigator Viverito, we being me, about her work collecting those posts. There's no reports on who she was following, what she was looking for, who she was checking out on Instagram, who she wasn't checking out on Instagram. We also know from the post by Mr. Nichols that was presented to you initially in a far different form than it was actually on the internet, that Investigator Viverito was not only collecting posts, but she was manipulating posts to present to you in the way that she deemed fit, because she is biased. We learned that there were several people that made posts about the goings-ons in March of 2022. We know, and I'm not going to hide from it, that Mr. Stillwell made posts about Maine Christian McMiller's death on March 11th, about Darius Ford's death, about how his heart is broken, about how he ain't going to be the only one crying. We know that there were posts on both sides from everyone in the community about what was going on in March 2022. But the takeaway from the post is this, and it actually came from Investigator Viverito. I don't think she really wanted to admit it, but she did. We talked to her about the March 11th killing of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, and about that investigation. Now we're talking about 2 years and 8 months ago now. How it remains unsolved, how no one's been charged. Okay? And we looked at some of the posts that were made in reference to that incident. We learned about a Big Nick who posted just after that incident, slime and chalk. And we know what that, I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. And we know about these other accounts. Edgewood, I think it was Edgewood James and Joey Hurst, 2 other accounts that weren't necessarily their names, may have been kind of like pseudo accounts or fictitious accounts, celebrating in really the most vile ways possible, celebrating the deaths of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford. And I asked Investigator Viverito, and she confirmed, you know, even if they're fictitious accounts, you can see who was posting. You could pull IP address. You could try to look into that and figure out who was posting. If you really thought that these posts, if you really thought posting about the crime was a confession to murder. And she agreed she could, but they didn't, because it's not. We learned about Kelvin Watts, also known as Shell Cal. And we saw the post that he made right after the murder of the double homicide of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, about him putting 2 shells under Donovan Thomas's eyes, about him looking in the camera and putting 2 shells under his eyes. 4 different posts. Another post about with 2 shells and lips sealed. And we talked to Investigator Viverito about what those shells meant. And they meant bodies in her estimation. So Kelvin Watts is sitting there posting, putting symbols of dead bodies under his own eyes in his own way with the shells. And I asked Investigator Viverito, oh, and he also made a song. We heard about the song he made, Mafia Story, where he's celebrating the death, where he's describing the death, how they were in a fast car and how they died on the freeway. Direct references to the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford. And so I asked Investigator Viverito, all these posts that Kelvin Watts has made, has he been charged? And the answer was no. And why was the answer no? Because posts on the internet about the death of people, even claims of responsibility, such as putting two shells under your own eyes, that's not enough to charge someone.
How many of y'all gagged when she said that on that stand? This entire case is built around things people said in their rap songs, posts that they made on Instagram, in their Instagram stories, and that lady had the nerve to sit on the stand and say, well, she'll not charged because, you know, we can't charge people just with posts that they made online. Did they not have some post when Shannon put nut in Spanish or something and somehow say that he is confessing to a murder because he said that? Like I said, there's no way that she just said that on the stand. No way Viverito just said that on the stand when it happened. So you can only use posts when it's convenient for you. Literally see Thug in a group text talking about Uzi with Thug talking about Uzi putting that diamond in his forehead. And all of a sudden, oh, we can't use that, but you literally used it to get a warrant to search this man's house?
That's not a confession. Investigator Viverito said the reality is, in this day and age, under these circumstances, dealing in this situation with the drill music and everything else, there's false claiming going on all the time. We can't go by what's on the internet. We can't go by what people post. That's not a confession. That's what we learned from Investigator Viverito. That's what she was forced to concede when we talked about the Christian McMiller and Darius Ford deaths. So when we're analyzing crude, inappropriate, idiotic posts that are made by Demekion Garlington, or even my client, Mr. Stillwell. Let's keep that in mind. Those aren't confessions. Those are posts, and they're common. And even Investigator Viverito, who I have maintained pretty clearly is not an honest broker, was biased, even she had to admit that. Ballistics is interesting because we know about the FN that Mr. Stillwell is allegedly being linked with, 57 FN, and that was always a hole in the state's case, right? Mr. Drinks was shot with a .40 caliber bullets. Mr. Stillwell has never been linked to any weapon that shoots .40 caliber bullets, at least not in 2022. So Investigator Viverito shows up in court, looking to put her stamp on the case, looking to sway the jurors. And she looks at a video and she says, yeah, on that table, I think that's a Glock 27 based on the bottom of the grip. I'm not an expert. I'm not saying it is, but I'm just going to kind of hypothesize in front of the jury that it's a Glock 27 and they shoot .40 caliber bullets. Okay, you're not an expert, but you're throwing that in front of the jury. Never said it before until you're on the stand. And what's your experience with Glock 27s? Well, one time I went to the gun store and I was trying to decide what kind of gun to buy, and I held a Glock 27. That's it. Think about Investigator Viverito and her bias and her trying to sway you and identify or claim to identify a firearm and a make and model from that picture and what her basis is, what her real basis is. Any evidence that Mr. Stillwell ever possessed that gun? And what did she say? She just can't answer no, because of course there's no evidence that Mr. Stillwell has ever possessed that gun. She says, well, do you have any evidence? Or I don't have any evidence that he didn't. Well, geez, that's an interesting shifting of the burden of proof from the state's witness. She's biased. She came in there to try to solve a key problem of the state's case, which is that Mr. Stillwell is not linked to any weapon that could possibly shoot the fatal bullets in the Shamel Drinks case. And she tried to solve that problem for the state with her little trick and her little identification based on one-time handling a gun in some pawn shop or some gun store somewhere. Don't fall for it. It just shows her bias. So we heard the wiretaps. State brought on the wiretaps. And yes, the wiretaps do show Mr. Stillwell. We heard a call, Mr. Stillwell laughing about sneaking out when the police showed up and talking about taking a stick and his FN from the house after the police showed up. We own that. We acknowledge that. Neither of those guns could shoot the bullets that killed Mr. Drinks. But there was another wiretap that was played that I'd like us to just hear again. And Mr. Kokomo, you know where I'm going? Okay. It was from a call on April 1st, 12:29 a.m. And the state made such a big deal of this. Of course, the wiretap, hold on one second, just don't play it yet. Thank you. The state made a big deal of this because it's a wiretap. Demekion Garlington's on one end on his cell phone. And the state made such a big deal about Mr. Stillwell, what he was doing on this call on April 1st.
Okay, I am confused, y'all. Was Fred supposed to be gone or not? all I saw was Mel get Fred. I saw the comment that said on a positive note, but I didn't know what he said prior to that. So I'm like, maybe he said something out of pocket. And I'll be trying to keep the vibe of the chat the same, right? I'm trying to keep the vibe of the chat good. So I don't know if he said something disrespectful or anything. Now, DD, I don't know what he said. I only saw that comment, but I was like, okay, maybe he said something that made people that was disrespectful or something in the chat. All I saw was get Fred, and I said, well, I don't want to miss y'all. I love to keep the vibe of the chat. Though I'm trying to cook. Who did what? Eric, I'm trying to see too, because I just want to make sure I didn't block the wrong person. I just want to make sure. All I saw was on a positive note, and I'm like, maybe he said something, because you can feel how you want to feel about the defendants, but I just thought maybe they said something like that person who said yak a rat. Okay, you have to go, because don't come here with that energy. If you feel like that, that's fine. Just say it another way. I just don't want to be, I don't want it to get too disrespectful. That's all. So I was just saying he was pushing it. And yes, it was nice. Oh, it was nice. I'm unblock him. We can't be like that. They gotta be able to say something. Nothing of importance. He was an industry plant. I just don't want people to feel like you can't come over here and talk. That's not what it was. I listened to the chat, and it's a group of us that's always I just think people just don't be taking the hints. It's not about you can't. If you want to say the man is a rat, I'm just saying don't say it in my chat. That's all. I don't want stuff like that. You can say, hey, I don't know, just the rat part. Word it another way or something. Hell, I don't know. That's it. I'm literally saying I blocked somebody because they said Yak was a rat. And what does he do? He is a rat. Are you not listening? Oh, yeah, I remember that. Oh, okay. Okay, we're gonna let Fred back. But listen, I'm just saying this is not law and crime chat. You can say what you want to say. I just want us to be mindful of how we say it, because we talk a lot of shit in this chat. Okay, that's it. I'm not saying you need to agree with the rest of us. You can have your own opinion. So I'm gonna unblock Fred. But this whole he a rat and all that type of stuff, I just don't be want to see all of that. Just say it somewhere else. And if you can't respect, I'm just asking you not to say that. You could say it a whole nother way and be just fine. That's all I'm asking. I just like to keep the chat when it comes to stuff like that. This whole street code of whatever y'all saying, I just don't be want to see it. That's all.
Of course, we know he was in jail. He'd been arrested on March 17th. So he's in jail and he's talking to Demikion Garlington. And they make a big deal. He's on a contraband phone. He's on a contraband phone. Now, I'm not saying that's right, but let's think about that scenario for a second. We've been sitting here for a year listening to the same. This call is subject to being recorded, right? Every time someone comes from the jail, because it is recorded. Mr. Stillwell's on a cell phone. He doesn't know Mr. Garlington's phone is tapped. Mr. Garlington doesn't know his phone is tapped. As far as they're concerned, they're having a private conversation. They have cut out the recording and are having a private conversation about March 14th, 2022. And what do they say? First, Mr. Kokomo, could you play 239 to 310?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm telling folks. I'm like, shit, what the hell they locked up for? Like, they can't say anything about it. I'm like, bro, they good. I'm just like, they gonna assume some shit like that anyway. They gonna assume that, like, y'all ain't did, man, kill me, so.
That's what I keep telling you now. Little, I'm keep telling him like, just chill. Like, I know.
Yeah, cause they
This
think
ain't
he panicked.
nothing. Yeah, I'm like, this ain't nothing, bro. Like, they just doing that cut. This thing is a goddamn gas station. Like, just chill. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In this private conversation that they're having, they're not saying, oh, how can we cover this up? Oh, I think they're onto us. Oh no, I think they got us. They're saying, we didn't do anything. They're just assuming we did stuff because we're at the gas station, which is a fact that we have never denied. They were in fact at the gas station. They're having a private conversation and they're talking about how innocent they are and how the police got it wrong. And Mr. Stillwell is just saying, let's let it work itself out. So let's go to 1210 to 1225, Mr. Copeland. Thank you.
Yeah, I already know. Like, when they got down, go to wiping down, doing them got down, you know, they gunpowder, forensics, all this shit there.
Yeah.
You gonna come back clean. You see what I'm saying? So I ain't tripping on that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, let's consider that comment. First of all, no one said the car has been cleaned. It's going to come back clean, is what was said. And now, listen to what Mr. Stillwell says. Once they GD going to wipe it down, doing GD, you know, the gunpowder forensic, all that S-H-I-T, the gunpowder forensic, does Mr. Stillwell sound like an expert in gunshot residue there? Does he really sound like someone that's going to say, oh, I have so much inside knowledge on this forensic work that the police do on the inside of cars that we must clean the headliner of all things? No, he sounds like someone who knows that they were in a car on March 14th, 2022, knows that they were at the BP, knows that they left and they drove down Windsor Street, and knows, despite the fact that he's been arrested falsely for killing another gentleman, he knows in his heart that no gun was fired by him inside that car or outside that car. That's how he knows it's going to come back clean. It's not some devious mastermind that's got some inside information on the forensic work. He barely knows what he's talking about. You know, that gunpowder forensic, all that S-H-I-T. That's a comment of someone that knows where they were on March 14th and where they were driving and what they did not do. And what they did not do was fire a gun. Let's talk about the rental car. State made a big deal of this rental car. Yes, Mr. Stillwell rented a car on March 14, 2022. First of all, we've seen the BP tape. There was no plan, okay? This was a chance encounter.
Now, Italia, you and your hearts and your snake almost got blocked, friend. I thought it was the person who I just blocked. I said, Lord, how the hell he get back in here so fast? Italia, it's too much. It's too much. When we have more people in the chat, more foolishness comes out. We just be trying to have a good time and watch the case. That's it. We try to have a good time and watch the case. Y'all saw them green hearts and that snake, and I said, what the hell? I said, that was quick. We just want to have a good time and watch the case. That's it. That's all we want, y'all. We really don't want to argue, okay? We do not want to argue in this chat. We just want to come in here, have a good time. Listen, we can have a difference of opinion. We don't want to be arguing. We don't want to be trolled. Y'all, Italian, no, Italian, I'm sorry. Italian, I was just like, damn. We just want to have a good time, y'all. That's it.
Unforeseen that Shimao Drinks would ever show up at a gas station. So there's no indication that people would be renting a car in anticipation of running into Chamel Drinks. Okay? The reality is we heard about what was going on in Mr. Stillwell's life. We know from his phone. We heard from Miss Alexander, who testified. Remember what she said? March 9th, I was robbed. I said she's in a cash business. She said, no, I dance. Okay, that's fine. I didn't want to put it out there, but she did. She dances. She carries large amounts of money. And people ran up on her with their guns out and tried to rob her. Remember what she said? I said, you shot at them in self-defense. She said, no, I shot them. She didn't have any remorse about that because people ran up on her to try to take her stuff at gunpoint. But she was concerned about the blowback. She was concerned about people coming back to get her. Couple that with the fact that Mr. Stillwell has had a target on his back since 2015. Couple that with the fact that Mr. Ford and Mr. McMiller were just ruthlessly murdered on the freeway while driving in a car that obviously someone knew who they were and had an idea of what kind of car they were in. Is it really any wonder why a car was rented by Mr. Stillwell and Miss Alexander on March 14th? If it's such a secret, if there was such a plan behind this car, isn't it odd that Mr. Stillwell, first of all, they ordered it online ahead of time. Mr. Stillwell walks in there on surveillance, gives his ID, gives his name. It wasn't no secret. They were renting a car because things had gotten dangerous. They were trying to survive. And then we make a big deal of these tints. Yeah, they did put a tint on the car. That was kind of the point. That was exactly the point. No one's hiding from that. Mr. Stillwell was scared for his safety. He was scared for Miss Alexander's safety. And the first thing he did that night is went and got window tints on the car. And yes, he broke the rental agreement in doing so. We acknowledge that as well. If this was a car that was involved in a homicide on March 14th, let's consider Mr. Stillwell's actions after the fact. I don't know. It seems logical to me that if I'm in a rental car and I use it as part of a homicide, the first thing I'm going to do is get rid of said rental car, distance myself from the rental car. It's on video at the BP. It's on video on Windsor Street. There's surveillance cameras all over the place in Atlanta. The first thing anyone would do if they committed a crime as heinous as this in a rental car is get rid of it. Well, what do we know that Mr. Stillwell does? Well, first of all, he runs into Investigator Viverito at 2830 Waters Road a day after the homicide, wearing the same clothes he was wearing in the BP, by the way, not really concealing his identity there. And he tells Investigator Viverito, yeah, that's the car I'm in. That's the car I'm riding in. And then what does he do later in the day on the 16th? Does he go into Griffin, Georgia and burn it in some back road somewhere? Does he go drop it off in Alabama? No. He calls Alamo and extends the rental until the 20th. Ask yourselves, really? Are those the actions of someone with a guilty conscience? Are those the actions of someone who committed a crime in a rental car? Absolutely not. Why is he doing these things? Because just like how he knows the car is going to come back clean, he knows he didn't do anything in that car. He knows he's innocent. He has no reason to get rid of the car. Okay, let's talk about Dr. Melissa Sims Stanley. She was the medical examiner who performed the autopsy on Chamel Drinks. She was very important. We didn't realize how important she was at the time, but she was very important. She testified that there were 2 wounds to Mr. Drinks, one to his arm and one to his neck. We don't know which order they came in, but we know the shot to the neck was the fatal injury. It caused a massive injury to the base of his skull and the base of his brain. Dr. Sim Stanley testified about the effects of such an injury. Death would be immediate, and if not immediate, imminent. But more importantly, conscious control of bodily movements would be immediately lost due to this massive injury to the base of the brain. The ability to move body parts up and down would be immediately lost. That came out in her testimony. Now, the state followed up and said, is it possible if Mr. Drinks' foot was already on the brake when he was shot? Is it possible for his foot to remain on the brake? And Dr. Sim Stanley's answer was yes. And of course it is, because staying on the brake does not require any conscious bodily movement. But on cross, I asked a very simple question. Is it possible after being shot that shot in the neck, that Mr. Drinks would be able to actively move his foot up and down off the brake? And unequivocally, with no hesitation, Dr. Sim Stanley said, no, that would not be possible. It would not be possible for Mr. Drinks, after being shot in the neck, to move his foot up and down off that brake. We're going to get to why that, I'm certain many of you know why that's important, but we're going to get to why that's important in a minute.
Okay, so remember in Hilton said that the Emmy said he couldn't consciously do anything, right? She wants us to believe that he unconsciously tapped his foot on and off the brake. Max Shart is saying when he crossed the Emmy, she said he couldn't do anything. Once that shot was there, he's done. There's no movement at all. And we all know that his foot goes on and off the brake. It goes off the brake, on the brake. Shannon's already gone through the light. So if we go by what Max is saying and what the ME is saying, there's no way Shannon could have done it, because he was able, after Shannon's gone through the light, to move his foot on and off the brake. So that is why Max is stuck here.
Let's talk about gunshot residue. Detective Hogan was the lead detective in this case. We know, much like the video, he took out warrants without ever having watched the video in this case, the FedEx video. He relied on a FedEx employee to describe it to him. We also know that he didn't wait for any gunshot residue results to come back before taking out warrants either, before assuming the guilt of my client, Mr. Stillwell. He, in fact, when he testified, seemed unaware that there was even any gunshot residue tests performed or anything had been collected. But then we talked to Antoinette Green, who was the crime scene tech, who processed the the white Audi. And she processed the red Versa, but she processed the white Audi. And she informed us that it was, in fact, Detective Hogan who requested that she collect the headliner for the purpose of testing for gunshot residue. And I asked crime scene tech Green, did that seem like an appropriate request to you, collecting the headliner to test for gunshot residue within that car? And she said, yes, the location seemed appropriate, the location of the headliner seemed appropriate, and the fabric that the headliner was made of made it a very appropriate piece of the car to collect, to be later tested for gunshot residue. And so she collected it. In fact, she didn't just collect the part over the sunroof, she cut out around that part as well and collected it all and sealed it up, just like she does in every other case. She did her job, she collected it, she sealed it, and she sent it to GBI for testing. I asked scientist, Mr. Colvin, who tested for gunshot residue.
Baby, love ear been itching so bad this whole time. Y'all noticed that she keep doing this she been doing this the whole time he been up there. Yeah.
I said, well, how about you? What is your thoughts? You ever test headliners before? Yeah, all the time. Okay, does that seem an appropriate part of the car to collect, to test for gunshot residue? Absolutely. The fabric is the type of fabric that would tend to hold on to the gunshot residue, to maintain the gunshot residue as opposed to someone's hands or something like that. And also the location is very appropriate. So we heard what Mr. Colvin did. We heard about his process, which is all by the books, all by procedure, how he dabbed that headliner. And he didn't just use one tab, he used two. And he dabbed that headliner again and again and again until one tab lost stickiness, and then he moved to the other tab and continued to dab. And what is he dabbing for? Microscopic particles of gunshot residue that are emitted from a gun when it is fired. And he takes these tabs that he's been dabbing on the headliner, and then he looks at it under a microscope, under an electron beam, to look for microscopic particles, of which there are many emitted from a gun when it is fired. A plume of them are emitted from the gun when it is fired. And he looked under that electron microscope, and his results.
Okay, this was always interesting to me because I thought the scientist was another, like, a really great witness. And the scientist, when he talked about, like, there could be the smallest particle from the gunshot residue, they found nothing. Like, not even a hint of gunshot residue. And so for me, that was very telling. Also, it was very telling for Miss Hilton in her closing to say he shot outside the window, it would have been on the car. Well, if you thought that it would have been on the outside of the car, why didn't he test the outside of the car? He tested the headliner because y'all theory was that he shot from inside of the car. So that right there, I think it was Mr. Colvin. He was a really great witness, a HBCU grad. I really enjoyed his testimony and how he wasn't letting the state he wasn't going to be up there just saying stuff. He was all about science. He was about science. And they tested the headliner and they found nothing. Come on, they found nothing. So I thought that was very telling, very great for Max to point out. Mel, let me know when y'all are done. Oh, okay, Yates. We're almost done, Yates. I was like, who? I'm like, who? Okay, Yates, we're almost done. Attorney Yates I asked her to come over, guys, and talk to us about the charges that are left for Yak and for Shannon so that we can get an understanding of that. I thought it would be best to have an attorney come on. So she's come over as soon as we're done with Max Shard. She's going to come up and she's going to explain what's going on with the remaining charges that each of them have.
We're negative. And what does negative mean? Negative doesn't mean, oh, it's under some threshold, under 5 per cubic foot or anything like that. Negative means 0. 0 particles collected off that headliner that was collected from the white Audi. So, of course, we're going to talk about the video. The video that Investigator Viverito couldn't wait to talk about when she was on the stand, and I wanted to ask her questions about other things. The video that Detective Hogan had not watched at the time that he took out warrants for my client.
Messy.
Mr. Kokomo, could you pull up the video? Okay. And I just want to give a little timeline of what I submit we're going to see from this video. We're going to see 3 cars in a line. We're going to see a 4th car, a white car, pull up behind Mr. Stillwell in a driving fast. We're going to see Mr. Stillwell pull off. 16 seconds later, we're going to see Mr. Drink's brake lights go on and off. 16 seconds after Mr. Stillwell has been long gone. 18 seconds after Mr. Stillwell leaves, we're going to see a fifth car make an unexplained U-turn. 30 seconds after Mr. Stillwell has pulled off, we're going to see Mr. Drink's brake lights flicker on and off again. And finally, for a third time, 33 seconds after Mr. Stillwell has pulled off, we're going to see Mr. Drink's brake lights go on and off once again. Investigator Viverito wasn't correct. It doesn't happen one time. The brakes go on and off 3 different times in this video, and we're going to watch. Pause. Okay, right here, we have 3 cars lined up. Mr. Drink's red Versa on the left, Mr. Stillwell in the white Audi in the middle, and Mr. Nichols and Mr. Boyer, according to the state, and Mr. Farley in the right. I invite you when you're deliberating, I invite you right now, when you're deliberating later on, if you need to review this video, you can look as many times as you want. I want you to look to see if you see a muzzle flash. At any time when Mr. Stillwell's car is next to Mr. Drink's. We see a 4th car speed up behind Mr. Stillwell. Pause. And Mr. Stillwell leaves. What's going through Mr. Stillwell's mind right now? Is it that common theme of drill music that he knows about, Red Light? Is it Future's song, Red Light? Yeah, and this shit real out here, running through the red light, looking through your rear view, and might just sneak up on the car and try to spray you? Is that what's going on in Mr. Stillwell's mind? Is that what he's thinking about as he sees this 4th car speed up behind him? Or maybe he's thinking about that night, September 26, 2015, when he was in that car with Tierra Jones and Miss Duncan, and that car sped up behind them and started spraying the car they were in through the rear windshield.
Ooh.
Either way, Mr. Stillwell.
I'm going to just say this. I've never been in a car where I went through a Shannon experience, but a couple years ago, a young girl was texting on her phone, ran into the back of me. And for a while after that happened, I found myself, anytime I had to stop my car, looking in my rear view, always trying to brace myself or anticipating somebody hitting me while I was driving. So I felt like, Max, that wasn't far-fetched. Think about it, y'all. It is nighttime. It is nighttime. All he sees is headlights speeding towards him. Who wouldn't? That PTSD. Like, I just felt like the jury's gone home for the day. PTSD. Mac's story is not, it's not hard to believe. And they also talked about we don't stop at red lights. All of this made sense. If I see a car speeding behind me, I just might, out of habit, hit the gas too. Exactly. I'm probably going to hit the gas too. I'm going to hit it. Just, I felt like Max did a great job trying to say this boy is traumatized. They saw the pictures from that accident. They heard what happened. They know that someone tried to kill him. We don't stop at red lights because, hey, why we do that? Be a sitting bird for them. That car was driving fast. It was a damn red light. Where was the car going to go? That car was speeding up behind them. So, I used to use turkey necks, y'all. I haven't used turkey necks in a long time. My sister put us on turkey tail, so we use that a lot now.
Well, gets on. Mr. Nichols, apparently confused, is trying to figure out what's going on, and he eventually leaves as well. Okay, pause. Pause. Okay. That fourth car, not Mr. Stillwell's car, that fourth car that has never been identified, has never been tested for gunshot residue, is now next to Mr. Drinks. And there's a fifth car driving up the street, driving up Windsor Street. And let's see what happens. Stop. Okay, back it up, Mr. Kokomo, a couple of seconds. Okay, pause. Okay, I want you to look closely. Right here, we're going to see the fifth car make a sudden U-turn. Is there someone in the street? Is there someone waiting at that car to make that U-turn? Is there an obstruction? Is there anything going on that would explain why that car makes that U-turn at that exact time? No, there's not. There's one explanation. Hold on, Mr. Kokomo. There's one explanation and one explanation only. That car hears a gunshot. And while that car makes a U-turn, I want you to look at Mr. Drinks' brake lights. They flicker on and off. That means he's not dead. He has not been shot in the neck yet. That's science. That's from Dr. Sim Stanley herself. What could be happening, I submit to you, because we don't know the order of the wounds. What could be happening, what makes the most sense, is that at this exact moment, that car that's next to Mr. Drinks fires a shot into the car. Remember, there's 2 wounds to Mr. Drinks, but there's really 3 shots because one projectile ends up going into his arm and it's on the seat and is collected by Miss Green, CST Green. Another projectile ends up sadly in his body and is collected by the ME. A third projectile goes through Mr. Drinks' car because we see the exit wound, where the bullet exited Mr. Drinks' driver's side front door. So there's at least 3 shots that are fired into Mr. Drinks' car. I submit to you at this exact moment, first shot is being fired, that car hears it, is making a U-turn, and Mr. Drinks is trying to react, perhaps moving around, going up and down off the brake, trying to figure out what's going on, perhaps trying to find the firearm that he has in his car, trying to figure out what's going on, as he's certainly not anticipating or expecting to be shot at that exact moment.
Thank you, TJ, for the super chat. Ash, I don't think they even cared. I don't think they tried to find him.
That car, that white car, remains next to Mr. Drinks. Up. Back it up, Mr. Kokomo. And before he leaves, we see a slight flicker of the brake light right there. And then if we play it again, and no more flickers. At that moment, tragically, the fatal shot was fired from that. And we see a slight flicker of the brake light right there. And then if we play it again, and no more flickers. At that moment, tragically, the fatal shot was fired from that fourth car into Mr. Drinksy's red Versa, going into his neck, causing him to immediately lose all bodily control and eventually leading to his imminent death. And that white car, that fourth car, leaves the scene.
Now, let's go back to Detective Hogan. Do y'all remember before? Let's keep in mind, Detective Hogan didn't really do a thorough investigation. Okay, let's just call a spade a spade. So put a 1 in the chat if you guys remember Detective Hogan. They said, was it brake light or a gunshot? Henrietta, I'll explain the brake light for you. But do you guys remember Detective Hogan trying to point out that car that made the U-turn? Because in his mind, he wasn't even paying attention that Shannon was gone when the U-turn was made. I wasn't either. I ain't gonna even lie to you. I wasn't either. It took us, and it's on. I have a video, guys. We went through it and everything, right? We went through it. Everybody on my live, baby, we worked together. They were pointing out that white Charger that runs up behind Shymel, that white Charger is lurking at the gas station. It's lurking at the gas station. But when it's all of us looking, if all of us together, we're finding stuff. That Charger was at the gas station right before the shooting occurred. Shannon was gone through the light, and Detective Hogan, he said it himself as an investigator that U-turn was suspicious. But when he said it, nowhere in his mind did he know the ME was going to say that Shymel would not have been able to move on and off of his brake lights if he was shot in the neck. Hogan didn't know because he didn't give a damn. Hogan did not know that was going to come out. Hogan didn't know the timeline of that video. He was never looking at that video to clear Shannon's name. He was always looking at the video to find him guilty. So when you're focused on one thing, you're zeroed in on something, then you don't give a damn about anything else. So he didn't care that Shannon was gone through the light by the time the car that he pointed out made the U-turn. Barchi, stop. He didn't care. But by the time that car made the U-turn, Shannon and Nichols were both gone through the light. It was only the Charger there. And if we are to, Barchi, stop. If we are to believe the ME, then what we know for a fact is that the ME said he wouldn't have been able to move on and off that brake because he would have been gone. He was killed instantly once he was shot in the neck. Okay, and so Henrietta, when we're talking about the brake lights, Henrietta, that's what we mean. The ME said, Max Sharp kept asking, we see those brake lights go on and off. We saw that. The ME said that would not have been possible. If he died when Shannon was next to him, we should never see his brake lights go on and off. But because we see them go on and off, we know that he had to have been alive. It has always been my theory that when those shots rang out, I think he got hit in his hand first. Probably tried to reach for his gun, took his foot off the brake to probably try to flee. But boom, another one comes and his foot is stuck on the brake. That's what I think happened. So that's what I think happened. So yes, Henrietta. I think it was Henrietta. I just want to make sure that she's on track with us.
That last brake light flicker was 34 seconds.
Marilyn, what are you trying to see?
Had already left. It is scientifically impossible.
Y'all, because I got Yates waiting, I'm not gonna go back again on it, Miss Marilyn, but y'all know we have a video. Miss Marilyn, you probably were on that. we have a video where we go over the card, guys. So just go watch that video because Yates is waiting, and I told her 8 o'clock, so we trying to finish this so we can respect her time. Thank you for the super chat. Hilton wants to discredit the Emmy and Princess. Can we talk about it? Can we talk about it? Can we talk about that? Let me get Yates over here, guys. I know this is towards the end of Max's thing, and I can't believe it took us 6 hours. Well, not 6 hours. It probably took us about 4 hours to get through here. Probably not even 4 or 3, because I know we talked about other stuff. But let me make sure. I'm gonna tell her I'm ready because I don't want to hold her. Y'all know we'll sit on here all day just chit-chatting. Thank you, Summer. Hold on, voluntary movement and involuntary. I guess they're talking about a Kroger in the area. RM. Well, Fred, welcome back, Fred. But Fred, that is what well, here's the thing. It wasn't. I guess you're using them interchangeably. That was Miss Hilton's thing, but I'm just telling you what the ME said. The ME was basically saying no, it's not going to happen. And she was really good, very detailed. She was very detailed. I think Barter is a suspect too, Lacey. Yeah. I do think the Emmy was very detailed. Let me see where Yates. Oh, hold on, y'all. Let me send Yates the invite. Hold on, I'm gonna send Yates the invite. Okay, so I sent her the invite. I know that's right, Kaylin, I said I think they got my likes up today. They've been subscribing to my channel, Kaylin. They said, get your ass back to Georgia, Melanie. I'm thinking that's what it is, Kaylin, because they've been showing out today. They're trying to send me back to Georgia with a bang. I get it, and I appreciate it. Oh, Yates, I sent you the link to your phone so that you can join, and it can stream from your page if you'd like to as well. Mel, what are the other trials? On trial. Oh, a lot, friend. We went through the indictment too. Octavia, I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. And what are you talking about? What have I packed? Because not you being messy on this live, girl. I told you I ain't packed nothing yet. And I got a lot. I've been here for 6 weeks, so I have a lot of stuff to pack. I gotta wash my clothes. I got a lot to do, y'all. We're leaving pretty early, and y'all keep hollering about a verdict. I can't take a verdict on the road, guys. With two toddlers, 2 4-year-olds, I can't take a well, of course, Minnie. Of course. That's why they're on trial. People they're saying they're alleged to have committed crimes. So Erica being messy. I've been here 3 weeks. Lies you tell. Hey, oh. Can you see it? Can you see us? I don't know if she knows that she's on.
Okay, is this working?
Baby, what's going on? What's going on, girl? Where you been today? You just came on, got the what? You look so pretty. What is going on?
I'm tired. I'm exhausted.
Well, thank you for coming to kind of give us some clarity. We were really just trying to understand what charges were left for the guys, because I know they took some stuff off, added some stuff. We don't really have to go through the overt acts, just more so trying to understand what does Shannon have what counts does he have and what counts does Yak have.
Yeah, and I actually have let me see if I'm able to.
You should be able to share your screen.
Let's see. Yeah, okay. I can see comments now. Hello. I can see comments now. I'm working on StreamYard.
Okay. I love StreamYard. And everybody over here prefers me to go live from StreamYard than YouTube. I prefer it too. I can interact better with my with the community over here. So yeah.
Okay, so I have a Word document. So
Okay.
Shannon is looking at, he's left
Are
with
you
8,
sharing it? Are you sharing it right now?
not yet.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure.
But Shannon is left with 8 and Yak is left with 6.
I thought I heard Doug say 6. Okay.
Yeah. So Shannon is still left with the conspiracy to violate RICO, 2 counts of murder, participation in criminal street gang activity, 2 counts, and then the possession of a firearm during commission of a felony, and then 2 counts of the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon previously convicted of a felony involving the use or possession of a firearm, which is the 1611-133, which is the whole confusion where she's letting them get it in under possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, the 1611-131.
Okay, 131. I remember seeing this. So she is allowed. Even so, can you explain this to me? I saw online they were saying it was charged wrong, and they were kind of upset that she was doing that.
Yeah, I don't. Let me go through Yak's charges first, and then I will explain that. And then I also have the minimums and maximums for each charge. And then I also will need to explain the recidivist statute under subsection C, which Yak is under the recidivist statute. So
okay, cool.
For Diamante Kendrick, he's got 6 charges, which is the conspiracy to violate RICO, 1 count of murder, participation in criminal street gang activity, 1 count, VGCSA, which is violation of the Georgia Controlled Substance Act, which is the possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, possession of a firearm during commission of a felony, and then the same possession of a firearm by a convicted felon previously convicted, the same 133 that should be the 131. So the whole issue with that charge, I also don't really agree with them being able to do that, because they're technically 2 separate statutes. It's not like it's just an enhancement. They're completely separate charges. One is possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, which is 1611-131. That carries a 1 to 10. 1611-133, which is the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon previously convicted of a felony involving or the use of a possession of a firearm, is a 15 years. And that has to run consecutive. So the charges are very, very different. And the sentencing range for them is also significantly different.
How were they able to do it then? Because I don't think I saw it. I saw some stuff on Twitter. I don't know if I wasn't online or something, but how were they able to do it?
So I don't know. So technically in the indictment, they were charging them with the one that has the more serious punishment. And I don't know if this was their argument, but an argument that could be made is that they technically should be put on notice for the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, because that is also required for the 133 charge.
When you say they should have been put on notice,
the defense.
So when you say that, are you saying the defendants were charged with something they weren't even made aware they were charged of?
So the whole point of an indictment is to put you on notice so you know what you're defending against. And so the argument is basically, you can't charge me with something and then change that up to a completely separate charge.
So that's the argument, right?
I think that's one of them. Again, I didn't see all of their arguments, but they absolutely charged this wrong.
Got it.
They did not. They missed a complete element in the indictment for that charge, so it wasn't charged correctly at all. But they're like, "Oops, maybe we can still get the charge that's a 1 to 10. Let's try that." And so that's kind of what they're going with now, which is possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
And that's the 1 to 10.
Mm-hmm.
They initially, so for people listening, they initially charged the one that carries the 15-year sentence, but then we looked and said, wait a minute, they didn't charge all of the elements, so we're going to just move those to the 1 to 10. Could they have just taken them away? Like, would they have just been and I don't know, I'm not a lawyer. Would that have been the more fair thing to do to them because they charged it wrong? How do we go and say, well, okay, we messed up, so let's just charge this? It seems to me they should have just removed them altogether.
Well, I think that was some of the arguments, and I think they did this for a directed verdict. Again, I could be wrong. Things have been crazy with my own work these past 2 weeks. But I believe that was one of the arguments, was why should they get the opportunity to just screw up in an indictment, and then since they met the elements of a completely different charge under a separate statute, let them move it over to that? Why should they be allowed to do that?
The argument. I know it's a couple days ago, and I know it was on directed verdict day because that's where I remember seeing it.
And so that's kind of the whole, and that's why it bothers me and why I don't like it. Because it doesn't give the state any incentive to make sure that they're charging things correctly. Because if they make mistakes, that's fine. We'll go to another charge that still carries the possibility of 10 years. And that's my problem with it.
I feel like, when we watched Brian Steele, this was a couple months ago, he went in front of the Supreme Court and he had that appeal case, and it was with Fulton County. Their grand jury indictment was wrong. And I remember the man that was arguing for the state just kind of saying, well, yeah, we may have messed up, but this part is right. And so one of the Supreme Court justices was like, well, if y'all just, what's the purpose of this? If we're just going to become okay with you guys messing up, then what is the whole purpose of doing a grand jury indictment? What is it all for if you're not going to be penalized for getting it wrong? So I agree.
Absolutely. And I watched that argument and loved it. So I am excited for that opinion to come out.
Oh yeah. Shanny, it's not out yet. I'm glad she said that. It's not out yet.
Yeah. Okay. So I will go to and this I will try and share. Duke, come here. And I'm so sorry. Again, everyone who is ever in my TikTok lives know that my dogs, as soon as I go to do something, it is all hell breaks loose.
Oh, yes, you're on the wrong live for that, baby. You must haven't heard about mine. You hadn't heard about my dog before? My dog is always barking. He's always barking. They'll be in the chat like, oh, tell Barchi to come down. My dog is always barking. If she wasn't in her crate right now, she'd be in my lap probably. So, baby, you are okay over here.
Okay, hold on. System preferences.
That's how Holland come out. Her dog's name is Duke.
I was in one of your live, or I was at some point, and Duke was like, "Wait, is there a dog, Duke?" I was like, "Yeah, there is."
Tell Duke, not him this time. We're actually talking about the dog. See, Taylor said Barchi is hell. My dog is.
All right, I apparently have to unlock this system preference.
Oh God.
Microsoft.
You had the Waukesha. Brianna, was it good? That said Duke is a dog as well. Baby, that dog probably be spinning Yates. Man, poor Yates.
Hey, Okay, y'all, I'm so sorry because it's making me sick.
Oh no, you're good. Can you please ask the attorney? Yes, Italia. I'll put up here a comment for her, so once she get her securities done, she can answer that.
It's making me exit out of this. If I lose this information, I'm pissed. This old ass laptop. What's the whole?
I'm sorry, Key. I can't wait to tell him you said that.
The whole circus thing was with the evidence that towards the end. Italia, what? Can you elaborate?
I think she just means they weren't ready. They weren't prepared. They were getting this, getting that. Is that normal, or is it supposed to be organized and ready to go back?
I mean, it's absolutely supposed to be organized, but when has the state in this case ever been organized?
That was my thinking.
Okay. Find the damn file.
Italia.
Okay. Let's see if it opens now. Someone said. Okay, I'm glad.
Okay, you ready?
Someone just said we deal with Mel's Wi-Fi.
Yeah, they deal with my Wi-Fi. It's been hell over here, Yates.
Let's see. Present. Share screen. Window. Microsoft Word. Share. What the fuck? Okay. Okay, unlock. Google Chrome.
Oh, I thought I did something. That may have been her. Trying to get her computer ready. Y'all, I'm sitting here like, why do we have to cut up? Oh, Erica, let me ask her if she wants me to do that, because I can do that. You're right. I'm calling her, y'all. Hold on.
I'm gonna lose it.
I'm calling you to see if you want to email it to me, and then I can share my screen.
Okay. It made me shut it out. So if this doesn't work, yes, I will do that. Aha! Is it working?
There we go, girl. Okay, there we go.
Yes. Okay. All right. So the conspiracy for Shannon Stillwell, the conspiracy in general, conspiracy to violate RICO is a 5 to 20. The murder charge carries life, or life without, LWOP is life without parole. That's all that is. The participation in criminal street gang activity is a 5 to 20, but that has to be served consecutive to any other sentence. And
can you explain that? Explain consecutive for us too.
Yes. So consecutive means it has to run after. So anything that runs concurrent means it's running at the same time. Consecutive, the second sentence doesn't start until the first one ends. So that none of that 5 years can be suspended, probated, deferred, stayed by the judge. He's got 2 counts of that. We've already gone over the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, previously convicted. So possession of a firearm during commission of a felony, that is 5 years to serve, consecutive to any other sentence. If it is your second or subsequent charge, then it is, I believe, 10 years. Yes. Your second or subsequent is 10 years. Okay, now down to yak. Again, conspiracy to violate RICO is a 5 to 20. Murder is life or life without parole. Participation in criminal street gang activity, it's the same. VGCSA, again, that's the violation of Georgia Controlled Substance Act, which is the possession of marijuana with intent to distribute. That is a 1 to 10. Same with the possession of firearm during commission of felony, and same with that possession of firearm by a convicted felon previously convicted.
Let me ask you a question. 63, 61, all deal with the murder, right?
I'm wondering if I can pull up the current indictment.
I was gonna say I have it too, because I feel like if those are both deal with the murder, if he is found not guilty of the murder, I would assume he's found not guilty of those charges as well. And then I think the drug charge, if I'm not mistaken, is from Thug's house.
It is. Yes.
I can see them finding him not guilty for that.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I'm gonna pull up the indictment and see, but I'm thinking that
I'm pulling that up now.
I can see okay, y'all, I'm trying to pull up the indictment.
And so everything in this document, I've taken out the 3 charges for yak that Doug got directed verdicts on. Mm-hmm. So this is what we're left to deal with, because this is taking into consideration the stuff that was already handled at the directed verdict stage.
Okay, and I'm feeling better about yak than I am. Well, Shannon definitely. I don't see the murder charges, but for as far as yak's charges, the drugs from Thug's house, I can see a not guilty there. They never proved they were in his possession or anything like that. And if these two, which I'm looking them up, guys, I'm trying to find the indictment. If those two, 61,
what count are you talking about? 60 what?
61 and 63.
Okay. Let me scroll through these 95 pages.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up too. If those two are directly related to the Donovan Thomas murder, I feel like if he's found not guilty of the murder, he'll be found not guilty of those as well.
Okay, so 63 is the possession of firearm. And it says, did possess a Glock 30S firearm, a Glock 357, an FN firearm, a Glock 19 firearm, a Smith & Wesson M&P, and a Glock 45 with a converter switch and an extended magazine after having been convicted of felonies involving the use or possession of a firearm in indictment.
So this sounds like from Thug's house.
Yes.
Is this from Thug's house too?
63 sounds like the stuff from Thug's house.
Oh hell, he'll go on those, because why would one person who had just gotten there, Doug proved that he had just gotten there. What the hell he need all that guns for? Okay, so 63. All right, so now 61.
61 is possession of a firearm during commission of a felony. Did May 9th, 2022, did unlawfully have on and within arm's reach of accused person a Glock 30S firearm, Glock 357 firearm, an FN firearm, Glock 19, Smith & Wesson M&P, and a Glock 45 with a converter switch and extended magazine during the commission of a felony. Okay, so in the commission of a felony, they're saying the felony being the possession with intent to distribute marijuana.
Okay.
No, yeah. Possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, possession of codeine. But I think they took out the codeine and the cocaine. I think it's just the marijuana now.
Oh, okay. So still tied to Thug's house.
Yep.
Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, I don't see that one either. Not with 12 people living there.
And then, because again, they have to get that, they have to show that he possessed with the intent to distribute.
Haven't seen that. I have not seen that.
61.
Oh, wait a minute before you say that. I need to write down. That is 61 and 63.
And then, yes. And then 58 for Diamante is also Thug's house, because that's the marijuana they're alleging. And then 57 is did unlawfully while associated with a criminal street gang, to wit, YSL, participate in criminal street gang activity through the commission of at least one of the offenses enumerated in paragraph 1, to wit, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, possession of codeine with intent to distribute, possession of cocaine, and possession of firearm during commission of a felony. This is horribly written.
Written.
Okay.
Let's go look at it. Where did you DM me, Brianna? So wait. So 58, 61, and 63 are all tied to Thug's home.
Yes.
Okay. I just feel like personally, they didn't prove that he had an intent to distribute. He was around it. Nothing. Okay. 57.
And
in order for him to be found guilty of 57, they're gonna have to prove that he was. Say that one more time.
so the way that they worded it, and real quick, Duke, stop. Titan 133 is now 131. I know, and that's why up here, you see where I've got 15 years consecutive, but under it I say 131 is a 1 to 10.
Yep.
Because again, they're trying to get it in through that. So I've also accounted for that. In 57 in the indictment, they tied this participation in criminal street gang activity. They have tied it in the indictment to the drugs in Thug's house.
That is crazy. They want him to take responsibility for Thug's drugs. I mean, not Thug's, because it was 12 people living there, but the drugs found in that home. They just gave everybody the charges, it sounds like.
So, okay, that was, again, terribly written, but whatever. Okay, so now for Shannon, let's go to...
Hold on before you move to Shannon.
Oh, sorry.
And then we got count 1, the RICO.
Yeah, so Shannon and Yak both share 1 and 2. So I was going to go over those two last because Shannon and Yak share them.
Oh, no. I wanted to give the chat a summary so they can know before we move to Shannon, guys. So she said Yak has 1 and 2, right?
Yep.
1 to count 1, that's the RICO. Count 2, the murder. And what we just found out through listening to count 57, that's the criminal street gang. But listening to the attorney Yates, 58, 61 is it 63?
Yes.
63 are all tied to the search of Thug's home from May 9th, 2022. So there we go with Yak, and I'm sorry, I'm feeling pretty cool about Yak. Just because the only one, I don't know how 57 and 1 would go. I would probably need to read a little more about that. 57 and count 1, but 2, the rest of them, I have for sure not guilties there, but I want to look more about 1 and 57. Those are my only ones that I'm kind of would like to research more on.
For Yak, 1 is where I have the most concern, solely because of how the statute's written.
Okay.
I mean, that's where my concern comes from, but that's just because of how the statute is written.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Let's see. Okay, that makes it harder to read. Okay, so for Shannon, 64. Let me go to... Okay. So 64 is possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. They're saying that on the 17th day of March, 2022, did possess a firearm after having been convicted of felonies involving the use or possession of firearm for the offense of possession of firearm by a convicted felon. Okay, again, that's okay. That charge makes... I don't think they were removed for Shannon. They lowered them to 131, but he didn't get a directed verdict on those. It was just changed to 131 instead of 133.
I don't think he received any directed verdict. I thought Yak was the only one that received the directed verdicts.
That's my understanding, but the 133 did get swapped to 131.
Okay.
Even for Shannon, I believe. But again, that charge isn't, and the indictment isn't written very well for 131. now to 54. 54 is possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. They're saying did unlawfully have on and within arm's reach firearm during the commission of a felony against and involving the person of another. Okay, the Shamel Drinks murder. So 54, the felony that they're alleging is the Shamel Drinks murder.
That's 54.
54.
Okay.
Okay, 52.
So at least 2 of his charges will deal with the Shamel Drinks murder. This possession of a firearm, and then the actual murder charge.
Yes.
Okay.
50, I feel the same way about 52 that I do 54. So I'm just going to skip that for now because I don't know how that one makes sense. And I need to brainstorm that one. 51 is participation in criminal street gang activity. And it looks like they are tying that back as well to the murder of Shamel Drinks.
Oh, wait. So.
They worded these horribly. The fact that they are linking this back to the murder of Shamel Drinks, because again, they are tying this to a specific event.
Does that mean if they find them not guilty for that event, those charges, they can find them not guilty for those as well? I'm feeling a little better for Shannon now. Because if they find him not guilty for Shamel Drinks, then you can't find him guilty for possession of a firearm during that. You can't find him guilty for that criminal participation in street gang activity for that. So 3 charges go to Shamel Drinks' murder.
So, and let me make that note. 51 is also tied to the Drinks murder. And again, I don't think they had to word some of these this way. They chose to, but anywho, the next one is 50. Let's see what they're linking 52. What? Hold on. Okay, 51. They are also,
you were on 50.
50. They are also linking to the murder of Shamel Drinks.
Oh my! Wait! So 50, 51, 52, and 53, that's 4. So 4 are tied directly to the Shamel Drinks murder.
Mm-hmm.
So if he beats both of those murders, most of his charges are gone. And then we're back to the conspiracy because his gang charges are tied to the murders. Am I understanding that right?
That is my understanding.
I'm gonna take your understanding over mine.
Well, hell. Again.
Okay, wait a minute before I get not excited, but before I get like, what the? Can you show me all of the charges for Shannon? I see 1, 2, 49. Okay, I understand those. What's under 52? I can't see your screen there. Under 52, because it, and then 64. That's it.
So these are Shannon's charges right here.
This is it. What is 64? Is 64 tied to something?
64 is the one that they've changed to 131. That makes literally no sense the way that it's worded. It's
Donovan Thomas's murder number is probably count 2. So literally it's sounding like if he is found not guilty for both of those murders, which in my opinion, I haven't seen him guilty of either one of those. It sounds like the rest, everything goes away except count 1.
Okay, so 49 is Drinks. So let me go up to
2 is Donovan Thomas.
2 is going to be Donovan Thomas. Oh, shit. Oops, sorry. I have to watch my language. And I apologize.
Oh, they're saying 64 is the gun that was thrown out the car. Thank you. Always lying love. When
So I-
he is found, thank you, Erica. When he is found, when he
Okay.
is not guilty.
So I guess 64. In theory, there is an argument, and I think me and Stara and Hallie may have talked about this the other day. In theory, there's an argument for constructive possession of that firearm. I could see that one going either way. Okay, and then count. This indictment is ridiculous. Count 2 is the Donovan Thomas. And then count 1. Count 1's going to be the biggest problem, in my opinion.
Me too, with both of them. Especially, I told them I didn't like at first. I'm like, but after hearing Bruce Harvey explain why Nichols pled to count 1, then I'm like, oh, okay, I can kind of understand that. So, but for me, now that you've explained that and kind of said what you said, I'm almost like, oh Lord, this dog is cutting up. I'm almost like count 1 is the one that kind of scares me the most.
Yeah. So let me get into the conversation of, and we can take this down if you want. That's up to you. We will get into the recidivist issue now. I don't know about Shannon, but I believe Yak is under recidivist, which makes me believe Shannon might also be, because if Yak is, I feel like Shannon might be, but I can't say for sure. I only know about Yak. Under recidivist, especially sub C recidivist, which to get under that, you have to have 3 prior felony convictions. And then when you get charged with a 4th felony, under recidivist, if the state files that, you have to be given the maximum penalty. The judge has no choice.
So if he's convicted for another felony, he has to be given the maximum penalty.
So if Yak is found guilty of the RICO here, he will be sentenced to 20 years.
Oh, shit.
And he will be, so when you're charged in a recidivist, you are serving everything to the door. You are serving day for day. You are not getting parole. You are not getting 2 for 1. You are not getting good time. You are serving every bit of that sentence to the door. And that is why I hate sub C recidivist.
Wow, that changes a lot when I'm looking at Yak, because I'm like, oh, the rest of them got 5 years. He might get 5 years time served, the rest on probation. Now it's like, okay, wow.
And the judge has noted the only person who could have changed that was the state deciding not to move forward under subsection C recidivist, which
And
they absolutely had the option to do that. So the judge will have no discretion.
Automatic 20 years.
Yes. Sorry to burst the bubble, and that's why I saved it.
Wow. Wow, this is why we needed you. Wow. I am speechless, because I'm like, oh, he's probably just going to get the RICO count, everything else. So tell me why you're scared for him with RICO.
So Dario just said Kayla confirmed that Yak is not under recidivist, but Shannon is. Here's the deal. I got it from his attorney. So I mean,
oh, Doug said it. Okay.
Again,
look, Doug the attorney. We have to go with what Doug said.
If that's wrong, that's wrong. But
so why are you scared? We'll take Doug's word. Why are you scared for count 1 RICO? Is it the pictures? Because
it's just the way the statute's written in general. And again, some of them have already pled guilty to certain things
in the past.
Yeah.
Kind of like Huey. I mean, not Huey. I keep saying Huey. Nichols. Doug saying, listen, he's already pled guilty. He did his time, but I can see why that could be RICO. And it's nothing to do with YSL, but we're going to, oh God, that puts into perspective.
And it's all if the jury believes that it was in
furtherance, right?
It's
and here, okay, so let me ask you this, because if we're going back to Yak's charges, like in furtherance means like in some way you were trying to further the conspiracy, right? So I'm thinking in my mind when it comes to Yak, and even the thing with him and Duke in the car, I think it was two people that had an issue, not in furtherance of YSL, but in furtherance of themselves. You know how, I guess that, and I would like to read the wording again, because how do we separate what individuals did versus what we did in the name of something?
And that's why I hate this state RICO. Again, the feds handle the RICO statute, whatever. In federal court, it is handled much better because it is written clearer. Georgia, it's not. And I agree. Whoever, I guess Kayla said it's a catch-all. I agree. Doug made the argument a couple times that the statute's unconstitutional, that it's horribly written. He lost that argument in the very, very beginning. Who's Fred? Someone tell me who Fred is.
Fred must be someone in the chat causing a little ruckus in the chat. He don't have to agree with Fred, doesn't have to agree with us, and that's fine. As long as he's not being disrespectful. He don't have to agree with what we're saying. It's fine. It's I just seen it. I was like, what's going on?
You guys act like I don't like to hear You guys act like I don't like to hear these things. I like to know.
I said Fred Ken Taveria. He doesn't have to agree with us. I was just saying that I don't want people to feel like, oh, I can't come over there and say, speak my mind. You don't have to agree with us, but sometimes, the chat will go crazy.
Yeah. So again, I disagree with it. Again, this isn't to say that 9 years ago, or hell, even 5 years ago, people weren't having individual issues and individual crimes and things being done. It doesn't mean that any of this was a RICO, but the way that it is written, there's not to say that there's no evidence. Is it the strongest case ever? Absolutely not. And again, that's why there are certain charges like the murders that I'm like, I really do not think they can get a guilty on those. But, and again, I think me, Star, and Hallie, because we seem to discuss this way too often, that it would be disingenuous for us to sit here and be like, there's absolutely no way they could be found guilty of RICO. There's a way. I don't think it's the strongest, but
that's a good question. Does the jury know the amount of time they're facing?
No, and they will not. They're told not to concern themselves with punishment. They do not know anything about the recidivist statute.
Well, they're not supposed to know. My chat went up about 12 people when you got on, so maybe the 12 jurors are here and they're hearing all about it. But yeah, I know they're not supposed to know, but I'm just never going to let it escape my mind that they definitely watched this case. Never going to escape my mind.
And that's so another thing about the recidivist statute, all of your charges don't have to be in Georgia. If you committed a felony in any other state, or even say you committed a misdemeanor in Texas, but you pled to a misdemeanor in Texas, but that charge in Georgia would be considered a felony, that also counts.
So
Even though
I'm
even though it was a misdemeanor, even though it was a misdemeanor in Texas, it's a felony in Georgia. That counts.
Oh, I got what you're saying. Wow. I was trying to tell her, you can explain it, but I was trying to tell LaToya that you said that if Yak especially is found guilty of count 1, he has to get the maximum sentence, which is 20 years. So
And
there's no chance.
Did Kayla say that Shannon's under recidivist?
That's what they said. So if we
So if
put
he's
that
under,
together.
yeah, if he's under recidivist, then you have to get the max, which would be 20 years, and you would serve it day for day to the door. No parole, no good time, no 2 for 1. Yeah. So that's
Well, guys.
Yeah.
Like I said, after that, that's a natural stopping point. Because wow.
So that again, while
when considering RICO, they can consider all of these other overt acts committed by other people too, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, I thought I heard Paige say that today.
I believe so. And again, if either one of them are found guilty, they absolutely will appeal. Again, it's not going to be it's not a quick process at all. They will appeal. And
said that worst case scenario, absolute worst case, these boys are found guilty, they're going to appeal, they're going to get a new trial. And then the DA's office has to see, do I really want to try this case again? What do I want to do? And go from there. But I've always said, worst case scenario, lose this case. I mean, lose, you're going to get an appeal.
Would they sit? Would they sit for a little bit longer? Yes.
They're going to sit for a little longer. They don't want to, because it's not like it's a quick process. So I understand it. But worst case, they're going to get an appeal.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the only thing that's like, I know they don't want to hear that. I know they don't want to sit down, but I mean, equate it to this. If they got sentenced to 5 years or they played out to 5 years, they'd have to do the 5 years. Okay, you sit for your 5 years, you get a new trial. They may not even want to try this case again. So I know it sounds crazy. I'm not the person that will do the time, but worst case, they're going to win on appeal. Absolutely going to win.
Yeah.
You never know how the appeal will be worded. You never know. So,
and that's whoever said that Doug and Max had these conversations. Any conversation that honestly probably any of us have had, Max and Doug have thought about it. Because that's just what you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, and that's why I hate Taylor. No.
Oh.
The Tombster.
It's gone. It's over.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone who already took a plea, even if they get not guilties, nothing goes back to change the pleas. Let's see.
I don't know if you saw that one. I just answered it, but you can't too. She said, can they be sentenced to the street gang charge separately? But then you said they were all connected.
And again, I'm going to confirm this with another attorney just so I have another mind on it, and I will confirm. My understanding of it is the way that they have worded it in the indictment, they have connected it to the murder of Drinks. So since they wanted them to go hand in hand, you don't really have one without the other. But again, I will be confirming that, and if I am wrong, I will let you know and come back and say I was wrong. Here's the correct information. Do you actually make it through all of these comments?
I always tell them I have to go back and watch. I have to go back after the stream is done. So especially if it's something that they're really talking about and I just can't keep up, I'll go back and be like, oh, okay, that's what they were talking about.
Thug has already pled, so I did not use first offender. If they're found not guilty, can they release Moontoon? No. None of this makes any difference for Moontoon, unfortunately. And again, I hate that. I do. Sorry, again, the comments just, yeah. And again, that's the tricky part when it comes to a jury, because it is 12 random people that you don't know. I mean, but they're risk and reward to taking a plea and to taking it to trial.
I'm gonna read Erica's comment a different way. She wants to know, can the people in Rice Street sue now that the DOJ has come out and talked about the conditions of the jail? Are they able to sue Fulton County for, their living conditions?
Erica, there is nut juice in every single jail in Georgia. Unless they can show that there's been a specific harm other than, like, if they were, some of them may have some claims, but the majority probably not. If there's not a unanimous decision and they're given an Allen charge and they go back and they're still hung, then it's just a hung jury. And then at that point, the state decides if they're going to retry it or not.
So, y'all, is she froze for y'all too, or is it just me?
Am I frozen?
If you're moving, you're froze on my end.
Y'all,
I can still hear you though. I can still hear you. Okay, there you go. She said that's my Wi-Fi. Oh, they saying it was just me, not you. It was just me. So my question is, with the if they don't get a conviction, what do you think? Do you think they're going to retry this case if they don't get a conviction? Because a hung jury is something to think about.
So if it's a hung jury, my gut feeling is yes, just because they're spiteful and petty.
Could they get if they don't have new charges and all that stuff, could they possibly get bond?
Yeah, I mean, if it's a hung jury, I absolutely see the attorneys motioning for bond reconsideration.
They said I was frozen. I felt like I was still moving. I could still see myself moving on the screen. I just couldn't see Yates moving. So if it's a hung jury, we can possibly see these people, these men apply for bond and possibly get bond. If it's something that's allowable, they could request bond.
And both of them, I believe, do have jail charges.
Yeah, I think both of them do.
And again, I'm pretty sure it's a couple counts of like possession of prohibited items by an inmate. And I've said it on my own live on TikTok that it is, especially when you are in a jail with bad conditions, even when your jail doesn't have bad conditions, it is disgustingly easy to catch new charges in jail. It is so that has, to me, that doesn't, the state loves to use the argument of, well, they can't even stop catching new charges while they're in jail.
Yeah.
That to me has no bearing on what someone's going to do when they're out of custody, because it is, so many people are just trying to survive. And again, until you're charging every officer that is bringing in the contraband that they're not supposed to have.
Let's talk about it.
Stop charging them when you're not doing shit about the officers.
Yep, I agree.
So that's, again, a whole tangent I could get into, but that's, again, and if anyone has never seen Love Galore on TikTok, He's in Georgia prison. His TikToks, he goes live.
Oh, this is a person.
Oh yeah, Love Galore on TikTok. He's in prison in Georgia. Go watch him.
I'm scared. I don't want my algorithm messed up. He's in prison and he's on TikTok.
Shannon and Yak both have jail charges.
Okay, they wanted you to explain 2 questions. Explain the hung jury, and she wanted to know if you think having the 7 Black women on the jury, if that helps the boys at all. Well, I say boys, the men at all. I said I don't know how to feel about the jury makeup because we don't know their experiences, we don't know their life circumstances. There may be Black women on there who are terrified of these young men and things that they've done, and oh my God, I'm so scared they probably did this. So I don't really know how to read the jury just simply from their makeup.
And that's the thing is
Oh, they said your friend is live right now, Miss. Attorney.
Love Galore's live right now. Hell yeah,
that's hilarious. I
hate to find his TikTok so funny.
That's me. That's me with the grip. The grip lady. If I scroll past it, I'm gonna watch it.
He's just so funny. I don't know. I think it could cut either way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to say Georgia. No, ma'am. Georgia, come here. Sorry, y'all. I don't want to say just because they're Black women that, again, it can go either way. It just depends. Keisha, that I'm not, because that varies, and honestly, I don't know. So I will look it up. Someone just said, dude, be way to turn on live every day. He's having fun in Hayes State Prison, okay?
Not y'all know what jail he's in.
Georgia, get out of the trash can.
Duke and Georgia, them YSL dogs.
I'm not kidding. Oh yeah, he's got 1.2 million followers. He's
making bank on TikTok.
Hell yeah.
From jail.
From prison.
What?
He's in prison. It's a voluntary manslaughter.
They say he over there yelling pop, lock, and drop. Oh, they want to know how long do you think they're going to deliberate? That's a good question.
Well, and to answer Erica first, again, I've had to pull butter out of George's mouth multiple times. The other night, I had to pull a chicken tender out from her throat. Duke, come here.
Oh, they sound like they got Barch beat.
And again, it's only when I'm on live because they know and they're like, let's have fun.
And they said Georgia might be some kin of Miss Love cutting up like that.
1000%. They are blood related.
So MD, it's not that I don't know people in prison have phones. It's just, and I've seen people in prison on TikTok, 1.2 million followers. It sounds like you done blew your spot all the way up. Okay.
Shanny
all the way up.
Shanny said not the missing tooth in the screen as soon as I clicked it. Oh yeah, because he has a missing tooth.
1.2 million followers just seems like you have blown your spot up to a point where they have to know you have this phone, and it is what it is.
Y'all literally just go on TikTok and type in Love Galore, Galore. Someone said he's doing battles. I'm like, okay, hold on.
Mikhail said Bart should be stealing food too. She does. That's why I keep her locked up.
I'm so sorry that I got really off track, but hold on. Okay, let me go to Love Galore.
She did, Kennedy. I saw it. Oh, hold up! I can't play. You can't play the music. You gotta get it. Oh, what is he doing?
Okay, I turned it down. There's no music.
No, I haven't seen him before.
He's doing battles.
Man, that man having a ball in jail, I guess.
again, and this man has a flat screen TV in his prison cell.
Oh, he probably commissary, probably stacks. He's probably living good.
He literally made a TikTok and he said when the TikTok check hits, and I'm like,
oh, he out here having his way. Okay.
Oh, he has a time. Hold on. Okay, they want me to show you oh no, he's not on federal. He's on a state charge. I believe it was out of Clayton County.
Oh God.
All right, hold on. This is his most recent one. It says POV, so we dancing to Boosie now.
Oh, he be in there clowning with his little jail uniform on. Oh God.
Y'all, I just looked it up last night. I think he's in Hayes State Prison, but let me look. There's somewhere he's literally. Oh, this is his TV. Bigger than mine. And it says, when you love SZA, but you in prison. Oh God, huh. And yes, those are exactly what you think they are.
Oh God, that boy having his way in that jail.
Child. He's like sticking. Why will this not focus?
Hold on, I can't see it. He putting on the whole show.
He's literally that's. And then
Taylor, that's what I'm starting to think, Taylor.
There's somewhere he's.
They say he's somewhere sophisticated. He's not wearing Fulton County blues.
Like, no, he's in Georgia DOC Whites. So,
he making jail look too fun. This be the problem.
And again, y'all, this is prison, not even jail. Prison. Let me go on the. Again, I apologize for getting JDOC.
Period, Blake. It's been a long day. Y'all know I love a 1,000 like live, but I think y'all just trying to welcome me back to Georgia. Y'all like, Mel, it's been fun. It's been real, girl, but girl, get your butt back.
Okay, I lied. He is in Ware State Prison. He's not in Hayes. He's in Ware State Prison. WARE. His maximum possible release date is December 2041.
Oh, hell, he ain't got no choice but to have fun. I know that's right. He in there making the best out of his time. Lord, keep that boy phone charged up.
Yeah, Nikki's not wrong. He's got about 65 bars of soap stacked up back there behind it. He's got a bunch of soap.
Boy, let that boy have his fun. I might have to go subscribe. He need all that money. 41?
And again, he could get parole. He's been in there since, and I was right, it was Clayton County. The crime commit date was 2016. He was very young.
Now that's what's sad.
He was young.
That's at all.
I think he was 17.
Oh my God.
18. Let me see.
Lord, now I want to know his story. Jesus.
Well, so it was a voluntary manslaughter. The whole allegation was that he shot his coworker at McDonald's.
God.
Yeah.
Emotional intelligence just be lacking in our neighborhoods because that's probably was something he could have avoided. Oh, that makes me sad. 17?
He was 17.
That makes me so sad.
Yeah. So, and that was back in 2016. So, I mean, that's, yeah. It's very sad.
Bridget, you know I'm finna follow him and DM him. But he'll probably have to do TikTok live. We had to do TikTok live. I'll be back home, so that'll be okay.
But yeah, and that's
Mel always so deep. Girl, I'm always wondering, how did we get here? How did we get here?
What a lot of people, because I know a lot of people are like, there's children in the jails in Georgia. And I get it. 17 is still a child. But at 17 in Georgia, that's an adult for jail purposes. 17 in Georgia, you do not go to the youth detention center. You go straight to adult jail at 17.
Brianna, that boy loaded over there, okay?
Man,
that's sad. Damn, that just made me sad.
Wait, what did Fred say now?
I don't even see Fred, so I don't know. I don't even see one comment Fred has said.
What's the person?
I don't even see it.
What's the person's actual name?
Fred?
Oh. Whose mother's son did he kill? It's Fred Harris. Oh.
Whose mother? Whose mother's?
Yak Mom, she said 17 has its own unit. Not in my jail. My jail, 17,
That's sad.
17 does not have its own unit in my jail. And there is, I believe, a little over 1,000 people in my jail right now. So, Kel just said, let's fight Fred.
Digital jumping activates. Fred must have me blocked. I'm not sure. Sometimes I think people, I don't know if that's their true feelings. They just get off having the opposite feeling of the chat. Like, we don't know what happened because we don't know what happened. For him to say that you're 17 as an adult, that is crazy.
I mean, and he was charged with felony murder, malice murder, all that, but I believe he pled just to voluntary manslaughter.
You did say that like you own the jail, and my jail is not like that. You did say she said, is she awarded?
I don't know what I do in my spare time.
Wait a minute, you own the jail. Oh,
that's why I can do TikTok lives at night.
Oh God. Oh my God. 2041 is crazy. Oh, okay. Compromise. I love you, Miss Fab. That's why I love my mods. I appreciate that. She said compromise. I love you. I love you. Compromise works for me, Miss Fab. Compromise, okay?
How will it work for Shannon with an appeal or getting retried, being that he had I think his speedy trial was denied because it was a constitutional speedy, I think. It was just, I think Thug was the only one that had the actual speedy. I don't think Shannon does. Again, I would love to be wrong, but well, I mean, if we don't have a verdict by tomorrow at 3, then we won't have one until Monday because they're off Thursday and Friday, and they're only deliberating until 3 tomorrow.
Yeah.
No, because a murder, he got 30-something years for manslaughter. Maybe he should have taken the murder charge. Absolutely not, because with voluntary manslaughter, you are parole eligible. You want to know what you're not parole eligible for until 30 years? Murder. Because the only options for murder in Georgia is life or LWOP, which is life without parole. And life in Georgia, you have to serve 30 years before you're eligible for parole.
So he did the right thing.
So,
man, I hate that. Y'all, now I gotta go follow him because I'm gonna try to see if I can get him on the live.
Girl, don't do that.
Don't get him on the live.
Don't get involved in that.
And the man, don't talk to him.
I'm not saying don't talk. Do not get roped into live on that, because if that cell phone gets taken.
Oh, well, what the hell is going to do with me? Tell me. You're a lawyer. Tell me.
Do you even want a chance of being roped into an illegal cell phone?
No, not at all. But no, I'm honestly asking. So for a person who's going live, because I'm sure people go live with him. I just saw someone live with him.
Absolutely.
What is the consequence for that person going live knowing that he's in prison? They said you're going to be Exhibit M. I don't want to be anybody's exhibit, okay?
In reality, I'd have to think about what they could charge.
Never mind. The fact that you got to think about it, it's okay.
I just think it just gets very messy, and I know that my county tries to do things that just because even if they can't do it, they still try.
Well, I ain't got time for that, baby. Because we already got Fulton County to worry about. Don't need whatever county that is he in too. Okay?
Okay, it wouldn't be Victor. It would be Papa.
I'm so happy I don't have to hear him say Papa. I'm so happy. That is over. I don't want to hear him say that again, okay? I don't want to hear him say that again. No. Bye, Mikhail. We're not going to do any of that. Exhibit Papa, Tango Tango.
Like,
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Well, and that's, again,
Georgia, they be doing it up. Georgia prisons, like the fact that he's 1 million followers in prison is crazy. That is crazy to me. Delta. Oh, yes, Key VV. Yankee. If I never have to hear Yankee again, my life will be fine.
Okay, Lima. I hate that one.
Yankee is the one.
Like, I just...
Papa was... And why did he say it like that?
I really lost it when in her closing, Hilton said, rat. And it was the inflection that she put on rat.
Man, out of respect for you being on my live, I'm not going to tell you what pissed me off, she said. It was her reading those rap lyrics. The rap lyrics bothered my soul because I think there were some words she could have just not said, but she chose to say, I didn't like it. I didn't like her closing.
Oh, and I see in the comments, I follow Love Galore. Follow him.
Love the man. Lord Jesus.
I love his TikTok. Will that man ever catch me on a live? Absolutely not. Will I support his TikTok venture in prison?
It was terrible. Eric, I don't want to say it. It was terrible. It was terrible. Her whole demeanor. I can't get over her doing that little walk like this. Like, girl, what is that about?
I was on live, hadn't even gotten out of my suit yet, and I went.
She was like, "Cause you just do this." I'm like, what is wrong with this lady?
But her hands don't work.
What was she doing? It was just all. And if you say, I was like, it was all bad for me.
Okay.
It was just, it was not relatable. And I know that's what she was trying to do. It just wasn't. I didn't like it. I did not like it.
Key, Love Galore probably makes more than I do a year. He doesn't need my money. He makes more than me. Okay. In prison.
And that is what's crazy. That man is having the best time of his life. But you know what? We asked Duke that. I was like, how were you on those calls? Because the call he was on, the man literally sounded like he was chilling and cooling.
I'm here.
And this man, Love Galore, I guess you have to find a reason to, keep your spirits high. You can't be in there sad and your spirits down. And Mr. Love Galore has found a way to live through. That man probably get up every day ready to come talk to his TikTok family. See what they do.
Like he's got 2 different kinds of toothpaste. He's fine.
I didn't see the fake crime, but I heard about it, y'all.
But
I heard about it.
Like if I would have heard, I wasn't even looking at the screen. All I hear was ping, ping. Because she was mimicking the gunshots.
How did I miss that?
Or all of a sudden out the window, but there were no shell casings out the window.
No shell casings out the window. No gunshot residue inside the car because you said that's where it was first. Then you didn't. If you thought it was outside the window, you didn't check the door for any gunshot residue. So what are we doing? When she said, if you look real close on the window, they cleaned the car, but they didn't clean it too good because there are water spots. I said, oh my God. I said, this lady is losing it.
And then the ha, ha, ha.
Oh, the ha, ha, ha. She did that a few, last week. She did that. And she did it again. Ha, ha, ha. I
And
said,
it was
this lady.
it wasn't even like a quick thing. Like she said it with her whole chest. It was ha ha ha, and I'm like,
And
oh,
she was doing this too. Ha ha ha. Like, what is wrong with that lady? She crashed out doing that closing. Oh my God.
and again, I think what irked me, because she did make some good points in her closing. Okay,
I give her some. I give you that.
but it was the fact that what irked me was she came off so disingenuous in
Yeah.
her closing, because she had never once acted like that in front of the jury. The jury got to know her over the course of a year.
Yep.
They got to see whether people like her or not. They got to see her personality and who she was. Because some of her more frustrating moments were outside the presence of the jury.
True. True.
Always in front of the jury, she came off very genuine to some extent. But then you
say to some extent, I'll give you that.
But then you get to closing and become this completely different person. And all of that just seemed really disingenuous.
Oh shit, they looking for the ops. They out here looking for the ops. I'm like, oh my. Why you gotta sit at the car for 30 minutes? I mean, it was just so much. And I'm like it didn't seem real. It felt like an act. And it should not have felt like an act.
Absolutely. And they were just op hunting. They were op hunting in their op hunting car.
Op hunting. Oh my God.
And they went around the back of the gas station. Every theory that the defense gave you is bullshit. Okay? They don't want you to see any of this.
What'd she say?
They went around to the back.
Show you that car. Say that. It was terrible.
And somebody said he ate Sage House. She said rat hoe. Because it pissed me off so bad.
Rat hoe.
It was just rat hoe. Like, why? Why? I hated it. You don't have to say it. Why were
she really? I mean, it's like she said, I got to put this shit on the floor today. And when I leave, she said, I'm going to show my entire ass today. And she did just that. And not in a good way. She showed her entire ass yesterday. Like,
I got restricted on live for saying
rat hoe? For saying rat hoe? Did you say rat hoe like you just did?
I did, because you have to have the inflection. Okay? If you don't have the inflection, it doesn't matter. Okay? Because it's not as bad unless you say it how she did.
They said goodbye. They said goodbye.
Wait, do you guys want to
it was terrible.
But
overall, I don't care how many good points. Overall, I just couldn't take it. I was so ready for her to sit down. And I said too, for you to apologize and for you to sit down and see the defense consistently bringing up to the jury how long y'all have had them there. And then for you to take so long with that damn closing argument. And then I'm almost done. Girl, I said I know they were looking at her rolling their eyes.
And it was it was the fact that she replayed the video at the gas station when no one was disputing they were at the gas station.
Not a soul disputed he was in the car. Not a soul disputed he was in that car at the light. No one disputed that stuff. Why did you spend so much time on it?
And it was the fact that she was trying to make it out to seem like they were horrible people because they went in there backwoods and then rolled a blunt in the car.
Which she won't acknowledge they did. Who spends 30 minutes? Who spends 30 minutes at the gas station?
If you were already high and getting more backwoods to go roll another blunt, you want to know how long that's going to take? Longer than normal, Hilton.
She just would not acknowledge that they could have been rolling a blunt in the car. Like, she just would not. Who sits at the gas station for 30 minutes? Them? She just wouldn't do it.
I have sat at a gas station for way longer than I should have because I start looking at my phone.
Me too.
I get distracted and I'm like, I probably shouldn't be sitting here any longer.
Me too. I do it at sometimes the gas station, maybe Kroger, but it has to be daylight. I'm not sitting out there in the car. I'm gonna tell you that.
I also don't get gas at night.
Yeah, I'm not doing it. I don't know. I'm not sure what her strategy was, and maybe she was more hyped after seeing Max and Doug go. I'm not sure what it was, but
It was the comment that she completely lied about that Doug said. Because as soon as he made that comment, her mouth, her face twisted, her leg went up. It was, she
that's exactly what she does.
she riled herself up sitting there. She pissed herself off.
And that was another thing, Dario. I didn't appreciate that. You don't have any proof that they saw that post by Kel. There's no proof that they saw that post, and that bothered me. I don't know. I'm just going to what is the word she kept saying? I am going to present. What was the word they kept using when they wanted to say this is what I'm going to say to you guys today?
I submit to you.
I submit to you. I submit to you that they saw this post. And I was like, how can you submit something that you didn't prove? I was like, corroborate. Y'all too much. Thank y'all. It was submit. I'm going to submit this was going on. I'm like, girl.
What about they got rid of the car?
And I'm going to submit to you, Yak wasn't in that car because Yak he switched cars. No, we ain't got DNA. No, we don't have a gun. No, we don't have a real motive. But I'm going to submit to you that he did it. Girl, you sound stupid. It was just so much going on in this lady's closing that I said hers was worse than Atkins was to me. Hers was worse than his. It was just full of assumptions. No, we don't have fingerprints. We don't have DNA. We don't have motive. We don't have any of that. But what we do have is Woody, he had enough of holding in the truth. And then he said in this thing and told 20 lies. Like, I was just like, listen, Miss Hilton.
It was the fact that he's not a liar unless it's something that we don't like. If it works for us, you gotta believe him.
Gotta believe it.
But if it's not good for us, he's a lying lie. He's a rat.
Yes, y'all, circumstantially. Oh, he don't want to be a rat. He don't want to be labeled as a rat. You know, what did she call it? We call it dry snitching. I said, oh, this lady, she's going in for the kill.
Because remember, they eat rats. It was the snake in the video. And I'm like, you want to know who else has snakes? Britney Spears, Meg Thee Stallion, Cardi B, Taylor Swift.
You never ever, and I hate to say it, Doug said it perfectly. You'll never see any type of country artist or pop artist on trial for their lyrics. You'll never see it. Unfortunately, people have hated rap since it came around, and it's not going to stop. They've been trying to do this for years, and Fulton County has essentially gotten away with using lyrics to try to convict someone because the amount, like Max Sharp was like, hey, people talk about ops and ops dropping all the time. Every damn drill song, somebody's talking about an op. Mm-hmm. So now Shannon is talking about a particular op that you think, what? It's terrible. So, but they've been trying to do it for years. Fulton County succeeded, and I think they succeeded because of Glanville. I don't know if it would have gone here if it wasn't Glanville. I don't know if it would have gone here. Do you think it would have gone here as far as the lyrics are concerned?
I mean, we would still be going if Glanville was still the judge.
No, I mean the lyrics, period. Do you think their lyrics would have been on trial the way they are?
Yeah, I think it would have been worse.
You think it would have been worse?
Yeah.
With another judge?
With Glanville, yeah.
No, another judge, period. Had Glanville not been the initial judge,
yeah,
you think we'd be here with saying, hey, you think we'd still be here with the lyrics? Mm-hmm. I just think it's crazy.
D, how to get past the grand jury? You know the phrase, you can indict a ham sandwich? It's a popular phrase for a reason.
Mm.
Oh yeah. And that's the thing is what Doug said is statistically accurate. I mean, it wasn't just an opinion. It was statistically accurate. And that, I mean, the research shows that. So it wasn't just let me throw this comment out of my ass. It was, he had done some research, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And it just, trying to think of what other nonsense happened that.
Oh, so much.
She didn't just twist what Doug said. I mean, she lied about what he said.
I've got to watch it. I didn't see all of Doug. I didn't see Doug's cross at all. I've seen clips, but I didn't see his cross. So we're gonna watch it tonight, but it's 8:00. I'm like, if I start watching that, I have to pack. I'm leaving tomorrow. So I'm gonna stop and I'll watch it when I get back. Yes, girl. Finally. So I've got to pack, and I haven't packed anything. I have to pack for myself, pack for Barchi, and I have not done anything. I hadn't packed a thing. So yeah, oh yeah, you're right, Ashley. She did say that. We don't have evidence, but circumstantially, that was her. That was a line that she said a lot. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna say tomorrow, but I don't know what tomorrow night looks like for me once I get home. And I definitely know I'm not gonna do it on Thanksgiving because I don't want to hear my family's mouth. It'll probably be Friday sometime, Friday or Saturday.
Someone just said no more trench Wi-Fi.
Because she's telling the truth. I just got to take that one. I'm just going to have to take that one because she is absolutely telling the truth. It's been terrible.
I may go to Atlanta tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
To go to the courthouse. Rachel, this mail is the one that I was coming live with.
Key, please stop. Please stop, Key. That is not on my to-do list.
Which one? Maurice or Duke? What?
Yates! These YSL streets are messy. Yates, not they pulled you into their mess too.
Did I lie about anything? Okay.
Oh my God! Not they pulled you into their.
So if anyone wants to follow me on TikTok, I'm Attorney Yates on TikTok.
I just can't escape it. I can't. Blake, what man, y'all, Yates, I thought we were cool. I thought we were friends. You can't be buying into the foolishness from YSL TikTok.
I'm sorry. It just came out, okay? I didn't have time to think. It just came out.
Wait a minute, Tasha. It's a poll.
Did someone do a poll?
It's a poll. Oh my God. Oh. What? Oh, wow. Wow.
I am in Georgia, y'all.
You got the doing is crazy, Kayla. Kayla, that is insane. They say you look like Melissa McCartney tonight. It's the curls. It's the curls in the hair. Taylor, wait a second.
Hold on, I'm gonna go. Hold on, I gotta go on YouTube. So
Not the pretzel.
All right, hold on, because I need to see this poll. Because I need to see who's winning.
Whoever gonna say proud of you is who she looking for. Wow, Key. Wow. Did I miss a poll?
I don't know if there's an actual. Well, I think they're just doing it in the comments. Maybe. Let me see. What? Let Barchi out.
No, Barchi was crying too much. She definitely wants to get out. She's not in her crate often. Nobody put a poll up. Oh, okay. I don't know why I thought it was a poll. Shannon, we ain't gonna talk. I just can't believe this chat. Oh my God.
I'm so sorry.
One man, one sound is crazy. Oh my. Y'all know what? I'm so happy. I'm not doing a poll. I'm not playing into this foolishness.
Do not blame me.
Ring. If you was on live Saturday, you know what I'm talking about. I'm just gonna say I'm just happy. I'm just happy. I'm just happy we made it through the live and that man didn't pop up and further make this chat crazy today. So
I did not start anything. Okay. I
have to create your starting five. Blake, hopefully somewhere not in this chat guide. You said send for him. I didn't say that, Erica. Did not say that. Leave that man where he at. Wait a minute. Please don't go to the strip club with Duke. Stay safe. What? What? I think some of these people. Yes, y'all. So Yates, you now have a name on the Millionaire Male YouTube page. We will start calling you May from now on.
I didn't mean to. Okay. It just came out. It happened.
Calling you May from now on, messy ass Yates, okay? We are going to start calling you May because ain't no way. Barchi, stop. Ain't no way you said that. I didn't expect that from you. They said Allison May. I cannot. We're gonna have to tell y'all when you start going to Yates' page, just remember she is May from now on, okay? We're going to see Saturday who pop up on male TikTok posts. What's going on Saturday? What's going on Saturday, guys? They said clock T Yates. Yates is not clocking T. Yates is too heavy in the YSL streets. In furtherance of the what's going on Saturday? Did I miss something? May definitely started. I'm not going bowling on Saturday.
Oh yeah, aren't you supposed to be going bowling with Duke?
Wow. I'm supposed to be going bowling with the millionaires. And when I go bowling with the millionaires, I'm going to see if he will come with the millionaires. So it's not like we're going bowling together. I'm going bowling with the millionaires, and then he said he might come if he can. He could come if he can. That's all. So it's not like it's a date with the millionaires. That's all.
Oh, so that's why she's coming back to Georgia? Got it. Okay.
Yay, are we cool? Are we cool? Cause I feel like I'm so shamed right now. I can't escape it. It's nothing like that. It's nothing like that. He's a cool person. That's all it is. It's nothing like that. That man, I be hating it. It's so embarrassing. That man has a girlfriend, so I don't be playing with him like that.
You can come too.
She can. You're right.
Didn't he say he was,
The millionaires?
I'm pretty sure he said he was looking for something
Oh!
more than me. I'm pretty sure he said that. Or am I wrong? Someone correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah. Putting independent poly is crazy. When I said you May After Dark is great.
Again, just because y'all don't see me does not mean that I don't see all of you.
I'll be calling you May from here on out because I just can't believe. We thought it was Duke that turned my chat upside. I think you have taken the cake today. Y'all know what I can't wait for in this chat. I told my chat, Yates, I think that I done told them how long I've been single and I don't date and stuff. So I know that they really want me to date for real. So I know it's all jokes for them when that man be clowning me and stuff. So I get that it's all jokes. I can't wait to bring me a man to this live one day. Okay, y'all?
Here's the deal. I felt like you did Saturday because I felt like I was intruding.
Saturday? Oh,
I felt like a third wheel on Saturday.
That means it was a great interview. Let me tell you, I have always felt like I'm not going to be everyone's cup of tea, but for those whose cup of tea that I am, we just have a good time. I think I just have that. I possess the skill. I don't know if you want to say skill or what, for people to feel comfortable and talk to me. And I just these comments are crazy. So,
but it was a bonfire with ads.
Yes, it was. He had the bonfire. I mean, the fireplace going, the candle, his drink, and his voice. Maurice's voice is so soothing that I really enjoyed talking to him. So before I got backstage, just seeing him like with the scene, I'm like, okay, this is gonna be fun because I was trying to match his vibe. So it was wait. This is good. This is a good question. Were you on my You were on my TikTok live or you were on a live with Maurice? She said, we know you did, Mel. Maurice is probably an old school player, y'all. Ashley, I am not, y'all. I do not take as great as it is funny. And y'all might think it's fun. I do not take anything Duke says serious. I would never take him serious. I think it's funny. I like that. It's entertainment for my chat. I love that. And as long as y'all are entertained, then I guess we're just gonna entertain the chat. But yeah.
Y'all, I am a criminal defense attorney. I know how to watch and keep my mouth shut sometimes. I just decided to let it out tonight.
She said, I decided to.
But I do know things.
What? Why do you keep saying you know things? As long as you are entertained, I think it's entertaining for my chat. I do. I feel like it's entertaining for my chat.
The amount of people that you have in your lives all the time, absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's entertaining, and it's okay if they're being entertained. If they're
hold on, I'm insulted. Why do not compare me to Viverito because I have only been in a bush one time.
She said I've only been in the bush one time.
I'm not.
Y'all, I love Duke. I think Duke cool as hell. I'm saying it's not like y'all be making it. I love him. I think he's a really great person. I really love him. He's really talented. I think he's a great person. And I want to see him win. I do want to see him win, honestly. So, like, I literally if you talking to me right now, be like, oh, go listen to this person. I want to see him win. So that's all it is. That's all it is. Please tell us what happened. What happened? And who compared May to Hoverito? Because now your name is May. It's because he brought up that firefighter. What about the fire? Why do y'all, the firefighter is so deep in my past. Why y'all bringing up the firefighter?
Is that the ex?
He was not an ex. It's like my friend. I could FaceTime him right now. We just cool. I don't talk to him like that. Oh, that's a good question, Yates. Do you have a man?
No.
It's okay, girl.
Men stress me out.
Men stress you out? Don't let them stress you out, girl. Their ear. Don't let them stress you out. So you're just like purposely not dating right now?
I mean, I just kind of focus on work and my personal life. So
me too. I get that.
No, if I had a choice, I would not be interested in men.
She said firefighter and vacuum.
Unfortunately, that is.
What do you mean you had a choice?
I said, unfortunately, I am absolutely interested in men.
Oh, I got you. I got what you're saying.
So no, I do not have.
Yeah, Yates been cutting up on this live. Yates have been cutting up on this live, and I just can't believe it. I'm just, I never thought, Mel, you was blushing too.
And again, I mean, I think even Duke himself has said that he's an entertainer.
Thank you.
Like that. I mean, that in all seriousness, because he does have a girlfriend. In all seriousness, he is an entertainer.
Exactly.
But it's still funny too.
It's very funny, but it's fine. It said, don't let the stress you out, Yates. Don't let these the millionaire's not gonna run her away. Oh, Barb. Hold on. No, Brianna. No, Brianna. We appreciate Yates for listening to me. We appreciate Yates for listening to me. It's funny. It ain't funny when he get wrapped up. No, y'all, she's saying that she is interested in men. She's just saying, like, I wish I wasn't, but she's interested in men.
Because men are a pain in the ass.
They said, what type of man?
God. Y'all, I don't even know.
You don't even know?
Like, I don't know at this point. It's been a while.
Like, you don't have like a type?
Not really. I feel like I
feel
like I've been with a range of people.
I'm just kind of like a chocolate, nice teeth type of guy, but I will date. Like, if you're handsome, right? But yeah, if you're handsome, you're handsome. I wouldn't say like I have like some girls. I only date this type of guy. I'm not that, but it's something maybe because I don't know. So it's not like a tall chocolate. Like I'm big on like nice teeth. So
I feel like education and personality are more important in my world. Because again, as a young female with a law degree, I've had plenty of people who have gotten pissed that I have more education than them.
So, but here's the thing, before you know their education, you have to look at them first. So if we're going just off of how the person looks, what does he look like to you? Like, I like for people to paint the picture for me. Paint the picture for me. What does this man look like?
I don't have a picture to paint because again, please have all of your teeth.
That's a picture. This is a picture.
Well, they
said, Yates, do you like cookie cakes?
All right, elaborate. Or do I need to go to Urban Dictionary?
No.
Do I need to go to Urban Dictionary?
Luke said he bought this girl a cookie cake, so they just won't let the cookie. Well, none of us let the cookie cake go. He bought the girl a cookie cake, So they talking about, do you like cookie cakes?
Why'd he buy her a cookie cake?
I thought he was decorating the room or something. What was he decorating for? Was it a birthday? I don't know what it was, but he bought cookie cake. So it's like a running joke with them. But not them, with us. It's a running joke.
Oh my God.
It's a running joke. It was a hotel. Yes, he decorated the hotel room himself. He said he's a ladies' man. He's really romantic. So he decorated the room. So that's where she asked if you like cookie cakes.
Y'all, I hope no one saw that live earlier. Someone said that I had Doug cutting up earlier. I hope no one saw that live because
what was he doing?
I was reading something off of Urban Dictionary.
That's really a thing.
No one go on Urban Dictionary and look up what a Rusty Duncan is.
I'm gonna go look it up.
Because Rusty Duncan in Texas is a criminal defense attorney conference.
Okay.
But just go on Urban Dictionary and look up what a Rusty Duncan is.
A Rusty Duncan.
Duncan.
Okay, Rusty Duncan. Let's see what this is.
You may want to read it first before you read it out loud.
Thank you. I don't have a page moment.
And again, y'all just remember, a Rusty Duncan is a criminal defense conference in Texas, according to Stara.
Okay. Okay, hold up.
You don't have to read it out loud. Just...
Okay, wait a minute. I'm looking at the wrong thing because this can't be what you... Urban Dictionary. I'm scared. What? Oh, hell. I'm mad I looked that up.
Okay, we also looked up Rusty Trombone. Don't do that.
Don't worry, because that one right there was a little scary. What the hell? They said read it like Miss Love. My flabbers are what is it? Yeah, flabbers are gasted. What?
Again, blame Stara.
That is a...
Don't blame me. Blame Stara. I didn't come up with the Rusty Duncan is a criminal defense conference in Texas, and Stara brought that up.
They said maybe in the bushes. They said Doug was sweating. Max left the room. I'm sorry for looking. Like, wait a minute. I feel like I need to clear my search history after that. Wait.
Don't worry, Viverito can still find it even.
Oh God. Oh my God. Y'all, that is crazy. I don't ever want to see that one again. That is crazy.
Nothing's going on.
He said, may we just gonna send you something with the motor? Cause Key not send her something with a motor. Oh my God, Barty, no. Oh my God. Kaya, y'all, that is crazy. Kayla's got to be in Hellcat mode because we're going to have to send her something. Not Burrito can still find it. I heard that. I heard her. Oh, let me text her. Hold on. Let me text her what it is. You heard of a rose before. That's what they're talking about. When they're asking you something, they're talking about a rose with a Hellcat motor. Again, comes from that man. Again, this is type of foolishness he says on the lives. That's where it came from.
Urban Dictionary. This sounds real Caucasian.
Oh my God. Oh my God. They said she don't need batteries, just plug it in the wall.
God. I know. I came on here for some nice, wholesome legal talk.
And then what happened? And then what happened? You came
It took
on
me up, like all of your
then-
YouTubes at 9:45 at night.
Messy came out quickly. It was going great, and then yeah.
Y'all, I'm basements with a random cell phone? Absolutely not.
Key, please stop. Please. Key, please stop. You and Nene have got to go to bed. You and Nene have got to go to bed because
Who's Linda? Tell me about Linda, Key.
oh my God. This is, you know what, Yates, this is why you can't do lives this time of night and mention that person, because we were on live the other day for a couple of hours, and these women, I think they kept going to, I think they were coming from his lives, had to be in the conversation, because he already just go left sometimes, but the conversation in the chat, I was like, oh my God, what's going on? They said, you don't want to know Linda.
Who's Heather?
Brianna, is Heather that girl with her uncle? No, Hannah. It was Hannah. Oh my God. It was Hannah. It was Hannah. That's who it was, y'all. Her name was Hannah. Hannah might need her. Hannah, I don't know what was going on with Hannah. It is, yes.
No, it's not. Stop. Okay. This is recorded, so I will not be saying anything.
I'm gonna have to try to move all this off. I got to figure it out.
Yeah. We can discuss that again. If you're not following me on TikTok, go follow me on TikTok.
Yes, please go follow Attorney Yates, guys. Please go follow Attorney Yates.
And then we'll bring Mel over to my TikTok if she ever gets on TikTok again.
When I get back, I'm gonna be on TikTok live. It's so hard here because for some reason, like late last night, late Saturday night, I was on live. It was me, Duke. We were on live till like 3 a.m, and it was like 300 of us on live. In my
3
TikTok
in the morning.
We were on live, weren't we, y'all? We were on live a long time. We were on there a long time, and I'm not sure why, because I can't go. Like my videos take so long to upload since I've been here, but I was on TikTok live I was on there like 5 hours, and it was no problems. Yes, Erica, it was a group day. It was a good time. Yeah, we were on there till 3 o'clock in the morning. I couldn't believe it. Unique, he sure was.
Rubbing his feet together?
Key. We were on there a long time. We were on there a long time on live. It was hilarious, baby. The Cougars was out. It was
who rubs their feet to
the Cougars
did he have socks on?
They said no, no, Mia. He didn't play music on that live, Mia. I don't remember him playing no music on that live.
Did he have socks on?
Oh, we don't know. Well, they're joking about rubbing his feet together. They're joking. We didn't see him.
Feet freak me out. I'm sorry. Taylor said rubbing.
Now, Toya, if we went and looked it up, Toya, why you put it in the chat? I had to delete it. Toya, we went and looked it up. Why you put it in the chat? She said, I'm pissy weak. Because I woke up, he sounded delirious. He was sleepy. He's like,
Taylor said rubbing his feet together like a cricket.
I want you to put it in the chat. He was smart. I'm grown. I can tell y'all when I'm sleepy. I'm not sleepy, but he definitely was sounding a little delirious.
Okay, yes, I know Woody likes feet because on 20 versus 1, he asks every female about his feet or about their feet.
Yeah, Woody did say that. He, I missed it, Toya. Yeah, y'all just go look it up yourself. Rusty Duncan, Urban Dictionary. Don't put it in the chat, please. Don't do it. Don't put it in the chat. But yes.
Well,
yes, too pretty. I didn't realize we were on there that long. I don't even know we talked about so much stuff on the live. We started talking about Maurice on there. I was on live like an hour or so before he even joined the live. Key, he was talking to Didi. He was not talking to me.
Destiny, do not ask for it to be put in there again.
Yeah, don't put it in the chat. She said, I did not look it up. Go look it up, Destiny. Did he go to the studio? No, Jen. He said he never went. I think he said the man was drunk or something like that, but he didn't go to the studio. Thank you, Toya. Done. Why is that stuck in my head? Just randomly hollering out, mustard. Just randomly. Oh, Toya, I don't even want to look that one up, Toya. Miss Kathy.
Okay. The rusty trombone is Don't do it.
Now, Toya, why are you feeling the chat with roses, girl? Yes, they did, Key. Cut up real bad. Cut up real bad. Don't look that up. I'm mad I did. Nikki, it's too much. It is way too much. Oh my God. Oh God, I don't even want to look up the second one, y'all. I don't even want to look up the second one. I'm scared.
Don't.
They trying to summon Dad with the roses. Please don't. He said he was gonna see us in a few days on live anyway. Leave him where he at. Go get them bushes. Oh. Key, I said, where the hell did you get crumbs from? I said, where did you get crumbs from? Erica, leave him where he at. He probably somewhere with his feet kicked up. Leave him where he at. That he said, yes, y'all. That was so funny. Had people in the chat like, oh God, I need to go fix this. I said, what is going on? Mia, he's on punishment. I would never look up the Urban Dictionary again. Erica said, don't send the message. Erica, let him be where he is, because who got time for him to be cutting up? That lady cut the Wi-Fi off for a few days. Brianna, he told us he was gonna see us. What day was that? We were live, y'all. I think it was Saturday. It was Saturday. Yeah, it was Saturday. He said, I'll see y'all in a few days. Toya.
One thing slips out of my mouth, and here we are.
They said Saturday night, Sunday morning, but why did the one thing have to be so messy? Key, that's another one. Why is DK messy too?
Okay, I can't get in.
They want to ask. Okay, sorry, Miss Fab wants to know. How long do you think? How long do you think the jury is going to deliberate? What's your guess?
I think in theory we could have. I think in theory we could have a verdict tomorrow.
You think so? That's what the chat keeps saying.
It wouldn't shock me.
Oh, okay.
But it also wouldn't shock me if it was Monday or next week. So I knew we weren't getting one today. I did not expect one today. But it wouldn't shock me if we got one tomorrow or next week. Either one is kind of plausible for me.
Okay, y'all. Now Yates is agreeing with you guys. Yates says Miss Fab said tomorrow at 4.
So they're only deliberating until 3 tomorrow.
Okay, tomorrow at 3.
So they're only deliberating until 3 tomorrow. So
okay, we got to get on track at some point. She said, don't try to get on track now. The longest deliberation in history was 55 days. Do y'all think they would beat that?
And again, even if they were to give a verdict tomorrow, I really do think the jury is trying to take they're taking their duty seriously. I do.
They said not juror 56. I can't wait to hear from him. After they're done, Yates, they're allowed to talk about what Sway. Oh, I can't wait. They're gonna write books. Oh, baby, I'm gonna be on all of their TikTok lives. I can't wait. Oh, I can't wait. I'm gonna be on everything. I'm gonna have my notifications on. Okay.
Would I have done a bench trial? No.
Yeah, I agree.
With how this no. This is one that you need 12.
And if when y'all start finding out about it, this is what I pray, because I know they've been on TikTok. I know. That's a question. What if after trial they say, I was watching online and I was seeing this? Does something happen to them? Because I just feel like it's going to slip out at some point. Somebody, cousin, auntie, brother, I'm glad that shit over. Because let me tell you, I just feel like it's coming. I know it's coming.
I would hope that none of them will be dumb enough. But I think y'all underestimate. There are a lot of people in Georgia who don't know what's going on, who don't care. And by the time you get home after sitting there all day long, again, did they probably get the notification on their phone that Thug was out? Because that was a news notification. Yes. Have they probably have they probably seen stuff on the news? Yes. If they're, because a lot of them are older, so they may not be on TikTok. But if they're scrolling any social media, they may see stuff. But do I think all of them are actively seeking stuff out? No.
No, probably not all of them, but there are some. What would happen if they started writing their books and they put that in their book?
Did they use any of that information in deliberation? Or did they only consider, again, you've got arguments. Did they only use the information that was presented at trial when it came to deliberations?
Okay. I like that.
Did any of it factor into their decision?
I just pray. Hey, Summer Girl. I just pray that somebody's like, girl, I can't wait to this shit over. I'm going to go talk to Millionaire Mail. Please come on. Please come on. Wi-Fi going to be good and ready. If you want to meet in Atlanta, we're going to meet in Atlanta. We're going to get it popping because me and my folks got questions. We have questions. Huh?
So I wouldn't promise good Wi-Fi.
I'm going to be back in Georgia. We're going to be up and popping. I'll be back in Georgia. I just really hope. Oh my God. I just want to talk. I can't, even if they don't come talk to me, talk to some of us. I'm going to be right there in the chat. Ready. Okay. Pen, notebook, pen. If you want to meet in person, okay, we can meet in person and we can talk. Listen, I'm going to be ready. I am going to be ready. I caught that key. I caught it. She just cutting up today. She is cutting up today. She cutting up today. Lord Jesus, y'all. We're gonna have to talk when we get off of here. You made a true millionaire. Listen.
I learned. My clients teach me so much.
She cutting up today. Okay. She is cutting up today. I figured they would. The story was sad. Even if they're older and don't have TikTok, I'm sure they have kids. I agree, Miss Fab.
That's absolutely possible. And that's why I'm not saying that they haven't heard anything, because even if it's just on the news, they've absolutely heard something.
Oh, not they say they're gonna have to bring you up for after dark session.
You know, again, this is why I normally do this on my TikTok. It's literally just this.
Oh my God, it's such a delay. The roses was when Yates said she need a Hellcat.
Don't put words in my mouth.
I said Yates said she need a Hellcat. I must miss that one. I miss.
Why are these delayed?
I don't know. I didn't think it was delayed. It might be. I didn't feel like it was.
Yeah, as soon as someone brings something up about feet,
That's my daughter. She can't stand it. She
Right.
gone. She is gone. Megan. Oh my God, Erica, please. Oh my God. Oh my God. Ain't on TikTok. King said the old jurors not on TikTok. You'll be surprised. It's a lot of older people that love TikTok. That's okay, y'all. If I gotta meet them at their church on Sunday, I'm gonna be home. I'm gonna be all at the church. Sit through the Sunday morning service and be like, y'all wanna go to Piccadilly? Because y'all know old people love Piccadilly.
what is
You go to it's a little restaurant. My grandmother used to love Piccadilly. It's like you go through a line and get the food. I don't know what you call that, but old people love it.
Like a
Child.
cafeteria, like a
Yes.
like a meat and sides type of.
Yes, it's like a cafeteria, and older people loved it. Older people love my grandmama. That was her favorite restaurant. Baby, I'm gonna go to Piccadilly, and we're gonna sit down, baby. I'm gonna get me some fried fish with some carrot souffle and some greens, and I'm gonna get some red velvet cake and probably a sweet tea, and we're gonna sit down and kiki for hours talking about this trial. Child. Listen, y'all can't do Golden Corral. I don't know. I just can't do it. Ryan's ruined me, y'all. We had a Ryan's in Memphis, and I remember the carpet was dirty one time, and I just hate it. I just don't like buffets anymore. So Golden Corral, I just can't.
Okay, who said K&W? We used to call that Canes and Walkers.
They said you from Memphis for real. Yes, Jalisa. Benny, I was in Memphis my whole life until I turned 30. Well, I'm 37, so yes, I've been in Atlanta almost 8 years. It'd be almost 8 years, so yes.
Why'd you come to Atlanta?
Two things. I was doing music and I worked for the IRS. And I came to Atlanta thinking, oh, I'm gonna be doing my music. It's gonna be better for me. And I could transfer my job. I worked at the IRS for almost 10 years, and we have a service center there. And so that's what I came to do. But once I got there, I didn't do anything but work all the time. I never even really did my music at all once I got there.
So you ratted people out for not paying their taxes.
So
you ratted people out for not paying their taxes.
Oh no, I didn't do that type of work. I didn't do that type of work. No, that was a different department. I worked in customer service. I was a manager in the examination department, but for maybe 2 years or so, I was a union steward. So I worked in the union office, and I would just help employees, when they were going through things with their managers and things like that. So I loved it. That was probably my favorite position there.
Interesting.
Yep. So I was a chief steward and did that. Oh, Barb, we love you. Thank you.
And K&W. So I'm from Virginia. So we had a K&W back in Virginia.
Oh, I don't even know what that is.
Someone just said crinkles and wrinkles. Okay, we called it Canes and Walkers.
They said I wasn't a tech.
It was just a little bit of dry snitching. Okay,
But I try to avoid Lamar in my truck. I get it. Lamar can get a little tricky. I personally think you should start your music back up. I checked you out on YouTube. Oh, thank you, Nikki. I have more songs on my SoundCloud. I love doing my music. I love performing, but I just think I'm a creative naturally. And the problem is that music, I think it was good when I was in my 20s. But now that at 37, I would definitely I would want to rap something about like totally different. I wouldn't want to be on that same vibe.
You can do a feature on Duke's new album.
Oh, no, not yet, Blake.
Okay, I remember Shoney's.
I'm not playing that song. Whoever put that in the chat, I absolutely will not. Are y'all talking about that one song? I'm not playing it. Not playing that song.
That wasn't shade. That was
not that calling you say now. Spinning ass Yates. Erica!
Key, what the hell?
I have a song that I wrote this hook, and they gave it to this popular rapper from Memphis. She passed, Gangsta Boo. I don't know if you heard her before. So they gave the song to her. because I couldn't rap it.
Mhm.
And so that's what he made a song about a bald-headed big booty girl. Don't mind this chat. I'm not playing that song, Kayla. I have to just tell myself for y'all's entertainment, okay? Wow, Mia. For y'all's entertainment. This is, I'll write it. I will be the subject of your laughter, okay? Because I'm that type of person. I want people to feel great around me. And if laughing at me is making you guys feel good, I'm going to just let y'all laugh on.
What is that, Barb? What is a comedy song? Exactly.
Are you talking about Yace and I make a comedy song? No, she didn't steal anything, Destiny. Destiny, Gangsta Boo did not steal anything. I did not say that. Let me make sure. I did not say that. So I did music with my daughter's father, and he was working with her. And I couldn't rap that song. I just couldn't. So I did write the hook, and the song, the hook, everything, he just gave it to her. Mel better jump on like they did him in this trip.
Hold on, what they said?
Sarah, I like it too. I love Boo. Boo is an inspiration to any female rapper coming from Memphis. So I was really, when I heard the song, and he told me about it, I was very happy about it. I met her, and oh Lord, when I met her, Lord Jesus, it just didn't go like I wanted it to. But I met her and we talked about the song and whatever. But I was very, very happy because even if I can't write it, at least it let me know. I mean, I'm writing something that people like. That was to me, that was good in itself. So yeah, it was good. With Destiny, I don't even know. Like, I don't know about Memphis history, but I know that I wrote the song. So you got to tell the name of the song. I'm not going to say the name of the song.
What's the name of the song? Someone put it in the comments.
Yeah, put in the comments for. Make it cute, y'all. Oh, thank you, Dawn. Thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. But yeah, I know the song like 13 years old. It's very old. That was when I really was actively pursuing music, and I was doing it. I mean, music is fun. Music is fun to write. Oh, thank you, Destiny. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But that song is let me go add a pick a mail in stacks. Brianna, stop. You could talk about live. What? Motors and chat groups. Thank you, Kayla and Sarah. What? Mute. I said Messy May. Messy May is hilarious. We're gonna start calling her May. Oh my God, look at. No, I don't know how to sing Destiny. I don't know how to sing.
I have to get my oil changed tomorrow so that I can drive to Atlanta.
I saw someone in the group chat say you need to put your you need to get your oil changed.
Because my car says it's at like 3% oil life. I don't know what that actually means or if it actually matters.
3% kind of sound like it matter.
Yeah.
I'm not like the best person, but it kind of sound like it.
But it just says 3% oil life.
Too bad we can't call her Lay. She ain't lying. Oh, wow, Key.
Okay, that's one thing that I won't do is I will not tell a lie.
Key. Wow, Key. Key said, too bad we can't call her Lay. Well, she got Say and she got May already. Mac Juice, I am about to. She said, I know an engineer. Well,
My car needs an oil change. Okay.
She said she know an engineer. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I am 70 miles from Atlanta.
Oh God. I know a mechanic, May. D says I need an oil change to time to be winterized. Oh my God. Mia, I told her she gotta go to bed. Oh, about getting her oil change, guys.
Okay, there's still oil in it. I just
Keep what she need an engineer for to get that oil change. That's what we try to figure out.
oh my God, Miss Unpopular Opinion.
They said that she said that oil probably blackening the way Hilton was acting yesterday. All the comedians subscribe to Mel's channel. I know that's right, Barb. I just keep coming in contact with the comedians, Barb. All the comedians over here. Oh, but all the comedians over here. You're right. Yake's gonna start seeing May in her chat. Yes, she will. We're gonna start calling her May. She shall be named May from here on out. May. Oh, EB says she's in Columbus. Roses, pretzels. Erica, what you say? It's a lot happening.
This is too much.
What's a lot happening in here? Do you know? I guess that's for you.
I don't know. Is it 9 or 10 where you're at?
It's 9. I'm on Central Standard Time. Yeah, I'm on Central Standard Time. It's 10. It's 10:13 where you are.
I was so prepared when I came over here.
It happens. I don't know what it is about my chat. It happens like this. It's, you gave us what we needed. You gave us what we needed. Okay. But I'm going to say, May, I love that you were about to say, what were you about? Were you about to say, I'm so prepared and it went left?
I don't know.
Because, I just wanted to ask because I was going to say that the chat was going really well. I thought we were at a natural stopping point, and then Yates left and May stepped in. Yates left and then May stepped in, and when May stepped in, the chat just kind of went left. They said, May, it's okay. I need my oil change too. So Yates left. And then, Nene has a question because I don't know the answer to this one.
No. Yak and Shannon's jail charges, to my understanding, are still pending.
Okay.
They
said you should never expect to stay on track when you enter this chat.
I know.
Normally we do pretty well, but I think you started it. You turned it. They said.
Brianna, no, unfortunately I didn't.
Key! Oh my God. Hey, Anna. Not a comedian, but I qualify as an expert in Fulton. You would. I think, you know what I think, y'all? This trial just has people so stressed. You need a little laughter. Barb, she shocked the hell out of me. Yes. I didn't know that. No, I didn't know that. Everybody qualifies as an expert in Fulton. That's true. Oh my God.
I just hope we're still okay after this.
You know, I'm just going to equate it to the chat. The chat, I can't escape it at the moment. Maybe when I finally come on this live with my fine chocolate man, it'll stop then. It'll stop then.
Can you guys tell Mel not to hate me after this chat?
I will not hate you. The chat does this to me every damn live. I can't escape it. I can't post a picture. I can't make a funny joke. I can't make a text. It's okay. It's okay. But when I come on here with my man, then it's gonna be good then, because now I just think I think they might think I'm just lonely or something, and they like, please just get the man. But when I come on this chat with my fine chocolate man with his nice teeth, okay, and we'll be on the chat, and I'm just gonna be serious. I'm gonna just make him sit beside me so he can hold my hand. No, not Mr. Ear. It won't be Mr. Ear. When you know what? I might do the live and y'all can't see nothing but his ear. Okay? I'm gonna get my fine chocolate man, and y'all just gonna be able to see his ear. Then it's gonna stop then. It's gonna stop then. I'm telling y'all, it's going to stop. I'm gonna be on here, Yates. I'm gonna come to that live with some real clothes on, okay? I'm gonna come to the live with some real clothes. I'm gonna make that man sit right beside me. You won't see none but his ear. He gonna hold my hand the whole time. Whole time I'm on live. Y'all ain't gonna be able to see nothing but his little ear, okay? It'll stop then. What? Have the firefighter on as a guest? No, he won't be getting no shine for me. He cool as hell though. We really are still cool. We really are still cool.
Mel, I have a proposition.
Oh, that sounded crazy. What? Okay, I'm listening.
So I know you said you had to pack, but I feel like when I get off here, I'm gonna be bored.
Mm-hmm.
Do you just want to come on my TikTok and you can pack while we yap?
Girl,
you can still pack.
I don't have to come up though. I can be in the chat. Or you want me to come up? Because if I come up, I'm gonna have to sit the phone down.
Come up for a few minutes, and then while you pack, and then you can get in the comments.
Okay, that works. That's a oh, Erica said no camera. Oh yeah.
What do you mean no camera?
If I come up with my camera on, that way I can just move around, because I'm gonna be in it. I got stuff all over this room right now.
Yeah, well,
yeah, that will work.
No one cares.
Okay, cool. We can work that out, y'all. So we're gonna go to Attorney Yates's live. No. I'm sorry. She's not Attorney Yates anymore.
Yes, I am.
No.
Don't forget, I have a whole ass job.
We're going to May's live. Attorney Yates left the chat about 30 minutes ago, and May entered the chat. So, and then if I'm not on there, maybe my camera and stuff won't be messing up all the time and stuff. So that'll be perfect.
Well, okay.
Okay, that works. Yeah. So we're gonna go over there. And thank y'all so much for streaming with us. Thank you, Attorney Yates, for coming on and actually walking us through the remaining charges for Yak and Shannon, because it gave us a lot of clarity.
And this is not legal advice. I'm not your attorney. None of this is legal advice.
There we go. None of it's legal advice, but thank you for giving us an understanding of what's going on. But yeah, we're gonna go on over to her, and I can't believe we've been streaming for 8 hours, almost 9 hours. Jesus. But okay, guys, thank y'all so much. Thank y'all for the super chats today, all of the likes. Oh my God, new subs that came and joined today. I appreciate you guys so much. But come follow us over on Attorney Yates TikTok. Can you get on your TikTok?
Yes, it is just Attorney Yates. So this all one word.
Let's say if I get blocked. Do I not say new subs?
Duke, we're going to TikTok. Goodbye.
This is terrible. Hold on. What happened, Evelyn? Duke, did somebody tell you to come over here? They said, hold up. You see, look at my chat. Look at my chat right now. This is crazy.
Okay, Duke follows me on TikTok.
Hold on, wait. We got it. They said, listen, Yates, they not gonna just get off.
Duke can come to my TikTok.
Told to come here. Who told you to come here? Who told Duke to come here?
Hold on, y'all.
They said, give us 10 minutes. We coming. Who told Duke to come over here is what I want to know. It was not me. Okay, Eric. It was who told Duke to come here? Okay, Yates, we're gonna go to your live, okay? We coming is crazy. Well, I think the chat was bad before. Wow. Y'all be really, I just don't be knowing who y'all loyal to, me or Duke. What's going on?
There is no loyalty.
That's what it's feeling like. That's what it's feeling like, and that's actually kind of sad. We don't have to talk about this. We don't have to talk about this another day. That's actually kind of sad. Okay, are you already live on here?
I am.
Okay, bye, y'all. They said both of them is crazy, y'all. Okay, y'all, I'm gonna see y'all. I'm going to Attorney Yates TikTok again. Thank you guys so much for coming over today. And Eric, I didn't know what else I was supposed to say, but I did have a lot of new subscribers today, so I appreciate that. But bye, y'all. Thank you. Okay, Yates, I'm coming over.